Right, so a very good morning right here from Hambantota Surya International Cricket Stadium, and we're all set for the third and the final one-day game between Sri Lanka A versus New Zealand A, and right here at Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium, and the third and the final one-day game between the two sides, and Sri Lanka leading the series 2-0 against New Zealand A. So far, the tournament has been a really promising one, as we've seen quite a lot of good individual performances from both the sides, and heading into this third and the final game, it sure will be an interesting contest as well. Right, so we got Roscoe out there in the middle to assess the pitch conditions and to see what's on offer for the third game.
It's another warm and hot day in Hambantota. The conditions have been very hot and humid for the last few days. However, there has been a little bit of rain around in the evenings, so I'm sure the teams will have that in mind. We'll take a closer look at the pitch for today. It looks very hard once again. There's a good grass covering, but I think it's a typical Hambantota surface where it will be very good for batting throughout the day. So the teams winning the toss have been batting first and getting a good score on the board and defending it. However, with the rain coming into play in this game, they might be tempted to field second, with Duckworth is also coming into play.
Right, so thank you, Roscoe. There we go. That's his take on the surface on offer for the third and this final game. It's a hard and a good surface once again to bat in. Right.
Yes, we have Oshada out there for the toss with the two captains.
Right, so it's all set for the third one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. So I got here with me the two captain, and it's time for the coin toss. And of course, I got the match referee for today's game, Mr. Ravi Punchi, as well. So Sonal will have the coin, and he will give it a toss.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Heads is a call.
It's heads.
It is heads.
We'll have a bet, please.
Right, so how do you assess the surface here at the Hambantota Stadium for the third game?
Yeah, look, we saw obviously last game we played here, it was a fantastic batting wicket first. The Sri Lankan boys batted fantastically and got a good score, so hopefully we're looking to emulate that today.
Right, and at the same time, the weather has been a bit of a concern as well in the third game. Have you considered that as well?
We've considered it, but also we just want to put our best foot forward, and we think this is our best chance.
Any changes to the team?
Yep, so we've had quite a few. I've recovered, so I'm back in for Mitchell Hay. Christian Clark's had to fly home with a injury. Yep. So Ben Lister's come back into the team, and Michael Ray's also coming to replace Ben Sears on the bench, who's off playing franchise cricket.
Right, perfect. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man. Good luck.
Thanks, brother.
So what would have you done if you won the toss?
To be honest, we were to bowl first.
Right, so it's a win-win situation at the coin toss. How do you assess the surface, and at the same time, do you see any drastic changes from the second game?
Yeah, we have some 4 changes, so we are going with 4 main bowlers and 2 all-rounders, so that's why we were to bowl first.
And at the same time, coming into this third game with a 2-0 win, and of course the series belongs to you as well, so how's the mindset in the team?
Yeah, I think all players are in a good positive mind, so they performed well first 2 games, so we will hope to do same thing in this game.
Right, so thank you and good luck.
Yeah, cheers.
Right, so that's the news from the centre. So New Zealand A have won the toss and they've elected to bat first.
The trend continues. Teams like to bat first, put up a good score and look to defend it. This time skipper Chu is back after an injury. These are the teams, plenty of changes in both lineups. Chu is back leading New Zealand A, and Ben Lister has come back into this 11 for New Zealand A as well, while Sri Lanka A has 5 changes. Ahan Wickramasinghe coming into the team, Kavi Jagamage, Vijaykanth Vyaskant, Trevin Matthews and Mohammad Shiraz, everyone coming into this game. So a good opportunity for these players to put a name up for selection in the national setup as well.
Good opportunity for each and every one of those players who come into this third and the final game. Now for Sri Lanka A and for New Zealand A as well, for both the teams, just making sure that they're making those slight changes. Ravindra Kotachi, one of the standing umpires for this third game here at Mahinda Rajapaksa International Stadium, and we got Sanjay Fernando as well. So the two on-field umpires for this third game. The two officiating umpires, and we got Mr. Ravi Puncheva as well as our match referee for this third game right here at the Mahinda Rajapaksa International Cricket Stadium in Suryavava. It's a very hot and humid day, and that has been the case over the past couple of days. Yeah, Hambantota, the two openers for New Zealand A, so they'll be batting first for the first time in this series. They were unfortunate in that first game in Galle against a really good spin attack from Sri Lanka A, and heading into the second game it was a rain shortened game and Sri Lanka winning by the TLS method. And now it's a fresh day, it's a fresh morning, and New Zealand A, I'm sure, will try to finish things on a high note.
Yes, another new opening combination for New Zealand A. They've had three different opening combinations in the three games. Today it will be Tim Robinson and Reece Mariu, two good strikers off the ball, especially Tim Robinson with a T20 International 100 against his name as well. Slightly started to break free in that second game, but his innings was cut short, unfortunately, for New Zealand A. We'll look for one big score to finish off this white ball leg of this series, as we see Dilshan Madhusanka once again going through his warm-up motions, ready to pull another good spell. He has been good with the new ball. His initial bursts have been good. He hasn't had many wickets against his name, but I think his rhythm is slowly starting to come back to what it was from the past few years.
I'll be starting off the proceedings with the new ball in hand. Dilshan Madhusanka, as you correctly mentioned, has been a good operator with the new ball. A bit unfortunate in this series so far, but all eyes on him to get a good start. Reece Mariu, right-handed batter, one of the openers for New Zealand A. Was the starting captain for this first game. As Max Chu unfortunately missed out the first couple of games, to subject to a hamstring injury, if I'm not mistaken, but now he's all fit and ready to go.
Okay, so we are almost set here for the final one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. We are coming to you live from Hambantota. It's been a good series for the hosts so far, but I'm sure New Zealand A will look to finish off this white ball leg with a win. And here's Dilshan Madhusanka to deliver the first ball.
Nicely came back in that time, Dilshan Madhusanka. A good start with the ball in hand. Mariu well behind the ball as well, but nicely coming. That's encouraging stuff there for Dilshan Madhusanka. Being a left arm, getting that ball to come into the right hander is always something that a left armer would dream, especially with the new ball in hand, early days.
Yes, that was the shape you were talking about, almost creeping through between bat and pad.
And again, two back-to-back good deliveries to start off the proceedings for Dilshan Madhusanka. As we mentioned earlier as well, he's been good with the new ball in hand. Hasn't had the best of the opportunities to get wickets, but he's been putting that pressure right on. But the openers of New Zealand A, we talked about this even in the previous few games as well. They've been able to get a good start with the bat. Good aggressive starts, pretty much short-lived starts, but they were really, really aggressive in that sense. Getting those boundaries intact. This time it just went with the arm.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see who will take the new ball, the other new ball, I should say, from the other end. Obviously, Milan Ratnayaka has played all three games, but I think it will be Mohammad Shiraz. I'm looking forward to him go with the new ball. A very smart operator. Has a little bit of international experience, but he has been very good in domestic cricket for a number of years. And it's a well-deserved opportunity for him as well.
He's been a consistent performer, Mohammad Shiraz, right throughout the domestic structures and whenever he got the opportunity. Oh, there we go. Nice shape. Bit of a late swing on offer there for Dilshan Madhushankar. So 2 deliveries came back into the right-hander, and the last 2 deliveries have gone away from him.
Yes, I wonder if he tried to bowl an in-swinger there and it kind of hit the pitch and went the other way. It looked like it shaped in the air and then pitched and went away. That is almost unplayable for any right-hander. Good start from Dilshan Madhushankar. Very nice to see.
Ah, there we go. The ball just almost creeped in between that bat and pad. Came sharply right back in. And the batters will cross the end twice to get a couple of runs there. So runs on the board for New Zealand. Let's have a look at that again.
Yes, once again that shape into the right-hander. This time getting enough bat on it was Reece Murray to get off the mark. Always good to get off the mark. And early good signs for Madhushankar with the movement he's getting.
Oh, there we go. A really good way to finish things off in this over. That's a good opening over there from Dilshan Madhushankar. First over done. New Zealand 2 without a loss.
Here's Tim Robinson, the batter we spoke about early on. A very good international record as well. Couple of starts in this series, but hasn't really kicked on. If he gets going, should be good fun to watch. It's a good batting surface as well. The only tricky part will be facing this new ball. And Shiraz is a canny operator, generally swings the ball back into the right-hander. So it'll be a good battle between Shiraz and Robinson.
Tim Robinson will enjoy these conditions for sure. Good batting surface, a good hard surface. Oh, there we go. Nice sharp inward movement there from Mohammad Shiraz. You know, talking about the pitch conditions, even in the first game, we saw a huge score from Sri Lanka, 368 if I'm not mistaken, and New Zealand batted well as well. They were 158 for 3, again if I'm not mistaken, because at the time when the rain came in, interrupting the play, and almost similar conditions on offer for this third game as well. So Robinson will enjoy these conditions. Chipped away onto the pads and it'll run away for a boundary. Oh, yes. There we go. The first boundary there for Tim Robinson. Slightly mishap there from Mohammad Shiraz onto the pads and flicked away nicely onto the onside for a boundary.
Yes, good movement from Robinson. He moved across the line slightly there to make that shot easy for himself. I wonder if Shiraz will think about a field change as well. They have 2 slips. I think, as I say that, they are now having a short mid-wicket. That's the natural shape that Shiraz gets. So I think that's a fair field for him to bowl to. He obviously has that one that straightens to the right hand as well. But for now, I think he will look to bowl more of those in-swingers that he's very much used to.
Oh, there we go. That's a good comeback there from Mohammad Shiraz. As Roscoe mentioned earlier, he's a canny operator with the ball in hand, and you can expect that sort of a comeback from him.
Great line there from Shiraz. That's the exact line that he shaped the ball in from earlier. This time, it holds its line and gets Robinson into a bit of a strangle. Sure, Robinson will look to put pressure back on Shiraz, though. He's not going to hang around for too long.
Yeah, asking the question this time, Mohammad Shiraz. Totally out of disbelief that time. Yeah, once again, that sharp movement.
Yes, plenty of movement there. Looked like it was sliding way down leg side. Shiraz was very optimistic with that appeal. Right in the umpire's face.
Yeah, good encouraging stuff for both the fast bowlers, Dilshan Madhusanka and Mohammad Shiraz from both the ends, putting that pressure on the two openers. Oh, there we go, slapped and beautifully fielded. Stopped a certain boundary there.
That was a great hand from Milan Ratnayaka. You don't see fast bowlers fielding at short extra cover often, but that was a great stop from Milan Ratnayaka. A good shot as well from Robinson. Probably deserved a boundary, but have to settle for a single there. Must have stung that one for Milan Ratnayaka.
Yeah, that was firmly struck there from Robinson. Slapped away with an offer from Shiraz. That's a good, clear indication there from the two openers. There we go, nice swing once again, an offer right outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over. 5 runs coming out from that first over from Shiraz. 2 overs done, 7 without loss.
Two overs completed. A very watchful start from the two openers, Robinson and Mariu. 7 for no loss for New Zealand A after winning the toss and batting first. Interestingly, Sonal Dinusha mentioned that they would have looked to field first. So both teams really getting what they wanted.
It's a win-win situation for both the sides, Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. Oh, there we go. Oh, is it gone? Yes, there we go. The first wicket goes down as Tim Robinson follows that ball outside the off stump. It was angling away. It was going away from him. And the slightest of the edges, and a good take from the wicketkeeper to get the first breakthrough for Sri Lanka A.
Yes, wafting at that one was Tim Robinson outside off stump. I think Dilshan Madhusanka set him up really well with those in-swingers in the first over. And this one goes across and has Tim Robinson in all sorts. Early blow for New Zealand A. Tim Robinson departs for 5. New Zealand A now 7 for 1. Here's Curtis Heafy, the new batter. Came in for that second one-day game and played a very good hand. Made unbeaten 53 of 62 balls. He was initially a little bit slow to get off the tracks against the pace bowlers, but he was very impressive against spin, playing those sweeps and reverse sweeps. Not something you see often against a New Zealand player. But once again, a good batting surface, so a good opportunity for him as well.
He'll be trying to replicate that performance from the second game into this third game as well. Almost similar conditions, similar surface as well. Here's Dilshan. Now, greeting him And it's a no ball as well. So there we go. An opportunity for the batter to break the shackles, to break free early into his innings.
Going for that extra effort ball and striding too much, but a gift for Heafy early on in his innings. Any batter would love this, a free hit to get going. They can't change the field either. There you go, that's a huge no ball from Madhusankar, striving for a bit too much. But here's a free hit coming up.
Oh, there we go. That'll do. And that'll get a boundary for New Zealand A and for Heafy that time. Just walking across and getting that ball down towards the fine leg region. The fielder was up inside the circle. So it was a very effective shot. And the execution was perfect as well.
Yes, indeed. Madhusankar going for a slower delivery. Getting the line wrong, but Heafy waited on it beautifully and helped it on its way. It was very good behind the wicket in that second one-day game, I should say. And he gets off the mark with that boundary as well.
Asking the question. Oh, nothing there from the umpire. My goodness, from here, it certainly looked straight enough for me. But is it going down the leg side? Oh, tough call. That indeed is a tough call. Dilshan Madhusankar very, very interested in that. But nothing there from the umpire.
Yes, Madhusankar didn't appeal at all. He just was on his celebra appeal. That's what they call it these days. But didn't work on this occasion. It's a close call indeed. But maybe that big inward movement putting a bit of doubt in the umpire's mind.
Yeah, nicely bowled once again, Dilshan Madhusankar. He's been quite outstanding so far today. 1.4 overs, picked up a wicket, given away 7 runs. Now this was a wicket. The ball just kept on going away from the batter. And Tim Robinson following that ball outside the off stump. Not much foot movement as well from the batter. Just poking at that delivery outside the off stump. Cost him the wicket. So just 12 runs. Quite the contrasting start with the bat in hand for New Zealand. Even in the first game and the second game, their opening stand has been, or rather the opening batters have been quite aggressive. They've been getting those boundaries, hammering the 2 fast bowlers all over the park. But today, the fortunes have been quite good for the Sri Lankan fast bowlers. It was Pramod Madhushan who started off alongside Dilshan Madhusankar. But today, Mohammad Shiraz coming in and putting a good pressure.
On the pads once again, big appeal. The umpire stays quiet. The fielders were up appealing. I think it might have come off the pad to complete over number 3, New Zealand A, 12 for 1.
Right, so 3 overs done, 12 for the loss of 1 wicket for New Zealand A. This one-day series between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A being broadcasted live all across the world. As you can watch the live broadcast for the Sri Lankan people. Oh, off the edge. There is a deep third man fielder down in the deep. We'll cut it down for just a single. You can watch the live telecast on local broadcast platforms on the SLC YouTube channel, Talent TV, OTT platform, TV Supreme, that is UHF 21, 26 and 49, And then on Dialog TV, TV Supreme, DTV 12, and Freesat 17, and IPTV, TV Supreme, and OTT on Sandbricks as well. And the global broadcast platforms, you got Fan Code in India, and the rest of the world can watch the live telecast on the Sporty.lk YouTube channel as well. So plenty of options if you want to enjoy this Sri Lanka A versus New Zealand A. The one-day series is the third and the final game here at Mahinda Rajapaksha International Cricket Stadium in Hambantota. That's nicely worked away around the pads. And the batters will cross the end quite comfortably for a couple of runs.
Good work from Trevin Matthew on the boundary as well. Getting that dive out, keeping it to just 2 runs. Shiraz once again with that inward movement. Nicely played from the batter. And good defensive fielding from Trevin Matthew as well. Good cricket all round. It's been an entertaining start, a wicket and some runs as well. Yes, that square leg fielder has come out to the slip cordon once again. So it's a very tricky one because he's got that one that goes the other way as well. But I think he does need a little bit of extra protection on that leg side. Generally with those big hooping in swingers coming in, making it quite straightforward for the batter to play him through the leg side. He's a very smart operator, especially in red ball cricket. Even when the ball is old, he comes back for those late spells, gets that reverse swing going. It'll be interesting to see if he can do the same in white ball cricket.
We'll ask you the question this time. Oh, nothing there from the umpire. He thinks that it's going across down the leg side. Mohammad Shiraz cannot believe his luck. 2 huge appeals, one in the previous over and one now.
He's always very excited, is Shiraz. That one did a lot as well. There is doubt in that. A bit of height factor and missing leg as well. Fair call from umpire Sanjeev Fernando. It's never easy umpiring when the ball is moving so much, isn't it, Oshada?
Yeah, indeed. Not only for the captain, but it also gives a headache for the umpires as well. To judge that ball, to judge the trajectory of that delivery. Last ball of this over. Off the edge. Oh, I don't think it carried on to that fielder. The gully fielder, and that's the end of the over. 4 overs done, 17 for the loss of 1 wicket.
It's been very good to watch so far. Bit of swing from both the bowlers, Dilshan Madhusankar and Mohammad Shiraz. Madhusankar rewarded with a wicket in his previous over as well.
And nicely bowled once again, just outside the offside. That ball just went with the arm. Mario has been out there for 9 deliveries. Came in as the opener, lost his partner at the other end. He's being very steady out there in the middle against these 2 fast bowlers who's been operating well with the ball, with the fresh new ball in hand. And rightly so, they have the time on their hands just to make sure that they see through these first few overs, especially on a good surface to bat on. It's important that you take your time to settle in first and to see through the threat of fast bowlers running in, steaming in with the new ball in. You've got to take your time and settle in first, and the conditions are so good that you can take your time and settle in and play those good innings. There we go. Worked nicely, flicked away this time, and it'll run away for another boundary. That's Mario's first boundary. And slightly overpitched and touch too straight there from Dilshan Madhushankar.
Quality stroke from Reece Mario. The key was he waited till the ball swung and then nicely timed it through the leg side. Found the gap as well, more importantly, and this outfield has no mercy for the fielders. Beautifully played from Reece Mario. Yes, a quick word on Madhushankar as well. He had a brilliant 2023 World Cup where he went on to get 21 wickets, only behind Mohammad Shami and Adam Zampa, I should say. And it has been a bit of a fall for him since then. And this is definitely encouraging signs, the way he is moving the ball again. Once again, nice and full. But yes, he's had his fair share of injuries as well. But this series he's been very good. He stayed out on the park for all 3 games. And the more he stays on the park, it's a very good option for Sri Lanka as a left-arm seam as well.
He was seen, I mean, in fact, he's from this particular area, if I'm not mistaken, from the Hambantota area. So it's, I mean, when he burst into the national setup and to the spotlight over a few years ago, he was seen as a very promising fast bowler. And as you correctly mentioned, during that 2023 World Cup as well, he lived up to his expectations. And now just trying to get back into his groove and to crash into that national setup once again, the national team. He's been in good form, and at the same time he's been trying hard, and at the same time he's a hard worker as well, just trying to make sure that he get adjusted to the conditions, and especially with the new ball as a left armer, to get that undue advantage as well. Oh, that's through the offside, through the gap as well. Might not run away for a boundary, but at least a couple on offer. Yeah, the batters will settle down for another couple of runs there. This time through the offside, right around that point region. So he gets a couple of runs there.
Yes, a good chase. That's one of the new faces, Kavi Jagamage. A big moment for him as well. Wearing on Sri Lanka A colours. Was after it straight away. Good stroke from Reece Mario as well. On top of the bounce. Surprisingly, that ball didn't really go towards the boundary. A good chase from Gamage, pulling it back in, and good support run from Sonal Dinush as well, keeping it to just 2 runs.
Yeah, Kavi Jagamage, another youngster, another promising youngster. Hailing from Kandy. Oh, that's nicely played once again. And it'll run away for a boundary. That went off the blade of Mario really quickly. And he runs away for another boundary. In fact, it's Heafy who gets a boundary to finish things off in that over. 5 overs done, 27 for 1.
Despite the wicket, it's been a good start for New Zealand A. They have moved to 27 for 1 in 5 overs. Heafy starting to look good as well, along with Mario.
Quite the contrasting start with the bat in hand. We talked about this earlier as well. Even in the first game in Gaul and in the second game, they were bashing these bowlers all over the park. This was the last ball of the last over from Dilshan Madhushankar. There we go, with an offer. And just getting that ball away from that point field to get it across and to get it all the way towards the boundary. That's a good way to wrap things up. Couple of boundaries in that previous over from Dilshan. And that'll be a wide.
Yes, that was Shiraz going for that outswinger, getting it a little bit too far on the offside. Heafy, a half centurion from that second game, as we mentioned. And Mario as well has started off very well for New Zealand A.
There we go. I feel like Shiraz is testing the batter. Heafy has been quite good against the fast bowlers, even in the previous game, especially on the offside. So Shiraz seems to be, testing Heafy, asking him to drive that ball on the offside. A slip and a gully in position as well for Shiraz. So he has that protection, he has that window of opportunity. A packed offside field inside the 30-yard circle. This time much straighter from Shiraz. And just a deft touch onto the onside for a single. We're talking about Kavi Jagamage, Roscoe. He's been a wonderful operator as an all-rounder for Sri Lanka under 19s. Played the World Cup as well this year. And performed well both with the bat and the ball, hailing from Candy Kingswood College. Scored a century on both innings in the big match, if I'm not mistaken, and picked up 7 or 8 wickets throughout the 2 innings as well. So he's a promising young talent that I'm sure will utilize this opportunity really well. And it'll be very interesting to see how he starts off his approach. Oh, once again, wide outside the off stump there from Shiraz.
Yes, very close to a wide, but this time umpire Sanjay Fernando does not call it. It's been a good over from Shiraz. He started off well. The fielder from mid-wicket once again moves into that slip region. Clearly shows that they are not sure if to have the mid-wicket fielder or a slip fielder with the ball going both ways. But early on, definitely they should be on attack.
Yeah, good carry through to the wicketkeeper as well. Nicely done on the offside. Again, testing time for Mario as well this time. Shiraz warns that batter to poke at that ball outside the off stump. And now Gully has been dropped out, so there's only one slip fielder. All in all, good surface to batter on. The ball nicely coming on to the bat. It's just that the first hour or so is going to be tricky with the new ball, but I'm sure that the batters will start to enjoy the surface once they get through that phase of play. Off the edge. And goes right through the slip and the gully fielder who comes in at the last moment. But no chance whatsoever. And a boundary to finish things off in that over. 6 overs done, 33 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so plenty of options for you to enjoy this one-day series between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. Of course, the SSC YouTube channel. Oh, there we go. What a delivery to start off the first over, or rather the first ball of this fresh over from Dilshan Madhushankar. He just narrowly missed that off stump.
Excellent piece of bowling. Only thing was missing there is an edge. Perfect length. just a bit of movement, and Dilshan thought almost got it. Today, coming into this ground and seeing how well he's been doing with his spot bowling, I immediately realized that he's in very good rhythm. Apart from that, no ball and few boundaries, looks good for more wickets.
Yeah, asking the question this time as well. Just enough movement to miss out on that Heafy. He's in 9 or 16. We've seen a couple of shouts there from Shiraz and this time from Dilshan Madhushanka as well, but probably just sliding down the leg side. But coming back into the platforms on how you can enjoy this one-day game. Of course, the SLC YouTube channel is there, and Talent TV OTT platform, www.talenttv.lk. And you got TV Supreme as well. And for all our global audience, for India, we got fan code, and for the rest of the world, you can enjoy the live action on Sporty.lk YouTube channel. So plenty of options for you to enjoy this game. And once again, onto the pads, Heafy must be feeling pretty disappointed with his last two deliveries. Could have just easily worked that ball onto the onside, maybe to get a couple of boundaries, in fact.
Missing on 2 occasions. On leg stump, that was there. It's just a matter of getting it through the leg side boundary to be taken. On 2 occasions, he's missing out on 2 scoring opportunities. Dilshan, on the other hand, slipping it down the leg side little too much, trying to get the batsman out. LBW, there was a couple of very, very close calls. And I'm thinking he's setting the batsman up just like he did with his first wicket. Lovely. Slightly slower and fuller. Initially, he's shaping up for a big booming drive, and at the last second, last moment, decided to play defensively. New Zealand hoping for an improved performance. It's been disappointing outing. They are a very talented team across both formats, 9 players with international experience, the likes of Tim Robinson, Rhys Mariu in action. And today, winning the toss, had no hesitation in deciding to bat first. They'll be hoping to score something close to 300 at least.
Yeah, they'll try to finish things off on a high note. Nice third and the final game before they head into the 4-day encounter. There'll be 2 4-day games, one here at Hambantota and the other one at Galle International Cricket Stadium. And it'll be really interesting to see how they approach those 4-day games, because it's a different ball game in all for both the sides. And I'm sure that there will be some changes coming into these teams as well for the longer format of the game. But this exposure, batting on these surfaces, especially compared to Galle, has been a bit slow and turning as well. That hasn't been the case here at Hambantota. Another blooming drive on the offside, getting that thick outside edge with just a single. 7 overs done. New Zealand 35 for the loss of 1 wicket. .35 for 1. Just a couple of runs from the previous over. And here comes Shiraz. Once again, that movement in towards Mario. Gets it across.
I really like the shape of Mohammad Shiraz today. Get the ball to move both direction on a couple of occasions, getting past the outside edge. Got close. That LBW appeal was a very close one, you saw, and which is pleasing for the skipper. Having 2 fast bowlers, switching in Shiraz coming into this game for the first time during this series, and sticking to a task. That's the most important thing. Another player with international experience, of course.
Yeah, Shiraz has been quite good in terms of getting that ball into the right-hander, Heafy. But the problem has been getting that ball away. That outswinger has not been able to pick the right area. He's been able to get that ball away from the right-hander. Yes, it's just that the execution has not been perfect. And I feel if that execution was perfect on the part of Mohammad Shiraz, things would be really, really interesting. Now that time, he gets it to get away from the right-hander once again, right outside the off stump. But he got to be consistent. We saw a couple of wides being bowled by Shiraz as well, trying to bowl that away swinger from Heafy. And the question is about the execution at this point of Mohammad Shiraz.
He's deploying the same line, and on 2 occasions you saw 2 deliveries slightly too short, little bit of room outside the off stump and punched off the back foot for a couple of boundaries. That's lovely. In dipper, nicely clipped away and gets a single. New Zealand, they were lacking partnerships during the first game in particular. The second one, it was a much better batting effort, scoring 158, something like that. They've lost 3 wickets, unfortunately. Bad light intervened. And today, always good to see 20-plus runs for the second wicket after losing first wicket with not too many runs on the board. Murray, he looks determined, 19 of 19, scoring a runner ball. Heapy isn't looking too bad. That's the length. Slightly shorter. Was slower otherwise. Murray would have worked that one away towards extra cover region for another boundary. And just as we mentioned, 5 changers. Ahan Wickramasinghe, Kavi Jagamage, Vijaykanth Vyaskant, Travin Matthews, Mohammad Shiraz comes in. And I'm exciting to see how young Kavija, after his big match heroics, his under-19 exploits, comes into this international game and performing against big boys. And Vijaykanth Vyaskant, he has always been there and thereabout. For the first time, wrist spinner in action for Sri Lanka. Even with 5 changes, they got a fairly balanced outfit. That's the most important thing.
That's a good delivery to finish things off from Shiraz. 8 overs done, 37 for 1.
We expected a change in bowling. Very exciting youngster. Bit of mystery about his bowling. Lot similar in approach to Mahesh Deekshana. Different trajectory, different type of no-spin bowler. And another very exciting young prospect for Sri Lanka cricket. Given the opportunity against a strong team like New Zealand A, with a slip fielder, point. Excellent start. Short of a length off the back foot. Bit of mystery about Deekshana's bowling. Travin Matthews' bowling, lot similar to Deekshana. And already had plenty of exploits overseas, playing T20 cricket, T10 cricket in Dubai. Getting past the outside edge.
Yeah, brilliant bowled once again, Travin Matthew. As you correctly mentioned, Dhammika, he's been in the spotlight over the past couple of years, especially in T20 format of the game. Played across multiple franchise leagues around the world. But whenever he's been given the opportunity, there's been a nice little ball and that'll run away for a boundary. Don't know whether it goes in as one of those commentators' curse moments, but it surely is a perfect execution there from Heafy. That has been his trademark, isn't it? Even in the second game, he was really good with his sweeps and reverse sweeps. And this time, gets it over.
It's about being innovative when it required. You got to get your execution right. Bit of risk involved. And I tell you, this is how I read it. First two deliveries, outstanding. He decided to go for, ways to upsetting the rhythm of the bowler. Credit, I'm sure Travin Matthews wouldn't mind at all.
Especially and the fact that we're still in the power play. Give plenty of options. For Heafy and for Mario as well.
Coming into this ground, seeing this outfield, well-maintained, MRICS Surya Weber looking glorious. You wish you could take this everywhere you go. Excellent cricket wicket. Batters already enjoyed their time in the middle. And it's about time bowlers do something enterprising. Really nicely worked away and gets a single. Apart from that boundary, good over so far.
Excellent conditions, even in the second game. 350 plus on the board for the team batting first, Sri Lanka A. And unfortunately, the rain interrupted in the second innings and they were 150 plus for the loss of just 3 wickets. So it just tells you how good this surface is for the batters. And I'm sure that the batters will enjoy the surface as well. So that's the end of the over. 9 done. 42 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right. So it looks as if there is no change from the other end. Shiraz will continue. Taking a couple of strides down the ground this time from Heafy. Compared to Dilshan Madhushanka, Mohammad Shiraz doesn't really offer that much pace. But in terms of movements, I feel like Mohammad Shiraz has been generating some better inward movements compared to Dilshan Madhushanka on this surface.
You said it right. When you don't have that much pace, you got to rely on your accuracy. Not too far away from the outside edge. So he's getting closer and closer, deservedly so. Didn't bowl too badly. Got close on 2 occasions, picking up a wicket. That's another occasion. Short of a length. Pushed the batsman onto his back foot, kept him interested, fishing outside the off stump. Luckily, there was no edge.
I think we work around the pads this time as well. So a couple of runs on offer. Once again, that inward movement we talked about from Shiraz.
When you're looking at Shiraz's bowling patterns, whenever he gets a classic outswinger getting past the outside edge, next delivery, always been an in-swinger. I'm thinking when you find a delivery beating the batsman on a couple of occasions, got to stick to it, 4 or 5 times consistently. Bound to get results.
Driven away nicely. But right into the hands of the extra car fielder. Kavi Jagamage.
That was struck fiercely. In the slot, Room outside the off stump. Luckily for Mohammad Shiraz, straight to the fielder at short cover region. Otherwise would have raced away like a, tracer bullet. Came off the pads. Backing his way too far onto the offside. Maybe to counter that movement, that forward press always there. New Zealanders, they like to use hard hands. Brought up on pitches, there are plenty of grass, ball come on to bat really nicely, plenty of fast bowlers of course. So this is the ideal type of scenario to work on for Mohammad Shiraz. Lovely. Given. Deservedly so. Mohammad Shiraz strikes. We mentioned he's getting closer and closer. Outswingers, in-swingers, in-dipper does the trick.
Yeah, it's the length that did the trick there for Mohammad Shiraz. Nicely came in, took the batter by surprise. It was just clipping that bails, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, yes, there we go. The batter had no answers whatsoever. As I mentioned earlier, it's the length that did the trick that time. And, of course, the inward movement, that sharp inwards movement that we've been talking about all throughout this morning. So the second wicket goes down. And Curtis Heafy is gone for 18 off 33 as Mohammad Shiraz strikes. And we're 44 for 2 now.
Second power play. Yes. 5 minutes down. 5 minutes down.
Yeah. The second wicket goes down and we're done with the power play, says the umpire. 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. And I feel like the power play certainly belongs to Sri Lanka A. They got a couple of wickets and only 44 runs on the board. There were a couple of boundaries on offer, especially in the deliveries that were targeted on. And this was off the free hit against Dilshan Madhushanka. And both the bowlers did a fairly good job with the new ball, picking up wickets and at the same time not giving away much runs on the board. And this was that last wicket on the bowling of Mohammad Shiraz. As you correctly mentioned, deserves a wicket the way he has been bowling right from the start.
This is how the last wicket have fallen. Outstanding stuff by Mohammad Shiraz. In line with the stumps, he'll do that time and time again. That's his virtue, bowling stumps to stump. Not the sort of bowler who turned the ball all that much. This is how the last wicket fell. Beautiful piece of in-swing bowling. The height is good enough. Here comes the slow finger of death. Isn't he happy? Mohammad Shiraz worked really hard, and fast bowling coach, he should be really happy about the performance by both the bowlers, Dilshan Madhushanka. New batsman, Matt Boyle, another one who will be there for the 4 days. I mentioned they've got few players with international experience. Troy Matthews, on the other hand, should be enjoying bowling to a left-handed batsman. All spinners generally does that, prefers to bowl, get that inward angle. When the pitch starting to respond, that's where he means business. Lovely, isn't it? In-dipper.
Yeah, just went with the arm there from Trevin Matthew. He's a canny operator, and as you correctly mentioned, against a left-hander, he'll be enjoying this battle.
I can tell you, slip fielder, he'll be watching the edge intensely. There will be one turning past the outside edge. It's just a matter of time. Down the leg side, not the best piece of bowling, Perhaps expecting that one to coming in towards the batsman. Came off the pads. That'll do the trick. 4 more runs to the total after, building up really nicely. Slip one down the leg side. Just like that.
Freebies run off for New Zealand A that time. Just off the pads and the outfield fast enough to get it all the way towards the boundary. That'll spoil the over from Trevid Matthew. Has worked around the onside. Will look for the second run as well. Yeah, comfortably taken. And that's a good over there for the New Zealand A. 7 runs coming off from it. 11 overs done, 51 for 2.
This is batting so far for New Zealanders. Got off to a fairly decent start. Mario looking good on 23, and Boyle, now his responsibility is to join Mario and build up a sizable partnership. Plenty of batting comebacks, Stu, Abbas, Keane. So today, it's about spending time in the middle. Disappointing effort. They're at goal 121 all out. Didn't get to bat full court of overs during the second game. The whole point, most of us think this is the future. A little bit of room outside the off stump, straight to the fielder. I was about to say, most of these players, taking a look at Sri Lankan outfit, as many as 7 players had some sort of international experience. Here's that previous delivery on a good length. Just a little bit of movement straight to the fielder. Did really well there. Sri Lanka, in general, did really well during the series with regard to their fielding. Lovely. Just about sticking to that line and length, that nagging line and length. One way or the other, batters will have to do something different. Batters will be under pressure. That's the mentality of a true fast bowler. Creating opportunities. Conditions obviously favoring batting. So I'm thinking 2 faster bowlers so far done a fantastic job.
They've certainly put the pressure on New Zealand A. On the first 10 overs, we talked about this earlier as well, picking up wickets, couple of wickets. Mario is still out there in the middle, 20 of 24 deliveries. Off the edge. There we go. Once again, Shiraz is asking questions from Mario this time. A very healthy edge, but didn't really carry on to Ahan at the point region. There we go.
Take a look at that lovely seam position. Lovely wrist action. Get the ball to move away from the wrist off the pitch. Only thing I'm thinking at the moment, he deserves more than a 1 wicket. Down the leg side. Cardinal mistake. Batsman was under pressure. Dancing down the track, came off the inner part of the bat. That'll do it. Marius was under pressure. That's a pressure reliever.
Yeah, indeed. Pretty unfortunate there for Shiraz. Saw the batter coming down the track, was trying to. Yeah, that's anyway going down the leg side as well. No chance for the wicket keeper. I thought he saw the batter coming down the track, was trying to get it across, but just touched too wide and no chance for the wicket keeper.
Coming back to that, switching between in-swinger and out-swinger time and time again. Previous delivery was a wonderful one. Changing the trajectory, went for an in-swinger, slip it down the leg side, given away 4 runs. Room outside the off stump. Fielder in the deep, putting on a dive. He could do very little about that. Struck fiercely, went like lightning.
Yeah, talk about this outfield. It's lightning fast and driven away quite nicely with an offer. Free swing of the arms. And it runs away for a boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for New Zealand A. No chance for the fielder. That's a good, valiant effort, but it's all about that shot there from Mario. Beautifully struck. Back-to-back boundaries for New Zealand A now. Last ball of this over.
That'll do it. A dot ball to complete a fantastic over for New Zealand. After 12:59 for 2. Bowling so far for Sri Lanka A. Dilshan started off really well. 4 overs. A wicket, given away 19. I thought just by doing too many variations, given away too many runs. Same goes with Mohammad Shiraz. 6 overs, 28 for 1. On a couple of occasions, going for his in-dipper, conceded a couple of boundaries. Otherwise, things would have been even better. Trevin Matthews sticking to impeccable line and length. Roscoe once again joining alongside me.
Yes, it's been good to watch. Couple of wickets, nice shots as well, but discipline bowling from the Sri Lankans as well. The two fast bowlers have been very impressive. Both Dilshan Madhusankar and Mohammad Shiraz. The key being their lengths that they bowled compared to the first two games where the Kiwi bowlers were touch too short, but Shiraz and Madhusankar both getting that ball full enough, getting that movement out of this pitch. Big appeal. Kamil Mishara looks very confident. The bat slipped off Mariu's hand as well. It's been sent upstairs.
Given. Very close one. Wicketkeeper. He knows the best. Immediately, based on Kamil Mishara's reaction, I knew. Trevin Matthews, deservedly so, picks up his first wicket. Came into the attack, given away just a single boundary. That nagging line and length. Rismario no more. 28 of 29. Sri Lanka strike again. Serious comeback.
Yes, that was nicely bowled from Trevin Matthew as well. New Zealand lose their third wicket as Reece Mariu departs. Nicely bowled, great length there from Trevin Matthew, and very good hands from Kamil Mishara behind the stumps as well.
And I can tell that was a tough one for him on the Boteju. Made a very good decision. He's one of the best going around. Rismario no more out for 28-30 deliveries. Mohammad Abbas, very talented all-rounder, already tasted success in international cricket. And he'll be touring Black Caps in Bangladesh very shortly. Trevin Matthews exploring his opportunities into his third over, given away just 9 runs. Good to see youngster. Given the opportunity, coming into the side, straight away striking. Lovely. Gets a single though. Abbas gets off the mark. Initially considering the possibility of coming back for the second, but the right call from Boyle. 61 for 2. They've lost 3 wickets, but the run rate is very good. Round 5. Here's the previous dismissal. Perfect piece of off-spin bowling. Playing for turn, which isn't there. Getting past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper does the rest. Fantastic job.
Yes, very economical as usual is Trevin Matthew. Been playing a lot of T20 cricket, so bowling a 10-over spell is never easy from coming from T20 cricket. It's going to be the key challenge for Matthew as we see the end of another over. New Zealand A 61 for 3.
Despite maintaining a very good run rate, Sri Lanka too had this same issue during the first and second game, losing too many wickets up at the top. But they always had somebody stitching out a partnership in the middle. Sizable one, Milan Ratnayaka, Sahanara Chige. And right now, New Zealanders expecting something similar. Milan Ratnayaka is into the attack. Batted superbly. And he's someone, the selectors, the cricket administration, keeping an eye on. His all-round prowess increases the value as a player he brings into the game.
Nicely struck from Mohammad Abbas, running down to the boundary. They're looking for a second, but good work down in the deep, keeping it to 1. It's going to be a different challenge compared to what Mohammad Shiraz offered with his in-swingers mainly. But Milan Ratnaik, on the other hand, is generally a natural outswing bowler. He will get 1 to come back in, whereas Shiraz was the other way around. Plenty of in-swingers and then 1 to hold up against the right-hander. So different challenge for the New Zealand batters. And so far, it's been a very good morning for Sri Lanka A.
And I'm sure you must have played against him. He's a type of bowler always hitting the same length again and again in domestic cricket. Done reasonably well. Lovely. Kamal Beshwara was interested, throwing the ball up. This is as close as it gets. Smelling the outside edge.
Very good delivery from Milan Ratnayaka, going on with the angle. He bowled a similar delivery to Boyle in the previous game as well. That's a good angle that he's creating. He's got a slip field in place as well. Good captaincy from Dinusha, still looking for wickets.
In-swinger, batter walking out of the crease, probably to negate the turn, to negate the swing movement. You mentioned predominantly outswing bowler, and to negate the turn, negate the swing, Boyle deciding to, take few steps, maybe saving him at the end. And Milan settling into good lines and lengths straight away. It's so important modern day white ball cricket. Good old days you speak about looseness, not anymore. Straight to the fielder, struck well enough but straight to the fielder. And as you saw, this outfield, and I'm starting to wonder The radius is about 100 meters from the center. 5 more meters deeper wouldn't be too bad. And as a result, batters get so much of value for their shots. We've already seen that it's just a matter of getting through the 30-yard circle, boundaries to be taken.
That's a quality stroke, but no run conceded there. Yes, you spoke about the boundary lengths. We'll just have a quick look at that last wicket to fall. It's a very close call. Like you said, umpire Hemantha Poteju had to make the decision. There was a close call in the previous game as well of Cruz Pulle. That went Sri Lanka's way as well. This one, fair call, I must say. We couldn't really see anything behind the line, so good work from Kamil Mishar as well.
Super piece of glove work. Oh, yet another outswinger. On 2 occasions, smelling the outside edge. Excellent over, just a single off. 14 done, 62 for 3. Right now, projected scores 222, but New Zealanders, they badly needing a partnership. Abbas, quite capable. Lovely wrist work straight to the fielder there. They got plenty of batters who have tasted international cricket, played under pressure. So the team management, the coaching staff for New Zealand, they must be hoping a better batting performance. They've already lost 3 wickets. It's about spending time in the middle. Imperative.
Slight misfield from Matthew. Another misfield, double misfield, but no run conceded, interestingly. In fact, they have gone through for 1. So, bit of sloppy work from both the bowler and the fielder. Initial misfield from Trevin Matthew, and then the fielder backing him up as well. Makes a bit of a meal of it. Only 1 run conceded. But yes, going back to the boundary dimension point, it is a bit of an interesting one playing on a venue like this. Generally, a minimum of 65 yards needed for an international game and a maximum of 90 yards, whereas these boundaries are at 75 yards. So maybe, as you said, they could have tinkered a little bit with it. But yes, certainly it looks like the boundaries are in, but it's not. 75 yards is still quite far away.
Went on with the arm, played for turn, which isn't there. On 2 occasions, Abbas. Previous single you saw, batsman playing for turn. Oh, lovely. This is how you're setting the batsman up. Working your variations. Another one. There you go. Trying to play that one straighter. Just maybe trying to work that one away. So 15 overs done. Sri Lanka tightening the grip. 64 for 3. It's time for drinks. Centurion from the previous game, scoring 103 runs off 76 deliveries. Done outstandingly well. Was looking good for even bigger. Early in the morning, we had a chat with Lasit Kruspulle.
Right, so I got here with me Lasit Kruspulle, who scored a wonderful century in that second one-day game right here at Surya ground. So Lasit, first of all, tell me about that particular partnership that you had with Sahan Arachage. It was a good partnership, so how was the support that you got from the captain?
We start well in the previous game, so we scored like 98 runs in the power play. So after that we lost like 2 wickets. So Sahan told me that we'll bat for like 30 overs. So that was what the plan.
And indeed, coming from the first game into the second game here at Hambantota, how was that shift? How was the surface and all? And given that fact that you struggled a bit in the first one-day game.
Both the wickets were very good for batting, so I didn't get a good start in the first game in goals. After that, I got some boundaries early here in Hambantota, so I capitalized on that.
Right. And you scored your 109 in just 76 deliveries, so which was pretty aggressive as well. Is it part of your game now, or is it something that you came out with a plan on the second game?
Yes, I normally I'm normally an aggressive batsman, so I like to dominate bowlers, so that's what it is.
Right, and coming into this third game, what's your plan?
Again, I want to start from 0, so we'll see how it goes.
So thank you, Lasit. And that's Lasit Kruspulle, who scored a wonderful century in the second game against New Zealand A team.
Lasit Kruspulle batted brilliantly well. Another player who's knocking the doors really, really hard to enter international reckoning. I thought 60 more deliveries in the middle would have done wonders for Lasit Kruspulle. Batted superbly, plenty of boundaries. Those hook shots he played over fine leg region, you seldom see these days. Most of the time, trying to pull it front of the square. Fabulous shots, fabulous innings.
Yes, indeed. He hit 13 fours and 6 sixers in his 103. 88 runs came off boundaries in that innings. It was a brilliant innings to watch here at Hambantota. As Milan Ratnag continues, here's a bit of a chance, a loose stroke right after the break from Boyle. Almost playing it into the hands of the mid-off fielder.
We mentioned Shiraz getting closer and closer. Take a look at it. Milan Ratnayaka. Now on 2 occasions getting past the outside edge, was very close. I mentioned smelling the outside edge. On this occasion, get the batsman playing on the up. Wasn't too far. Lovely. Good cricket all round. On his pads, worked away, gets a single. And Milan Ratnayak, another man who's knocking the doors hard, already played international cricket, Test cricket in particular, that memorable 70+ runs in England.
This was that loose stroke from Boyle. Drinks breaks, always does this to batters. Slight lapse of concentration. However, luckily for New Zealand A, he gets away with it. Yes, Ratnayaka certainly has been a brilliant performer in the last couple of years, especially knocking the doors from the domestic circuit to the international setup. This one going away from the right-hander.
That's his conventional delivery. Outswinger, pitched about 6 inches outside the off stump and moved it away towards the slip cordon. He does that really, really well. And when it comes to emerging cricket, Milan Ratnayaka done fabulously well. With the bat, with the ball, especially in the field with those rocket arms. So much value.
Yes, interesting story about him as well. He debuted for Sri Lanka Air Force about 10 years ago. Played a couple of years there and it didn't really work out for him. decided to move to Australia to play a bit of cricket, but didn't really go well there either. He came back, decided to go to Moors. He spent a couple of years on the bench there, but he got better and better. Then he got his opportunities at Moors Cricket Club, and then they quickly fast-tracked him to the Sri Lanka A development and emerging setup, as you mentioned. So it's been a great story for Milan Ratnayaka, and I've been very impressed of especially how he has worked on his batting. His bowling was always there, but his batting has improved vastly in the last couple of years.
Resilience. I'm just hoping youngsters are listening. Never give up on your hopes. Got all the right attributes. Very tall, strong shoulders. I just mentioned that. That run out, you remember, against Bangladesh. It was during a test match, if I'm not mistaken. From the deep, he sends in fantastic throws. Ooh, just missing the outside edge once again. Fabulous over. Just a single given away. Take another look. Oh, lovely. Batter could do very little. Perfect outswinger. Ratnayaka getting closer and closer. 16 down, 65 for 3. Trying to stitch out a partnership now. Boyle. That's a good shot. Picking the spot. Played away really nicely. Boundary after a while. Pressure reliever. Wasn't a bad piece of bowling.
Yes, that was always coming as the dots continue to build. Boyle this time advancing down the track. Didn't really use his feet to get down the track. He just walked down the track and just played him like a fast bowler, really. And straight away, Sunal Dinusha responds with pushing that mid-on fielder back to the boundary.
Now here, Travin Matthews becoming little predictable. I haven't seen anyone holding up on the surface or turning past the outside edge. Predominantly, bringing it in towards the left-handed batsman. That's the reason why he, without any hesitation, coming down the track and work that one away beautifully for a boundary. So wouldn't be a bad idea. Sounded nice. Excellent piece of fielding of his own bowling, Travin Matthews from St. Anthony's, Katagastota. Done outstandingly well for Sri Lanka under 19. Very well done. Tall lad, diving to his right. Stopped at least a run there.
Is into his 5th over now. Generally used to bowling in the power play in T20 cricket and in the death as well if needed. But as I mentioned before, 10 over spells is always going to be different for a T20 cricketer. So that's the challenge Travin Matthew will face. But yes, someone else I'm looking forward to is Vijayakanth Vyaskanth, who should come on pretty soon. Nicely played from Mohammad Abbas, settling in slowly into his work.
Vyaskanth is the type of bowler you want to have in your mix to balance it out. Wrist spinners in limited overs cricket, always useful. Even on a flat decks, leg spinners, they've done reasonably well. And Vijayakanth Vyaskanth, I'm excited. Like you said, another one, got few variations. That one played straight at the fielder. Dot ball to complete a fairly decent over for New Zealand A. 71 for 3 after 17. I'm sure Roscoe selectors must be very pleased with the performances of Sri Lanka A during the first two games as well as here, tightening the grip. Very few mistakes. Usual suspect raising their hand. Oh, once again, a lovely piece of bowling. I mean, only thing was missing there is an edge. How many occasions? 5 times. Beating the outside edge of the left-hand batsman. Now the right-hander, Abbas. Fishing outside the O's now very, very close.
It's indeed interesting to see we are into the 18th over of the innings, but the ball still moving around. Nicely struck from Abbas, but straight to Ahan at the point region. Yes, it is the 18th over of the innings, but as you know now, 2 new balls being used. So this ball is only just over 8 overs old, and Ratnaik making very good use of this ball. He has a slip in play as well. 6-3 offside field that he is bowling to. That mid-wicket region open vastly, wanting the batter to look to go through that region.
In limited overs cricket. Naughty. Down the leg side. Wasn't too far away from the fine leg fielder, reaching the field on the first bounce. Just a single, but not the best piece of bowling by Milan Ratnaik. Perhaps the only loose delivery. And we mentioned using the new ball, hard pronounced seam really well. Milan Ratnaik, we saw Siraj does that fantastically well. So some positives for the faster bowlers, and there are plenty of criticism. This game, especially white ball cricket, favors towards batters so much. So some think they are for the faster bowlers. 2 new balls from either end. That's another good one. Played on the up. Gathers momentum. Sonal Dinusha. Done fantastically well. Put on the slide. Prevented a couple of runs at least.
Yes, the umpire might want to have a look at this one. There was a slight misfeel from Dinusha. He had to go on the second attempt.
You said it right.
Okay. Copy it. It's runs.
There you go. He did it fantastically well. Presence of mind, that's what you call it. He's a fantastic fielder, gritty cricketer. Leading the side. We saw captaining CCC done a fantastic job. Oh, lovely. Timed it beautifully. Once again, Dinusha in pursuit. This time ball wins the race. Much needed boundary. New Zealanders trying to stitch out a partnership. These are valuable runs. Wasn't a bad piece of bowling. Straight in line with the stumps. Get the bat through the line of the delivery. Beautiful to watch.
Quality stroke from Boyle. His second boundary. He's starting to look good slowly. There was a nice extra cover drive in the previous ball to the right of Sonal Dinusha. This time to the left of Sonal Dinusha. No chance whatsoever for the fielder. Beautiful stroke from Boyle.
It also demonstrates how good this pitch is. You can play on the up, consistent bounce, completes another fairly decent over for New Zealanders.
දෙපැත්තට ගැහුවෙත් නෑනේ. Hey.
Roscoe, we know for a fact in limited overs cricket, 50 overs cricket, period between 11th to the 40th, so important. Whichever team does well during that period, more or less ends up on the right side of the results. 78 for 3. Time to build up a partnership. Here's Kavi Jagamage. First delivery, angled in, worked away really nicely, gets a single. Kavi Jagamage scored twin centuries during the big match. I'm referring to King Sudharmaraja. Thought very talented youngster, done so well for Sri Lanka under-19s during the World Cup. Another useful customer, good with a bat. And I was about to say, scoring 2 centuries and picking up wickets. Exciting young prospect from Kandy.
Once again, nicely struck from Boyle. They decide to settle down with just a single. Must have early nerves as a 19-year-old playing a game for Sri Lanka A. You don't see that as often in Sri Lanka. Schoolboys getting an opportunity straight away in Sri Lanka A cricket.
That's good, getting past the outside edge, getting past the fielder inside mid-wicket region. And also played for Colombo Coles Cricket Club, did fairly well there. So, bit of experience, always good to see clubs like Colombo Coles giving out opportunities for youngsters who are 18, 19, not out of school. Lovely. Good loop, nice dip. Not gripping, till the ball fairly new. So conceding 4 singles, and the likes of Charmika Hinetikala playing for BRC. Very, very promising to see. The clubs deserve so much of credit, allowing youngsters to brush up their skills, rubbing shoulders with big boys.
Nicely struck from Abbas. Like you mentioned before, he does have international experience as well. Had a great debut against Pakistan last year. Made 52 of just 26 balls in Napier. Complete different conditions here in Hambantota to that, but I'm sure he'll like to get a score. He's been decent with his left arm seam in the first couple of games as well.
So singles of each delivery. 6 runs of the over. Kavija off to a decent start in A cricket after 1984 for 3.
Here are the partnerships so far in this innings. Curtis and Rees got going. They put on 37 of 48 balls. Other than that, not much to speak of. But here, Mohammed and Boyle stitching together a very important partnership if New Zealand A are to get to a good score. They put on 24 so far. They'll need much more from these two, as it's another good batting surface here in Hambantota. I would think 280 plus or even 300 might be par on this pitch looking at it. There's a bit of a rebuilding phase that New Zealand A have to go through now. Ratnayaka has started off well, conceded only 9 runs off his 3 overs. He continues to have a slip fielder. And Dinusha on the attack, looking for 1 more wicket, even 2 to put New Zealand A under more pressure. This time too short from Ratnayaka. He didn't have the feel for it, and Boyle accepts the challenge and puts it to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, the ball nicely coming on to the bat. Not much demons on this surface for the batters. They can trust the bounce. And exactly what the batter did there. Didn't even bother to run. It was in the gap as well. So Boyle gets a boundary. Yeah, didn't really have that feel to bowl that short pitch delivery. There's plenty of time for Boyle to play it across the line of the delivery and at the same time to play it in front of square.
It's a better length from Ratnayaka. That's where he has been good. He's beaten Boyle a couple of times outside off stump. Fair enough to go for that short delivery, but it wasn't just too high enough. He's got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. for that short ball, but unfortunately for him, wasn't high enough on that occasion.
He's got a good start here, Boyle. 23 of 29. It's important that he continues here. A good batting surface. Driven down the ground this time. Now that's been the problem for most of the New Zealand batters. They got off to good starts, but they couldn't really capitalize on from there onwards to make it a big score out in the middle. And now the opportunity is presented for Boyle to make sure that he continues on. 23 of 30. He's been taking his time, but at the same time, he's been striking the ball well. He seems to be seeing the ball well as well. And against the fast bowler especially, he would try to fancy his chances.
This time too far down the leg side, and Boyle helps it on its way. Couple of poor deliveries in this over from Ratnayaka, and Boyle starting to look good.
Yeah, just helped it on its way, really. There we go, down the leg side. Easy pickings for the batter. He knew exactly where the fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it away from that field as much as possible, trying to play it as fine as possible. But this is good, encouraging stuff for New Zealand A and for Boyle, who's on 27 at the moment.
Yes, Ratnayaka in the last couple of overs has started to concede a couple of boundaries. He started off very well. He bowled his first 2 overs for just 2 runs, but these couple of overs have been slightly expensive. And I think Sonal Dinusha would definitely be thinking of Vijayakanth Viyaskant now. He's going to be a key bowler in this middle phase. Always very interesting to watch a leg spinner bowl in the middle phase of a one-day game. Good looking stroke, but a good hand as well from Ratnayaka. To complete over number 20, New Zealand A, 92 for 3. Kavi Jagamage to bowl his second over, conceded 6 of his first. Abbas on 8, Boyle on 27. Nicely tucked to the leg side. Abbas seems like a good play of spin, likes doing that, hanging back, working it to the gap. It's going to be a key part in these middle overs for the Kiwi batters. They will face a lot of spin. They need to be proactive. They need to go deep in the crease, use their feet, use those sweeps, reverse sweeps, put the pressure back on the Sri Lankan spinners.
Yeah, Kavija coming in this middle overs. So he's bowling his second over. And trying to get a breakthrough here. 93 for 3. The wicket here will definitely put the pressure on New Zealand. Nothing much happening on the surface, to be honest. Even if we saw in the previous over of Milan Ratnaik and now Kavija trying to get that ball to turn off the surface, to get a grip off the surface. That's a poor delivery there from Kavija. A half tracker, really. He would fancy bowling against a left-hander Boyle to get that ball to land on right in between middle and off. To turn the ball away from the right-hander now. I beg your pardon, the left-hander Boyle. And now Abbas is taking his time. Came in into this side as one of those players who have represented New Zealand in the international stage. Couldn't do much with the bat in hand, so we'll try to utilize this opportunity.
Powerfully struck down the ground towards long on. Ahan does the fielding to complete another over. New Zealand A, 96 for 3. This is how it has been in the first 20 overs of the game, 21 overs I should say. 2 wickets in that first phase of 10 overs in the power play for Sri Lanka A, and another wicket in that second phase of 10 overs as well. So far, Sri Lanka would be the happy of the two teams, as we see Viyaskant has been introduced into the attack now with his right arm leg spin.
Well, another young talent who's been coming across the emerging squads and then into the A team. Vijaykanth Viyaskant, another exciting prospect, right arm leg spinner. Represented Sri Lanka emerging team on multiple occasions and now getting the call into this A team. Came into the spotlight a couple of years ago, the Lanka Premier League, and that's been a no ball. So the second no ball in this innings for Sri Lanka. The first one came off from Dilshan Madhushanka, and now Vijaykanth Viyaskant into his first over. Let's have a look at that again. Oh, yes, a good call there from the umpire, and it'll be a free hit for New Zealand. And for Abbas, it's a good opportunity to break the shackles. 10 off 22 for Abbas. Oh, couldn't get under the ball properly that time. He's disappointed with himself.
Yes, hung back for that quicker one from Viyaskant, but unfortunately for Abbas, couldn't make use of it. Nice and slow from Viyaskant. It's a cardinal error from a spinner, especially to bowl no balls at this level. Even fast bowlers have got much better with the replays coming in for no balls. They hardly overstep these days, but a spinner is no excuse whatsoever. However, he's settling in very nicely to his lines and lengths.
Yeah. Slowly getting into his groove. Viyaskant is always a wicket-taking bowler. Leg spinners are normally wicket-taking bowlers. So we introduce him at the right time here. Just when these two batters looked comfortable out there, just to jinx things up. Sonal Dinuja, the captain, in the absence of Sahan Narachige, have brought in Viyaskant. That's a good way to start things off. Just a couple of runs coming out from that over from Viyaskant. New Zealand A 98 for 3.
Crucial partnership here for New Zealand A. These two have put on 38 runs so far for the 4th wicket. Boyle is starting to look good. No trouble whatsoever in putting that away, as that brings up the New Zealand A 100 as well.
A touch too short there from Kavi Jagamage. Rocked back and played it across the line of the delivery. There we go. Plenty of time for Boyle to play it across the line of the delivery and to play it once again in front of square. From the looks of it, Boyle seems to have all the time in the world to play against Kavija, even in that previous delivery. Played it on his back foot, but at the same time, he was waiting for that delivery to come on to his bat. Showing great sense of understanding out there in the middle, on the part of Boyle. And there we go, this time Abbas.
Slight misfield, but no damage done. I've not seen much of Kavi Jagamage, but from what I'm seeing today, I think he's bowling it a little bit too quick and a bit too flat, which is making it easier on this surface for the New Zealand batters. A little bit of more air might entice the batter to a mistake. Once again, darted in. It's making life very easy for Boyle.
Yeah, as a spinner, you got to be careful as to at which pace you bowl, especially on a surface which doesn't really offer much in terms of spin. For the spinners, you got to make sure that you're bowling at the right pace. And at the moment, as Roscoe mentioned, Kavi Jagamage is darting it in. Bowling at a flatter trajectory just makes it easy for the batters to glide that ball down the ground to get ones and twos as they will. So effortlessly 8 runs on the board.
Certainly it's a learning curve as well for Kavi Jagamage, so we shouldn't be too harsh on him. Good comeback to finish that over. 8 runs came off that one. New Zealand 106 for 3. Viskant was very good in his first over. Apart from that no ball, conceded only 2 runs. He was always knocking on the door for the T20 World Cup as well. Just missed out on selection. Played a couple of games for Sri Lanka. The length he bowls is always the key, especially in T20 cricket. He has that nagging length where it's not too full or not too short. Not a conventional leg spinner, I'd say.
Off the edge this time. Nice and slow there from Viskant. He's been doing that even in the previous over. Just enticing the batter to get to his front foot and to play it up front. Getting that leading edge. There we go.
Yes, that ball he bowled with a bit of flight, if you looked at the seam position, it was very conventional. Whereas these days, a lot of leg spinners use the cross seam to bowl these leg spinners and the wrong on. So very nice to see that from Viskant, changing his pace, keeping the batter guessing. He's got a very good wrong on as well.
That's what you got to do, isn't it? That's what the demand is all about, especially in the international arena. As a bowler, you got to be canny, got to be proactive as well. Oh, there we go. Played it right through the arc. Boyle is utilizing that mid-wicket region really well. That's his, well, from what I've seen, that's his 3rd boundary across that area. Just playing it nicely down the ground, and he gets a boundary. Touch too full there from Viskant.
Yes, if you look at his bat swing, it's coming from wide outside off. So it's a very natural hitting arc for Boyle. And he's making very good use of it today. He moves into the 40s as New Zealand move to 111. No. 24 overs completed. Score remains on 111 for 3.
111 for 3 for New Zealand A. And looks as if we got a bowling change. The captain comes in. The 50 partnership between these two batters as well. Sonal Dinush, another left arm off spinner coming in, a left arm orthodox. And against the right-hander Abbas, this will be a good battle. Sonal is one of those spinners who likes to give a bit more air. Has a nice loop to him as well. Just what they need at this stage of the game.
Abbas doing the right thing at the moment, getting Boyle on strike for most of the deliveries. Boyle has nicely moved on to 40 of just 45 balls. His partnership has moved past the 50-run mark as well. They put on 52, very crucial runs for New Zealand A for that 4th wicket. I'm sure Boyle will look to take the attack to Dinush as well. The ball spinning into him. There he goes straight away, setting himself up for a big one, but finds the bowler.
He likes to play on that arc. You've seen a couple of boundaries in that mid-wicket region. Whenever it's full and in his arc, he likes to go and conquer that mid-wicket region to get his boundary. That has been his go-to area. Whenever he feels stuck in his crease, whenever that opportunity is presented by the bowler, he likes to go across in his arc. So now Dinusha so far has been quite good in this over, just given away 1 run.
Yes, Sonal Dinusha, very handy cricketer in white ball cricket. Bowls his left arm spin, amazing in the field. Very good bat as well, as we saw in that previous game when he made 93 runs. But it's not easy to break into that role in the national setup. They've already got Dunit Wellalage playing that role. Bats left hand, bowls left arm spin. And then there's Vanuja Sahan as well, who plays a very similar role. Bowls left arm spin, bats left hand, and Sonal Dinush as well. But it's a good headache for the selectors to have. Good talent coming in and asking them a few questions.
Yeah, it's always a healthy competition that drives the game in a country, and it's nice to see the players coming in, competing for that one single role in this national setup. And as correctly said, it gives that good bit of a headache for the selectors as well. 25 done, 115 for 3.
Matthew Boyle closing in on a half century. Short and wide from Viaskant. Very lucky to get away with that one. Boyle could have hit it anywhere he wanted, but he finds the mid-off fielder.
Another best of the deliveries to start off this over from Viaskant. There we go, much better. Bowling it wicket to wicket. Bit of a fumble there from Sonal. He's disappointed with himself. Normally a really safe fielder. Throughout these 3 one-days for Sri Lanka A, they've been quite good in the outfield. And the fielding coach of Sri Lanka A side, Upul Chandana, can be mighty proud of these efforts from the boys out there in the middle. And even New Zealand A, they've been doing pretty well in the field. It's been a good competition so far between the two sides. Shot, and whipped away from Abbas, but there's protection down in the deep cover region.
Yes, you spoke about the fielding. I must say it is a bit of a young Sri Lanka A setup as well in this series. That also helps with that factor. Even the fast bowlers are generally very good in the field. We saw Milan Ratnayaka early as well. But yes, Vyaskant with a little bit of IPL experience as well, missing out this time. But last year he was with the Hyderabad Sunrisers. As we see the end of another over, New Zealand A, 118 for 3. It's been a very good partnership so far between these two. They put on 58 runs off 83 balls for the 4th wicket. They got together when New Zealand A were precariously placed at 60 for 3. Matthew Boyle playing some delightful strokes all around the ground. Took the attack to Milan Ratnayaka a bit.
Played some really good shots all around the park. Against pace bowlers, against spinners. Showed no difference in terms of approach. And especially Boyle has been the main tormentor with the bat in hand for Sri Lanka A. Hitting it all over the park. And he's on 44. Just 6 runs away from a well-deserved half-century. There's Sonal Dinusha. Once again, played it across the line of the delivery and it goes all the way for a boundary. First ball of the over. Boyle gets a boundary.
Half chance as well. I think the fielder got a hand on it. Might be Pawan Ratnayaka in that short mid-wicket region. Boyle was always looking to take the attack to Sonal Dinusha. That flew past Pawan Ratnayaka. Never easy fielding at short mid-wicket. It went past him in a flash. Slowed it down a bit with the hand that he got, but still the ball runs away to the boundary. Ball moves on to 48. This time nicely struck back to the bowler.
Yes, Sonal is a canny operator. He will try to entice Boyle to go for another shot just like that. Down towards the mid-wicket. Ah, there we go. There we go. Once again, that's a boundary. And that'll be the half-century for Boyle. What a way, a fitting way to get to his half-century, really. And it's been a wonderful knock. Came in, as Roscoe mentioned earlier, this partnership was a vital one for New Zealand A. And Boyle has been quite outstanding today. They were 60-odd for 3 wickets down. But then Boyle has stood up for his team really nicely here. Half-century in just 55 deliveries. And what a way to bring up his half-century. Reverse sweep. And away she goes all the way for a boundary.
Yes, 2 boundaries and then a single to get off strike. Still only job half done for Matthew Boyle. He's moved on to 53, but a lot of overs left in this innings. New Zealand A would like to see him bat deep into this innings and everyone else bat around him. Short, but Dinusha gets away with it. It's been a bit of a struggle for Mohammad Abbas. He's yet to get a boundary. He's faced 38 balls for his 16. But importantly for New Zealand, he's still out there.
Yep. Carved it through the covers for another single. So that's a good over. 10 runs coming off from that over from the captain, Sonal Dinusha. 27 done, 128 for 3. Yeah, Boyle has been quite outstanding today. Showing a good resistance against this quality bowling attack from Sri Lanka A. as I mentioned earlier, came at a time when the team was struggling, wickets falling down and not much runs on the board as well. But he has certainly stepped up to the occasion. Played some really good shots against the pace and then the spinners. Once the spinners were introduced, he adjusted accordingly. And as you can see, that mid-wicket region was exploited nicely. And what a way to bring up his half-century as well. A fitting half-century there for Matthew Boyle. But he needs to bat long here. The conditions demand that big innings. We saw Lasit Kruspul in the first innings, or rather the second game. And now it's such a good chance for Matthew Boyle to convert this half-century into a triple figure.
Yes, Matthew Boyle certainly has taken a liking towards that mid-wicket boundary. He's hit 8 fours in his 53 so far. Nicely paced innings, but a lot of work to do as we have spoken about it. Partnership now worth 68 runs. Once again, nicely struck to the deep in the offside. Sri Lanka A need to find a way to get a wicket here. They have a slip field in place. Nicely bowled from Viaskant. Settling into his spell very nicely.
Yeah, the partnership has worked out well, but Abbas has been struggling a bit, 18 or 42. But the conditions are as such, it just gives ample time for Abbas to settle in. Plenty of overs remaining in this game for him to settle in and to give that support. But he's been dealing in singers well, giving that strike to Boyle as much as possible, who's striking the ball well. So it'll be an interesting phase of play the next 5 to 6 overs, how these two batters would approach these middle overs. And driven away on the offside will get a single. And that's the end of the over. So 4 runs coming off from the over from Viaskant. 28 done, 138 for 3. Yeah, the partnership 72 of 95. They've been taking their time, but as rightly so on the surface. It will get much better for these two batters if they stay a bit longer on this surface. And here's the captain, Sonal Dinusha.
Right now, Boyle is the mainstay and Abbas playing the second fiddle, complementing each other with 7 extras. 29th over in progress, maintaining a steady run rate. For the first time with the bat in hand, New Zealanders looking very good. Looks like they are on a path to post a sizable total that can put Sri Lankan batters under a little bit of pressure when they come on to chase it later on. Sonal Dinusha is a clever operator, someone who's specialized when it comes to breaking partnerships. Right now, 73 runs is the partnership. If it grows bigger, it'll be a bit of an issue for the Sri Lankans. Right now, Sonal Dinusha must be eyeing ways to break this partnership.
A bit of a trouble there for Hunt. He was firmly struck from Abbas. Once again creating his own width outside the off stump. He was struck hard and he just went straight into Hunt Wickramasinghe's hands.
Now Abbas getting comfortable with every delivery. Someone who's keen on playing on the back foot. Let the ball come on to you. Play right underneath his eyes. And someone done exceedingly well in international cricket. under normal circumstances, he's a sort of a player who likes to get after the bowling. So, change of character, adjusting according to a situation. Boyle on 56, Abbas, large number of deliveries, but they wouldn't mind. They were precariously placed 60 for 3, and this partnership looks like we are heading for a very, very close one this time around. This is exactly what I expected from both these teams. Play competitive cricket. Unfortunately, New Zealand not been able to be competitive during the first 2 games. Their pride at stake. So, much better performance so far with the bat in hand, 135 for 3.
Yeah, good bit of fielding. Stopped a certain single there, and that's the end of the over. 29 done. New Zealand 135 for 3.
Thirtieth over in progress. They have 7 wickets in hand. Partnerships is the name of the game when it comes to ODI cricket. And if they can go on till the 40th, that will be a big issue for the Sri Lankans. Current run rate 4.66. Matthews coming back into the attack. Played it down the ground and gets another single. Wicket played superbly well. Looking at the previous shot, just get the broad face of the bat down the line of the delivery, gets a single quite comfortably. And I'm thinking Abbas will be cutting loose anytime soon. So that's the ideal scenario. Straight to the field. This time they brought that short mid-wicket fielder much closer to the field, closer to the popping crease. So cut down that boundary. Firm push down the ground, gets another single. So singles, plenty of them. They are moving along really nicely at this stage.
Yeah, Abbas now slowly and steadily understanding how to bat on the surface, and at the same time he's been very busy in his crease. That has to be mentioned. Abbas, he's been trying hard, but now he seems to be getting some good rewards out there in the middle. He's been getting those ones and two. Yes, not much boundaries to his name. In fact, I don't think we have a boundary to Abbas' name, but he's been negotiating those ones and twos quite well so far. And that's what is required at this stage rather than boundaries, because the boundaries are coming from the other end from Boyle, who's on 58 off 63. Just needs a batter who supports Abbas, or rather Boyle, in this partnership. And that's exactly what Abbas is doing at this stage.
Previous one wasn't too far away from Trevin Matthews. Diving to his left. Played on the up. Just about a couple of feet away from the bowler. 30 down, 138 for 3. Batting so far. Murray batted so well, looking good for a while, out for 28. And Heapy, 18. These two have understood the responsibility of building up a partnership. Boyle and Abbas building up a solid foundation with the aid of 7 extras. It's been good going. We mentioned right at the beginning, 280 should be bare minimum on this track. They can go beyond that. They will definitely press the issue, pressing for a win. Dilshan Madhushankar coming back into the attack. Bowling so far, 4 overs, 1 for 19. Madhushankar. Shiraz bowled well, 1 for 28. Matthews picking up a wicket. Always good to see youngster coming into the attack. Milan Kavijaviaskan Sonal yet to pick up a wicket. Partnership is in progress. Things looking up for the New Zealanders for the first time during this series.
Yeah, the partnership really working in favour of New Zealand there. This is what they needed even in the first game. They were badly in need of a partnership. Unfortunately, couldn't do much on a slow turn-in track at Goal International Stadium. And here's a go. A bowling change. Dilshan Madhushankar comes in to bowl the 31st over. Played it on the up once again, Boyle. He's been doing well, Dilshan Madhushankar, in this game in particular. Picked up a wicket, but with the new ball, he was quite outstanding. To bowling his fifth over. 1 wicket for just 20 runs. He's been really good in terms of mixing things up. He has a good delivery that comes into the right-hander. Him being a left-hander coming over the wicket. And especially it'll be interesting to see how Abbas would fancy the fast bowlers. He's been facing the spinners for the majority of the time. So it'll be a fresh challenge for Abbas to get adjusted against the fast bowlers. But rather than playing against the spinners, I would feel that Abbas would be comfortable playing the fast bowlers, given that this surface doesn't really offer much for the bowlers, and at the same time the ball nicely comes on to the bat, so they'll be pretty comfortable. But unless Dilshan Madhushankar does something out of the box completely.
I really like the way inside edge, almost guessed it through. Slower delivery, a cutter. So getting in the variation. Dilshan Madhushankar, he's capable of doing that from time to time. There you go. Very useful in T20 cricket. That's the reason why they've developed those variations and almost gets it through the defenses of Boyle. I was about to say, I really like the way Boyle gets his bat down. Lot similar to Tom Latham, another man had so much of success in longer version with his techniques. Sounded really nice, gets it through, no need to run. That lovely crack of the bat. Boyle getting better and better. That boundary will definitely give you a truckload of confidence.
Once again, that cutter there from Dilshan Madhushankar, but this time the batter picked it up nicely. He was waiting for that slower delivery to come on to his bat. Didn't really try to overhit it as well. Nicely played it through the arc, or through the line, I would say, and it goes all the way for a boundary. Nicely executed that time. Through the covers, it goes all the way for a boundary. So he moves it to 64.
It's going to be only a matter of time when... Oh, that's superb. Fielder just cutting it off, but excellent shot nevertheless. Just spoken about Boyle's broad, straight bat down the line of the delivery. Here's a classic example. There you go. High elbow through the line of the delivery. Let the ball come on to you. All the characteristic that you need as a proper batsman. Boyle, he will be staying for the 4 days. This knock will definitely provide him great deal of confidence, and he'll be eyeing something big. 66 of 68. Scoring those runs fairly briskly. Slower through the air. Worked it away straight to the fielder. Very good over. 7 runs off. 31 done. 146 for 3. There you go. Partnerships, the name of the game. 86 runs of 113 deliveries. Now they've laid out a solid platform. Matt on 63 deliveries, scoring run a ball. Mohammed. Now he'll be changing his approach. Fairly comfortable having faced so many deliveries. Done well against spin bowlers. Looks even better against faster bowlers. That chip shot he played on the onside sounds really nice off the bat. Trevin Matthews into his 7th over. Swatted away. But there is protection, should only be a single.
Yeah, Matthew has been really good so far. Into his 7th over, picked up 1 wicket for 22 runs, been economical. But he needs a good support here. From the other end, the runs keeps on coming. Dilshan Madhushanka being struck for a boundary in the previous over. But they need a wicket here. Oh, there we go. Nice and cheeky there from Boyle, and it runs away for another boundary. Just a quick shuffle across the stumps and played it down towards the fine leg region for a boundary.
We haven't seen Matthews turning too many deliveries. That angle became a little more predictable. Boyle played the angle superbly well. Got enough bat, got it finer. Another boundary. They can fairly easily achieve 5 and over. And I'm thinking pushing towards 6 and over. Trying to get as close as possible to 300. That will be the magical mark in this game. That will definitely will put Sri Lankan batters under pressure, maybe for the first time during the series. Abbas now pressing the issue. There you go. Lovely footwork. Stays back. Played on the back foot. And coming back for the second. Excellent cricket all round. Abbas, excellent footwork. Fast bowling all-rounder, very useful with the bat. Another exciting prospect for the New Zealanders. There you go. He keen on staying on the back. Almost always pressing backward. Let the ball come on to you. And that track. Excellent. Ball comes on to your bat really well. Once again, off the back foot. So if Trevin Matthews being watchful, he should change his trajectory. That's the completion of the 32nd over, 155 for 3. Now we are starting to see sense of urgency by Abbas. He knew he got to guard against losing another wickets. 60 for 3, not the ideal position to be in. Now things have changed. 155 for 3. We saw previous over, quite keen on going on the back foot, smashing it on the offside, picking up a couple. Quite capable, outstanding techniques. Came off the outer half of the bat. Oh, that one swatted away through deep point region for another boundary. We mentioned about change in approach, sense of urgency. There you go, Mohammad Abbas.
Yeah, touch too short and wide there from Dilshan Madhushanka, and nicely swatted away just behind that point fielder who was up inside the 30-yard circle. He was careful enough to play it away from him as much as possible. And he gets a boundary of the very first delivery of this over from Dilshan Madhushanka. Short and wide. Easy pickings for Abbas, who's been out there for 55 deliveries. So he's the ball well now. And it's just a matter of time he gets going. He's on 30.
Sounded nice off the bat, but straight to the fielder. There's no question whether he's capable or not. We've already seen that. Now this is the time for him to cash in. Spend time, gotten accustomed to the track, gotten accustomed to the spin bowlers as well as faster bowlers. Now well settled, 30 runs. That previous boundary must have given him a great deal of confidence, a truckload of confidence. Not too many boundaries so far, but I'm starting to think boundaries just about to flow for Mohamed Abbas as well. Just swivel on his back foot into the deep, should only be a single. Excellent partnership. 100 runs. There you go. Name of the game when it comes to white ball cricket. Any format, any type of cricket. If you build good enough partnerships, very happy dugout as a reason.
A 100-run partnership, exactly what they need at this stage for New Zealand A. Boyle on 71, Abbas on 31, just putting up enough pressure on the Sri Lankan captain. And both the batters now, especially Abbas, getting to his groove and at the same time getting those boundaries. Just both the batters looks very comfortable out there in the middle. Nothing much troubling them. And the captain, Sonal Dinusha, this will be a tricky period for him because he used all his spinners to trying to get a breakthrough here, but nothing really worked out. And now, as a change of tactics, they've brought in Dilshan Madhushankar, but even in the previous over, the first over of his second spell, he got a boundary. He was struck for a boundary, and even in this over, the first ball was struck for a boundary. So a clear indication has been given by these two batters. Oh, there we go. Couldn't get it past the point fielder. It was firmly struck there from Abbas. He seems to be liking that region, that area, the behind the point especially.
Earlier on, he struggled for timing. Right now, everything sounds really nice off the bat. That lovely crack as a batsman, that's what you want to hear. Also indicates the track is a good one. Ball come on to you really nicely. No variation in pace, no holding up. It's getting better and better. And I'm hoping towards the latter part of the day, it'll stay the same. If that happens, this will be a one cracking game of cricket. Oh, lovely. No need to run. That crack off the face of the bat, that'll do it. Another 4 to complete a fantastic over for the New Zealanders. We must have another look. 10 runs off so far.
Yeah, touch to full. There we go. Came off the edge. Not sure that it was intentional there from Mohamed Abbas, but once again behind that point field, no chance whatsoever for the deep third man. And it runs away for a boundary. So that's a second boundary. Almost in the same region for the two, or rather Mohamed Abbas.
This is the ideal scenario you wanted to create, winning the toss, batting first, few lusty blows. How about that for timing? Just let the ball come on to you, length on it, on the back foot. Boyle looks fabulous off the back foot from time to time. Getting comfortable against the spin bowlers. 105 runs off 125 deliveries with the likes of Max Chu coming in next. Laying out a solid foundation. There you go, working out the angle beautifully. That boundary must have given him a great deal of confidence. I'm talking about Mohamed Abbas. 2 boundaries now. He's getting comfortable. Boyle looks solid. Few good hitters coming down the order. New Zealanders for the first time during the series looking enterprising. This is the ideal scenario. The coaching staff as well as the team management would have hoped for. 105 runs. Contributions, 69s from Boyle's bat. Mohamed contributing with 35 runs. Complementing each other really nicely. Initially, Mohamed was very keen on getting Boyle on strike. Fantastic conditions. Solid platform has already been laid. I'm thinking 300 minimum, but cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. All Sri Lanka A need at this stage just a wicket or 2.
Yeah, here comes Vyaskant after the drinks break. Into his second spell. Been very economical, none for 14. But being economical is one thing. But at this stage, what Sri Lanka A needs from him is a wicket. They badly want to break this partnership. Now you can see that run rate has gone up and above 5 runs per over, which is a bit of a concern for Sri Lanka A. So they've got to make sure that they're putting the pressure on the New Zealanders. Because at the moment, both the batters looks very comfortable out there in the middle, getting those boundaries, getting those 1s and 2s all across the ground. So in my idea, just a couple of overs, tidy overs, without giving those 1s and 2s, and more importantly, oh, there we go, a misfield. That's just putting more salt on the wound, and there we go, it goes all the way for a boundary as well. That's just terrible fielding there from the fielder.
Partnerships generally change the energy levels. Energy levels have gone down for the first time under intense pressure. Sri Lankans. Cruz Pulle wasn't in the right place, went through him. As we speak, yet another boundary. Boundary is coming in thick and fast. This one clipped away over mid-wicket region for another boundary. 10 runs already. Very expensive over in progress to my liking. Vyaskant off-colored today. Started off bowling little too quick. Now he's trying to slow it down by the by the time both the batters have well settled. Gets another single. 11 runs already. Serious momentum. Partnership 115. Much slower. Back of a length of the back foot. Dot ball to complete a very expensive over after 34. 176 for 3 now. Slowly but steadily, Boyle approaches his 100. Abbas on 36, steadily getting close to his 50. With 16 overs remaining, this is the solid platform we've spoken about. In ODI cricket, whoever facing out 11th to the 40th period generally does well. 176 for 3. Roscoe joining alongside me once again.
Yes, it's been a great partnership between these two. New Zealand A was 60 for 3 at one stage. They have put on 117 of 132 balls. Boyle being the chief destructor in this partnership. He's made 83 of 77 balls, but a good hand from Abbas as well. 36 of 61 balls. We know what he can do as well now that he's in. So New Zealand A will be eyeing a big finish. 16 overs to go. Definitely 300 on the cards.
New Zealanders will be pushing hard towards reaching 300. Milan Ratnayaka back into the attack. First delivery, conceding a single. Faster bowlers playing out here. Plenty of experience. It'll be interesting to see their approach. Got the batsman squared up on the back foot. Now he's a sort of a player always very keen on staying on the back foot. Haven't seen too much him coming down the track or using his front foot to good effect. As a result, not too many shots to extra cover region, to wide long on region. Short pitch delivery, slower. Looking at the square leg umpire. It'll be interesting call.
Yes, good variations from Ratnayaka. Slow ball bouncer. Abbas not too happy with the call. It was very close to being a wide ball over the batter's head. Nice variation there from
Back of the hand, slow ball. Went down in the process. I really like to see him doing well. To earn him a place once again back in the national side. Committed cricketer. We've spoken about a story, resilience, someone who works really hard on his game, improving his strength. That's the reason why he does so well in the outfield. Broad shoulders, ideal build, got all the right combinations. Sri Lanka today, a batter minus, Wanuja Sahan, considered a proper batsman. Slower through the air, well spotted, down the ground, gets another single. Boyle looks very, very good. Looks good for a big one. Right now, projected score says 257. I'm thinking minimum 280.
Yes, 5 more overs left in the second power play as well before one extra fielder goes out. So I'm sure the Kiwi batters will look to target that as well as Ratnayaka comes in to bowl again. Goes short, but down the leg side this time. The umpire does decide to call it a wide. That's umpire Kotachi. and second bouncer for the over being warned as well.
That bumper started off little too straight, as a result moving further down. So no hesitation whatsoever. Another run to the total. Sri Lankans making too many mistakes during this passage. They got to get their act back together. Came off the pads, it seems. Must have brushed something. So fairly decent over under the circumstances. Just 4 runs off after 35, 180 for 3. Whichever the results, I'm sure this outing would be much desired one for the New Zealanders. Spending time in the middle, that's maybe the reason why they've decided to bat first without any hesitation. Vyaskanth into his 5th over, given away 25 runs, and that's the 26th of his bowling. Started off little too quick. He's a sort of a bowler, got the height. You mentioned not the conventional leg spin bowler, darting in his deliveries and from time to time getting one to turn, and perfect googly, of course. That was spun just a little bit, but short of a length. Abbas had very little trouble pulling that one down the ground and getting a single. 182 for 3 now. Steady stream of singles and boundaries in between. Ideal scenario.
Boy, looks to go big again, but this time he finds the fielder. That's a timely breakthrough. Cruisepulle had a misfield earlier, but this time no mistake from him, and Vyaskanth is among the wickets.
This could be a difference of 25 runs in the final analysis, I can tell you. Man who batted so well, spreading it wide, eyes lit up, played straight into the hand. I thought fielder was well placed. Credit to the captain. Sri Lanka strikes again. Boyle out for 85 of 80 deliveries. Cruisepulle takes a good catch. Vyaskanth picking up his first wicket. 182 for 4 now.
It's been a long time coming, but we finally get to see Max Chu bat. Unfortunately injured in that first game. Didn't get the opportunity to bat. Missed the second game. And he finally gets his chance. Bit of pad rash as well. There was a long partnership just before he walked out to bat. But yes, definitely looking forward to see how Chu goes. He's decided to take the gloves as well today, as Mitchell Hay is not playing.
Max Chu, wicketkeeper batsman, leading the side. Another player, New Zealanders, banking very heavily. I mean, talking about their high performance program, they got 54 players representing Black Caps, New Zealand A, IPL and PSL. That's the ideal scenario. Gavin Larson, their high performance manager, went on to mention that having players simultaneously developing their cricket in varying conditions. So this tour, one such great opportunity for the likes of Max Chu. Wicketkeeper batters, very handy these days. Off the back foot, straight away gets off the mark. Always a good sign.
Yes, skipper Dinusha opting for a slip field as well against the new batter Max Chu. It was there to be hit for Boyle. He's been very strong down the ground. Unfortunately for him, he found the fielder. Big relief for Viaskant after being taken to the cleaners in that previous over. This time a good wrong on. Not really picked by Abbas, hanging back.
Had he started this one in line with the off stump or middle stump, would have been even more productive. Pitched on leg stump, going further down, made it easier for Abbas. Pulled that one straight into the mid-wicket fielder for no runs. Fairly good over after a long while for Viaskant. Gets his first wicket after 36, 183 for 4. Now Sri Lanka should ideally use this opportunity to pick up another wicket or two. Lengthy partnership. They were under a little bit of pressure. They made few mistakes. Now finally, having taken the wicket of Matthew Boyle in particular, this is their opportunity to tightening the grip on this game once again. They let the batsman off the hook for a brief period. The likes of Abbas gotten comfortable now, 38 of 68. Now it will be interesting to see his approach. Under normal circumstances, Chu is someone who likes to score runs quickly. Those are the fell off wicket. First at 7. Oh, lovely hands. Just let the ball come on to you, work the way. Sends in a decent enough return. So Max Chu likes to get busy.
It's good intent from the skipper Chu straight away. It's just looking back at that wicket of Boyle. They had that extra mid-off fielder inside the circle. They were forced to have it since only four men allowed outside the circle till the 40th over. That brought about a wicket. Short and wide. I would think Abbas missed out on a boundary scoring opportunity there. Ratnayaka with his short balls has been misdirecting them a little bit. Abbas will be frustrated that he couldn't capitalize with the boundaries with this one.
He made the same mistake previous over, sliding one down the leg side. At this stage, they should ideally get things tighter, more in line with the stumps. There will be change in approach quite clearly. Oh, that's a fabulous shot. Pick the bones out of it. Let the ball come on to you. Flicked it away beautifully. Must have another look.
That is certainly the shot of the day. What a stroke from Mohammad Abbas. This is what we saw down in Napier during his ODI debut when he made 52 off just 26 balls. And slowly but surely Abbas is starting to come into his own.
That'll keep up the momentum. Angling it in the slot. Very little troubles. And you mentioned he's quite capable, sort of a T20 specialist. So asking for trouble, Milan Ratnayaka already conceded 8 runs. Slower bumper away from the wicketkeeper. Good variation. Just maybe a foot outside the off stump wouldn't be too bad.
Yes, it's taken 37 overs before that first 6 came, as we might go through a concussion protocol, as Abbas was slightly hit on the head, if I'm not mistaken. Physio is out there. It was a slow ball. He was well through the shot, getting the top part of the helmet.
Back of the hand, slow ball bumper. It's coming. He was through with a shot a week earlier onto his helmet. No troubles, but player safety, paramount importance. So they will have to go through the concussion protocols. For those who are just joining in, New Zealanders winning the toss, deciding to bat first. They were 3 down for just 60 runs. Wonderful partnership between Boyle and Abbas. Now Abbas, having occupied the crease for a long period, 45 of 70, starting to cut loose.
Ratnaik a little bit expensive in this over. He's conceded 9 of the first 3 deliveries. The New Zealand A charge is on now. Interestingly, that was given runs as well, as Abbas gets off strike. Seems good to go once again. Abbas is going to be the key here for New Zealand A as they look to push that score close to 300, while Max Chu will look to give him good support.
Expensive over, to say the least. Already 9 runs off. So they will be definitely eyeing to make it even bigger. Fielding the deep, done a fabulous job. That's Lasit Cruzpool, if I'm not mistaken. He does a fantastic job, isn't it? Fine fielder, runs across, covering the ground in double quick time. I initially thought, looking at the way he struck, boundary to be taken. Very well done. 110% commitment.
Yes, indeed. He was on -4 earlier after that misfield, but now he's recovered 2 runs out of that. That was a great effort on the boundary from Cruzpool. Good variations once again from Milan Ratnaik, using the off cutter against the left-hander, whereas he was using more of that leg cutter against the right-hander. So good skills shown. This is what Sri Lanka will look closely at him. His death bowling skills are in question at the moment.
I'm not too sure whether you agree with me or not. Too many variations for my liking. Conventional deliveries in line with the stumps would be a bad idea. Max Hughes just into the crease, 4 runs of 4. Maybe against Abbas, variations would be all right. Short pitch delivery, slower through the air. Pick the gap, picks another boundary. I mentioned too many variations. That was sit up on a track really nicely, ample time. Chu says, thank you so much. These wonderful live pictures goes around the globe. As usual, SLC official YouTube channel, Sporty.lk on OTT platform locally, TV Supreme free to air on Dialogue TV, on SLT Pure TV, fan code across India, Sandbricks, another OTT platform. Push that one down the ground. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't.
Yes, as expected, the New Zealand are upping that ante. They know 3 more overs left, including this one in power play number 2. Teams usually like to target these last 5 overs before an extra fielder goes out. That's exactly what Max Chu and Abbas are doing at the moment.
This is the ideal scenario for Vijaykanth Vyaskant to slip in few economical overs. I thought someone who used to be so economical in domestic cricket and whatever international cricket he played, you mentioned about his exploit in the IPL. So plenty of experience coming from Jaffna, playing for Jaffna Central College. He has come a long way. Slowed it immediately, some purchase off the track.
Yes, that's his variation, isn't it? He sticks to more of those quicker ones, and that's his variation, slowing it up, throwing it up there. Very nice bowling from Viaskant.
Second spell was far better. Slowing it down, just went for a few runs. Obviously, in this format, from time to time, you were taken for boundaries. But after taking that wicket, he knew this is the ideal opportunity. Flipper. Down the ground, should only be a single. Excellent over. He reading the mind of the batsman. Abbas very keen on staying back. So wouldn't be a bad idea slipping in few deliveries on a fuller length. Chu, I'm thinking not going to enjoy too much that away going delivery from Vijaykanth Viaskant at Googly. Nicely played away, but straight to the fielder. Excellent over under the circumstances. 38 done, 201 for 4. There you go, plenty of ways for you to join. Wonderful live pictures. I mentioned across the world, Sporty.lk, except Sri Lanka and India, fan code on OTT platform across India, Sandbricks, another OTT platform, FreeSat channel number 17, Dialog TV channel 12, Pure TV channel 13, Supreme TV, free to air, talenttv.lk on OTT platform locally, as usual. Sri Lanka Cricket official YouTube channel. Wonderful live coverage. The future of world cricket given the due recognition. This is by far the best outing for the New Zealanders right throughout the tour. Abbas just 3 runs away from a very well-compiled half-century. That's his favorite area. Struck beautifully. Sounded nice off the bat. Goes a long way. Trevin Matthews coming into the attack. That's Abbas. 53 of 75. Well-compiled knock. He's an aggressive player normally, but understanding the gravity of the situation, changing his game plan. How about that? Some power, some finesse. Brilliant. Now he's the mainstay. As usual, off the back foot, worked away, gets a single. Will they come back for the second? No, it's the call by the skipper.
Quality innings this from Mohammad Abbas. Started off very slowly getting into his work now, going past that 50-run mark of his 75th ball. He's hit a couple of sixers in his last 2 overs now. The only man to hit sixers so far today. And New Zealand A would love to see him bat deep into this innings. 12 overs to go, including this one. As we see Trevin Matthew replacing Milan Ratnayaka.
Youngster under a little bit of pressure now after being hit for a 6 over mid-wicket region. Tossing it up just a little bit above the eye line, gets it down the ground, gets a single. Max, under normal circumstances, someone who likes to get after the bowling. Now, having realized how well Abbas is batting, giving him the strike. That's intelligence. Quicker. Quite easily worked away. There's no question as to whether mid-wicket region his favorite region or not. 2 sixes already.
Yes, this partnership has already moved to 28 as well. Good signs for New Zealand A. They know it's a good batting track. Even 300 might not be enough, so they need to push and get as much as they can. 12 overs to go, as I mentioned, including this one. Nicely played from Max Chu. He has been very busy. He's hardly played a dot ball. Exactly what New Zealand A need at this stage.
Max Chu being padded, been out there for a long period, knew exactly what to do. Smart cricketer. 11 off 9, getting his partner on strike as much as possible. 10 runs already. Very expensive over, makes it 11. This is the way to do it. With that single, Abbas moved to 56. That's the 8th over for Trevin Matthews. 39 done. 212 for 4. Intelligent knock by Mohammad Abbas. Earlier on, little circumspect. Gradually got comfortable. Like to play on the back foot. Very strong through the point region as well as towards mid-wicket region. Couple of sixes over mid-wicket region, putting the bowlers under pressure now. That'll do it. Some power there. Played in style, 56 of 78. There's no question as to whether he's the mainstay or not. If he stays long, they will definitely go past 300. Vyaskant is back.
Yes, this should be a good finish here in Hambantota. Game set up very nicely as Abbas strokes one through again to deep cover. Interestingly for Max Chu, as much as he has promised, he's only averaging 26 in List A cricket. So he will look to make use of this opportunity as well. He still has only 3 half centuries against his name in List A cricket. But yes, certainly a good prospect for New Zealand for the future. And that's why they are letting him lead this team as well. There I go, wrong on from Vyaskant. Nicely pulled down to deep long on.
Vyaskant came back really strong after that wicket. Couple of good overs. On the other hand, his partner, Trevin Matthews, been taken for a few boundaries, a 6-over mid-wicket, and previous over was an expensive one. This time played straight at the mid-wicket region. Today, it will be an ideal opportunity for the likes of Pawan Ratnayaka. Decent total will be on the board. 271 right now is the projected score. I'm thinking 280 minimum. Swatted away. There is protection in the deep. Should only be a single. Abbas pressing the accelerator.
Yes, I think Vyaskant is someone who enjoys bowling in this condition, especially when there are set batters attacking him towards the latter part of innings or even a T20 game. He likes this scenario. He's a very good defensive bowler, is Vyaskant. Doesn't mind giving that single. Gets the batter to play through the offside to deep cover.
If you have noticed, at that pace, bowling that length makes it easier for the batter. Sits on the pitch, quite easy to play on the back foot. That'll do it. That's the ideal length. Little quicker that time by Vijaykanth Vyaskant. Somehow, they quite easily managed to get a single. 5 runs off the over, fairly decent one under the circumstances. 40 done, 217 for 4.
All right, it's power play number 3, the final power play of this innings. 10 overs to go. Nicely set up our New Zealand A. 217 for 4. Abbas unbeaten on 59. Max Chu getting into his work, unbeaten on 13 of 11.
Look at the partnership. 35 of 27. We hardly noticed, isn't it? Came at a brisk pace. Matthews were taken for some runs. 2 more overs remaining. I wouldn't mind Trevin Matthews picking up another wicket or 2. He's a very talented youngster. Worked away quite easily. Not the ideal line and length. Ahan Wickramasinghe sends in a good return. On 59. He'll be the mainstay. If he stays long, things will obviously be good for New Zealanders.
Yes.
Very, very interesting and exciting passage of play coming up. Last 10 overs always provide that excitement. They played the middle period fabulously well. Courtesy of that partnership. It's another single down the ground.
Yes, Mohammad Shiraz bowled that very good first spell. Picked up 1 for 28 in his 6 overs. But as I spoke about before, he's very good with the older ball as well. He's good with his reverse swing. I'm sure Captain Sunal Dinusha will have him on his mind. Only one ball being used for these last 16 overs now in one-day cricket. So reverse swing has slowly started to come into play again.
Something for faster bowlers. There was a debate about there's nothing for faster bowlers, 2 new balls being used for the duration of the 50 overs. But now, there is something. That over, that ball, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, by now, few overs older than usual. Worked away really nicely. He plays that shot particularly well on his front foot. Someone who liked the ball to come on to him and worked it away on the offside, and the offside, typical New Zealand way of doing things. 2 for 4. Partnership 40 of 31. Sri Lankans were hoping to get things tied up once again. Inside edge onto the pads. Simple enough game plan. Skipper Max Chu getting a single. Get Abbas on strike. That way they'll maximize the opportunity of scoring or getting closer towards 300. Gets another single. Still a very decent over, just 6 runs off. You'll take that as a bowler. Trevin Matthews, 9 overs, 47 for 1. New Zealand A, 3 for 4 after 41.
This is the partnership between Max Chu and Mohammad Abbas. Another handy partnership. 41 runs off 33 balls. Mohammad being the key contributor with his 25 of 19. But Max Chu has given him good support as well with his 15 of just 14 balls as well. So New Zealand are nicely set up. 223 for 4, 9 overs to go. I think they have to get past the 300-run mark if they are to make a game out of this on very good batting conditions. Vyaskant has been very good in this spell as well. Started off with a couple of boundaries, but after that he has come back really nicely. This time though, short, but Max Chu finds a long on fielder. As I say, good afternoon to Oshada.
Yeah, good afternoon, Roscoe. Yeah, New Zealand A, 224 for the loss of 4 wickets. As you correctly mentioned, the conditions demands a 300 plus score on this surface. A really good batting surface where the batters can trust the conditions well. And here we go, couple of runs. Ah, this could be close. Very, very close. As we go upstairs, Roscoe, I feel like Sri Lanka A might have got a good chance here. We'll see how the things will progress with the TV umpire.
One frame back. Okay, freeze the bail separated from the stumps. One frame back. One frame back. Sorry, one frame back. Okay, go one frame and freeze the frame. Yeah, one frame back. Okay, can we have the other angle on this, please? Okay, freeze it there. Go one frame and freeze it. Go one frame and freeze. Yeah. Yeah. Just freeze it. I'm satisfied. Just focus the lights, please.
Right, so there we go. That's a breakthrough. The naked eye, it looked very close, and the replay just confirmed that the batter is short of his ground, and it's the captain who has to depart, Max Chu. And now it's 5 down for 225 for New Zealand A. It's a timely dismissal. Let's have a look at that again. Abbas just trying to work that ball onto the onside, and a good throw. But not the best of the throws. It was further away from Viaskant, but it just got back in the right time. And he knew straight away that he's got his man. So the 5th wicket goes down. Max Chu, the captain, he departs for 16. It's 225 for 5.
Simon Keane is the new batter. Timely breakthrough there for Sri Lanka A. Abbas once again looking for a second. Keane says no straight away. It was Abbas who initiated that second run. But very good work from Pawan Ratnayaka in the deep. The key was that he went to the right end where he saw Max Chu was struggling to get back. And I think it was a decent enough throw as well, with Viaskant getting behind the stumps.
226 for the loss of 5 wickets now, heading into the last 8 overs. Once we're done with this over. Look at that, nice and slow from Viaskant. He understands how to bowl on this surface. When nothing much is working on your favour, you've got to be canny as a bowler. A conventional leg spinner, nice and slow through the air. Tossed up. Oh, almost ran over. And Dilshan has a good laugh about that as well.
Good old school fast bowler. He is Dilshan Madhusankar. Almost ran past that one, but getting a left hand out just in time. Big appeal. Up goes the finger. Simon Keane on the back foot. It went on with the arm. It's going to be interesting to see this replay.
Yeah. Keane stuck on his back foot. We see exactly where this ball is heading. The wrong one, yeah, just plumb in front. Maybe umpire's call if he go towards that review option, but obviously it's not available here. But Simon Keane is gone for a duck. And Viaskant gets his breakthrough.
Tim Pringle is the new batter. All of a sudden, from being 225 for 4, New Zealand A are now 226 for 6. In danger of being bowled out once again. A lot of work to do now for Pringle and Abbas, who's going to be the key player towards the end of this innings. Sonal Dinusha is the new bowler. into his fourth over.
Yeah, he's going to be the key, no doubt about that, Abbas. He was a bit slow to start things off, but now he's caught up nicely, 66 of 88. And this was the last wicket. Viaskant, the wrong one, coming in sharply towards Simon Keane. He was stuck in his crease and the finger goes up. Just like that, Viaskant picks up another wicket, his second one. But as you correctly mentioned, Roscoe, it's Abbas who's going to be the key for New Zealand if they are to push for anything above 260, 270, because 300 at this stage of the game is a bit far-fetched for New Zealand A, but I'm sure they would try and get into that target of 300 plus. The captain did mention at the coin toss that they would try to replicate the same sort of batting performance that they saw from Sri Lanka A on a pretty much of the same surface, but that has not been the case for New Zealand.
300 was definitely on till that last over where they lost 2 wickets in the same over. Max Shrew was giving good support to Abbas, but now definitely they got to assess what they need to get. 7 overs to go after this one. Nicely worked to the leg side. Only a single for Abbas. There you go. Projected score at this current rate will get them to 268. They'd like to push it to at least 280. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough on this placid batting surface, but we'll have to wait and see.
Nice and slow through there once again from Sonal Dinusha. That's a good over. Just 3 runs coming off from that one. 43 done, 7 more to go. New Zealand A 229 for 6. Right, so Viaskant to bowl his last over. And 2 for 39 in 9 overs for Viaskant. Now let's have a look at the 2 wickets. This was the first. In fact, this was the run out of his over. The previous over, the run out of Max Chu. There we go. A couple of wickets in the previous over from Viaskant. And then this one. Simon Keane trapped off his back foot. Oh, there we go. Almost going through that gap between bat and pad. But it goes all the way for the boundary. A thick inside edge. And the batter can consider himself extremely lucky that time.
Pringle wasn't sure what hit him there. Wrong on, no clue whatsoever for Pringle. Very unfortunate for Viaskant, but 4 runs on the board. That's what New Zealand A would like. I'd like to see a slip in. Like to see another wicket here for Sri Lanka A. That's what they need to do. Nicely bowled from Viaskant. It's his last 3 balls of his spell. They got to be on the attack with these 3 balls.
Short pitch was a bit quicker as well. Once again, that wrong one coming in sharply towards Pringle. But well negotiated this time from the batter. Viaskant has bowled really well into his last 2 deliveries of his spell. 2 for 45. The good thing about those wickets were they were timely wickets for Sri Lanka A. Just when things were going really well for New Zealand A, he came in and he picked up those 2 crucial wickets. Another faster delivery this time, short pitched as well, but Viaskant will end his spell. 2 wickets for 46 runs. It's a good 10 over spell there from the leg spinner. 44 overs done, 236 for 6.
36 balls left, and Abbas would like to face most of these final few deliveries in their innings as Sonal Dinusha continues for Sri Lanka A. Abbas down the ground, looking to go big, only manages a single down to long off.
Yeah, the intentions are quite clear from Abbas in this last 6 overs. He might try to go after bowling, and Pringle certainly has that ability as well to hit the long ball. Comes down the track once again. My goodness, how close was that? And it'll run away for a boundary. It was straight as an arrow this time from Pringle. But I'm more excited to see how close Sonal Dinusha was at that time. Coming down the track. Oh, just inches away. But that's a good shot there from Pringle. Down the ground. Much needed boundaries for New Zealand. There we go. Oh, this time punches it down the ground. And it goes all the way for a maximum. A 4 and a 6 from Pringle.
He was all at sea against Vyas Khan, but no doubt against Sonal Dinusha, beg your pardon. He's taking the attack to him straight away. That was a long hop, really, asking to be hit, and Pringle clears long on with ease there. He's a handy cricketer, is Pringle. More known for his left arm spin, but very handy down the order as well with the bat. A player with 2 World Cups under his belt at the age of 23. 2 T20 World Cups representing Netherlands in 2022 and 2024. But now switching to New Zealand colours, representing the A team. .248 for 6 now. 12 runs have come off this over so far. Here's a chance. Just too wide of Sonal Dinusha. A very good over for New Zealand A. They move on to 249 for 6 with 5 overs to go.
Right, so plenty of bowling options for Sri Lanka A. Only Vyas Khan completing his 10 over spell. In fact, 7 bowlers being used by Sonal Dinusha, including himself, to bowl these 45 overs. And they've done a good job so far on a decent batting track to restrict New Zealand A for 249. But these last 5 overs are going to be crucial. Mohammad Shiraz to bowl his 7th over was quite outstanding with the new ball. But now he's got a job to do here and to wrap things up properly. You know, talking about Tim Pringle. Oh, there we go, worked around the pads, and it goes all the way for a boundary. A good start to the 46th over. Not the best of the deliveries from Shiraz. He was following the batter, but Abbas just helped that ball on its way towards a boundary.
Good movement from Abbas. Shiraz had 2 options there, either to follow him or go wide outside off stump. He went for the form option, but nicely adjusted by Abbas to find that boundary at fine leg. Good start to the over for Abbas. He moves on to 75 now. Score goes past 250. Slow ball on that occasion from Shiraz. Nicely hit towards the deep boundary on the offside. Projected score goes back up to 280. But if these two stay in, looks like 300 might be on the cards again.
Yeah, indeed, it's swinging nicely. The game is shifting nicely between the two sides. 254 for the loss of 6 wickets. Tim Pringle He's on 17 of 9. He's striking the ball well against the spinners. Punched out the ground. Now his father is a former Black Caps. It's Chris Pringle, who played for New Zealand during 1990 to 1995. So it's that heritage that gives him the clearance to play for New Zealand. And he's a very good prospect, I would say, witnessing his performance right throughout this 50-over format of the game. There we go. Worked away nicely onto the onside. Touch to shot from Shiraz, and plenty of time for Abbas to bisect that gap on the onside. And it's another boundary for New Zealand. Another short pitch delivery, another slower delivery back of the hand. But plenty of time for Abbas to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery.
Yes, generally for Mohammad Shiraz, his strength is his Yorkers. But he's turned to the slow balls because that first ball where he tried the Yorker went to the boundary. So it's interesting to see what he comes up with. This field is set for straight bowling. The 4 men inside are at short third man, point, extra cover and fine leg. So he has to be very straight with his lines.
This could go all the way for a boundary again. There we go. Targeted the leg stump onto the pads and just clipped away nicely behind the square leg for a boundary. That's the third boundary in this over. And this is really not working out for Sri Lanka this time. There we go. Just helped it on its way once again. Just a small clip. Didn't really try to hit it that hard. He was trying to get it away from that field as much as possible. And he gets a boundary.
Shiraz needs to get his feel right. He's gone too straight with the short fine leg inside the circle. Goes for a slow ball again. Mohammad Abbas goes big. That makes it 20 runs off this over. What a over for New Zealand, eh? And their charge is on as over number 46 is complete.
Yeah, once again, right through that arc. He was there to be hit, and Abbas says thank you very much. Another slower delivery. Mohammad Shiraz being predictable at this stage, and Abbas just making sure that he's getting the full value of that delivery. 46 done, 269 for 6.
What an entertaining partnership it has been. 43 of just 24 balls. Abbas making 25 of them. Tim Pringle making 18 as well. Just what the doctor ordered for New Zealand A. With 4 overs to go now, they're definitely looking at a 300 plus score. That over from Mohammad Shiraz was just what New Zealand A needed. 20 runs coming off it. 3 fours and a 6 to go along with a couple of singles. And Mohammad Abbas moves into the 90s.
Yeah, just 10 shy of a well-deserved century. Look how he caught up. 90 of just 101 deliveries. As I mentioned earlier, at one stage, especially at the start, he was lagging behind. But now he has caught up nicely. And that's exactly how you develop an innings, how you construct an innings. You take your time at the start to settle down and to get used to the conditions. And once you are done, you're free to go. You're free to express yourself out there in the middle. And that is exactly what Abbas has done. Keeping this New Zealand A innings together. Holding one end. And heading into the last 4. 269 for the last 6 wickets. Here's Dilshan Madhushankar. What can he do to prevent this run flow? Pringle and Abbas putting up a good, tidy and a timely partnership.
Struck back firmly on his follow through. Dilshan Madhushankar had a chance of catching it. But unfortunately for him, the ball spills out. Those kind of catches always have to just stick. I don't think he managed to have enough time to get his hands in place. Powerfully struck from Pringle. On his follow-through, never easy for Madhushankar. Seems like he's going for those straight Yorkers. That seems to be his plan. Might slip in a slow ball or two.
Another full toss, but down towards the long off for another single. Surely that Yorkers must be the plan from Dilshan, trying to go full. But both the occasions, the ball ended up being full tosses, but no harm done whatsoever. And that's the important thing for Sri Lanka. Got to keep it tidy. The projected score is 292. But with Abbas and the way Pringle is hitting the ball, surely that 300 plus is on the cards.
Little bit too wide there, but gets away with it. Must have been very close to a wide. Dilshan Madhushankar going for that wide Yorker option. He's not got it exactly right in this over, but he's considered only one run with 3 full tosses almost. For the first time in this series, Sri Lanka A are under a little bit of pressure. It'll be a tricky run chase as well if it goes past the 300 run mark.
Another full toss this time. There's protection down in the deep. Indeed, I mean, if New Zealand A manages to get past 300, even though it's a good batting surface, there will be pressure on the Sri Lankan A side to chase anything above 300. So that is something that the batters will have to negotiate and at the same time manage this run chase properly. Because it just not only gives a mammoth score on the board, it just gives that psychological advantage for the New Zealanders as well, having the 300 plus runs on the board. Punches it down the ground once again, but there's a long on fielder. As long as Dilshan Madhushankar is not giving away those boundaries, which he has not so far, just 3 runs being offered in this over, he'll be a happy man.
Yes, this is where your skills are tested. They were both good with the new ball, but this is another phase of ODI cricket where you got to finish off the innings. So far, Dilshan Madhushankar has done okay in this over. 3 runs off his 5 balls. Goes wide again, this time way too wide. Mohammad Shiraz bowled his first 6 overs for 28 runs. Picked up a wicket as well before conceding 20 of his last over. That's the kind of pressure you face bowling at the death as a fast bowler. I wonder if Sonal Dinusha will stick with Shiraz or go to Milan Ratnayak in the next over.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting call from the captain. We'll wait and see after this delivery. Oh, there we go. That's what he was trying to do all throughout this over. But in the last ball, he gets it right. 47 done, 273 for 6. Right, so a couple of wickets falling down in this last 9 overs. It was that period from 21 to 30 where, in fact, 21 to 40 where New Zealand, they really dominated the game. But now, once again, even though they lost a couple of wickets heading into this last 9 overs, the combination of Tim Pringle and Abbas is working out nicely for New Zealand A. All right, so the last 3 overs coming in. This is how it looks. The batting for New Zealand A. Abbas on 91 of 104 deliveries, and it was Boyle who started things off, started to hold the innings, anchor the innings together. 85 of 80 for him. And the rest of the batters, Mario took a good start, 28 of 30. He looked good for his 18. He took his time. He was giving that support to Boyle, but couldn't really continue. Max Chu, the captain, was unfortunately run out, and now it's Abbas and Pringle who's holding things together, and we're into the last 3 overs.
Yes, no New Zealand batter has got to that 3-figure mark in this series so far. So Mohammad Abbas would love to get there. As expected, Ratnayaka comes into the attack. And there's a catching opportunity. It is very well held in the deep. It was circling in the air, but Vijayakanth Vyaskanth eventually manages to hold on to it.
It just went very high up in there, and it's never an easy task to grab a ball that goes very high up in there, and at the same time there's a good bit of breeze going across as well. But look at this, eyes on the ball till the very last moment, and he grabs it and he just makes it look so easy. So Tim Pringle has to depart for a quick fire 20 or 14 deliveries, and Milan Ratnayaka gets the breakthrough in his very first delivery of the over. 273 for 7.
Come on, boss. Was that off pace? Was that off pace? Five balls to go.
Aditya Ashok is the new batter. His main task will be to get Mohammad Abbas back on strike, which he does straight away. So as expected, Shiraz gets only 1 over in the death as he was taken to the cleaners by Mohammad Abbas. This was in the slot as well to be hit, but getting too much height on that one was Pringle. We saw Vijayakanth Vyaskanth circling underneath that ball a couple of times, but then eventually managed to get his hands underneath the ball.
That's good camera work, isn't it? Follow the ball right through. Oh, there we go, Abbas. But there's a man, oh, just over his head, and it goes all the way for a maximum. He was right in his arc, and Abbas swings it, and he swings it to the perfection.
In the slot once again, the Sri Lankan death bowling skills have been put to test. And at the moment, against Abbas, they are not really winning this contest. Nicely struck once again, just over the head of Pawan Ratnayaka. Abbas has taken a liking to that mid-wicket boundary. Slow bouncer once again. Manages to get it very high. 1 for the over, signaled by the umpire. As Abbas moves on to 98, 2 runs away from a well-deserved 100.
Yeah, 281 now. After these 2 deliveries, 12 legal deliveries remaining. Mohammad Abbas, 98 of just 106 deliveries. 4 sixes and 5 fours to his name. And he's scored up nicely. The strike rate tells you the story. 92. Oh, that should be a wide. Yeah, there we go. Signaled by the umpire. This is, as you correctly mentioned, Roscoe, the death bowling of Sri Lanka has been put into test, and they're not doing very well.
Yes, any bat on that ball would have flown to the boundary as well. Luckily for Milan Ratnaik, only a wide conceded. .282 for 7. 14 balls left in the innings. Ashok looking to get that single and get Abbas back on strike. Abbas on 98. Projected score has gone up to 295. Sure, 300 is their benchmark now. Last ball coming up. Should be a free hit really for Aditya Ashok. I don't think Abbas would want a single off this ball, so might have told Ashok to have a go.
He worked around towards the onside. Will be just a single, so he'll keep the strike to the next over. 48 done, 283 for 7.
Dilshan Madhushankar will continue. He will bowl the penultimate over of this innings. He's picked up 1 for 41 in his 7 overs so far. Trying to set his field. Have a plan to bowl to. Yes, he has his short third man, mid-off and extra cover along with the fine leg inside the circle.
Oh, cheeky there from Aditya Ashok. Couldn't really get the execution perfectly that time. With the third man and the fine leg up inside the circle, the shot was certainly on. It's just that the execution was not perfect. Was there an edge? There was a slight bit of deviation, but not exactly sure. Right, so what's he going to do next? Oh, there we go. Top edge. Rather the bottom edge of the bat of Aditya Ashok. Trying to be cheeky, trying to get some runs on the board for his team, but the priority should be to give the strike to Abbas, who's on 98, and at the same time who can strike the ball well.
Abbas looks to go big. It should be his 100. It's running down to the boundary. What an innings from Mohammad Abbas. And what a way to get there as well. Took his time early on. But then once he got going, there was no stopping him.
Indeed, a well-deserved century for Mohammad Abbas. He was looking absolutely fantastic, especially in these last 10 overs. Took the strike right on to the Sri Lankan A bowlers. And the 102, the 100 comes in just 107 deliveries. Just tells you how good it has been, how he constructed this innings right from the start to the very end. Goes through the offside. There's protection down in the table. Will be just a single. But as you correctly mentioned, Roscoe, it's been the construction, isn't it? How he started off, he was lagging behind, but then slowly but steadily he gained that confidence, he gained that momentum. And this was the way he brought up his century against Dilshan Madhushankar. And that celebration tells you the story. It's been a hard-working century. Not easy, hot and humid conditions. But he stood tall for his team. Here's Aditya Ashok.
Struck nicely towards deep cover. gets off strike. That's what he needs to do. Under the circumstances, it's a good over from Dilshan Madhusankar, conceding 7 of his 5 balls. Sri Lanka A would like to keep the score under 300, while New Zealand A would love to go past 300. Second list A century as well for Mohammad Abbas. He's made 103 of 108 balls. We'll look to target these last 7 balls of the New Zealand A innings. Nicely struck. Seems to be struggling a little bit with his running, but he stays with a single to keep strike for the final over. New Zealand A 291 for 7.
Mohammad Abbas, quite outstanding today here at MRICS in Hambantota. Against the pace bowlers, he was quite outstanding, playing it all over the ground, and the same goes for the spinners as well. And really made sure that he is holding the innings together, and the runs coming in as well. And we can be mighty proud of this effort today against Sri Lanka A. He was a handy batter. He got off to a good start even in goal as well, but unfortunately couldn't really continue on. But this time he gets the opportunity here at MRICS, and he gets the job done for New Zealand A. Right, so the last over. And it will be Milan Ratnayaka to bowl the last over. New Zealand A 291. Worked away onto the offside and away from the fielder. Into the gap it goes. So he starts off with a boundary.
Great hands there from Mohammad Abbas. Very good hand-eye coordination. Put his left foot out of the way. I think we got the wrong replay with that one, but this one was a very good stroke from Abbas over the offside. Score moves on to 295 for 7. Slow bouncer once again, stand and deliver. Abbas seems to be struggling a little bit with his running, therefore there was no attempt for a second run. Clutching on to his inner thigh, I would think.
Must be the cramps. It's very hot and humid. Not the easiest of the conditions, especially for the New Zealanders. But they must have gotten used to it now.
Yes, Abbas has got a bit of bowling to do as well. He's a good left-arm seamer. A good all-round cricketer, but I'm not sure if he's going to turn up too happy to be bowling in this heat. 296 for 7, 4 balls to go. The last over. Shot once again from Ratnayaka. Bit of a meal in the field there. But only 2 runs conceded. Abbas wasn't really looking for that third. Seems to be happy to be off strike.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be struggling a bit, but these last 5 overs, Sri Lanka A team a bit sloppy with the bowling and even in the field as well. There we go. A throw back to V.S. Khan. Another full toss this time, much straighter. Will be just a single. Singles won't hurt Sri Lanka A at this stage. So got 2 more deliveries. There's been a real question about how Sri Lanka would fancy their dead bowling, but today, safe to say, it didn't really work out properly for Sri Lanka A team. Plenty of boundaries on offer, plenty of full tosses. The execution from the bowlers, not perfect. So a lot to learn, and especially on this last game with a 2-0 lead in the series.
Abbas seems to be struggling clearly. On his knees almost. Just about trying to get there to face these last 2 balls. Nevertheless, what an innings it has been from Abbas. 109, 2 balls to go. Nicely bowled and nicely played. And that brings up the New Zealand A 300 runs as well. It's been a very good effort, especially after being 60 for 3 early on. Initially led by Boyle and then continued by Mohammad Abbas. So we see the scoreboard in Hambantota eventually moving to 300.
It takes its time, but gets the job done. 300 on the board for New Zealand. Last ball of this innings coming in, and it'll be Aditya Ashokan. Can he get a boundary here? Milan Ratnayaka got a ball that Yorker in because Aditya Ashok will try his best to get this ball all the way towards the boundary. Here we go, the last ball of the innings. Short pitch delivery, and it's been called a wide. So you got to rebowl that, Milan. And for the over says the umpire as well. Another back of the hands. Short pitch delivery. So 301 now on the board for New Zealand A.
Yes, Sri Lanka A have taken almost close to 4 hours to complete their 50 overs as well. So bad light came into play in the last game as well. It's going to be interesting to see what turns out late in the day today as Ratnayaka runs in again for the last ball. Ashok goes for his scoop, which never really came through, and he missed. In fact, they're running for this one.
A bit of an overthrow, if I'm not mistaken, by signal by the umpire as well. So runs being added to the total, but nevertheless, as you correctly mentioned, Ashok seems to be really interested in playing that scoop shot, but didn't really get the execution right that time as well. But New Zealand A finished things off their 50 overs with 302 runs on the board, giving a target of 303 runs for Sri Lanka A team. And Mohammad Abbas, what an innings. But at the moment, he seems to be struggling a bit with his cramps, but he can walk out of the field mighty proud, and it's been a wonderful innings from him. Held the innings together, really made sure that he's keeping the scoreboard ticking, and he's getting those partnerships intact as well. Sri Lanka A lot to do with the bat in hand. They've done this before. They've crossed the 300 mark in the previous game, made 350 plus on the board, but now it's going to be a run chase for them for the first time in this series. And few new faces, few fresh faces coming in as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they will approach this run chase. But all in all, I think we have a good game in our hands here at the MRICS in Hambantota.
Yes, it's been all about Mohammad Abbas today here in Hambantota. A brilliant knock of 110. And he got good support from Boyle, who made 85 as well. Everyone else made some useful contributions. Mario with 28, Heafy with 18, Max Chu with 16, and Pringle as well down the order, making 20 of 14 balls as New Zealand A closed on 302 for 7, including 13 extras as well in their batting innings.
Yeah, looking into the bowling performances of Sri Lanka, a couple of wickets for V.S. Gandhi. He's been the pick of the bowler, and in fact the only bowler to continue or rather complete his 10 overs. 2 wickets for 46 and then 1 wicket apiece for Dilshan, Shiraz, Trevin Matthew and Milan Ratnayaka as well. They were very much in control, but for the most part of the game, but those last 10 overs didn't really work out for Sri Lanka as New Zealand gets to 302 for the loss of 7 wickets in their 50 overs. Right, so the highlights, it was New Zealand A captain Max Chu who won the toss and elected to bat first on a really good surface to bat here at the MRICS Hambantota. It was Dilshan Madhushankar who struck the first blood for Sri Lanka A, but the batters really took the center stage. Boyle was the man who really made the things pretty difficult for the Sri Lankan bowlers out there in the middle. He played some really good shots all across the park against the spinners, against the fast bowlers, and it was he who held up the momentum nicely. And then came Mohammad Abbas, who joined him out there in the middle. This was the half century for Boyle, and from there onwards it was Mohammad Abbas As soon as Max Boy, or rather Boyle, was dismissed, Abbas took the responsibility of holding the innings together, and he did that absolutely perfectly. This was V.S. Kant who picked up his first wicket, and then he came in and picked up another wicket as well to put New Zealand A onto their back foot, but this was that run out. A good bit of work from Pawan Ratnayaka. And in that over, a couple of wickets fell down. This was that second wicket of V.S. Khan. And all of a sudden, Sri Lanka A were very much in control. But Tim Pringle and Mohammad Abbas turned the tables rather, and turned the game into New Zealand A's favour once again. And the game really shifted nicely between the two sides. But it was Mohammad Abbas who took the centre stage in the last 5 overs. Played some really glorious shots all over the park to get to his century as well. And it's been a brilliant innings from him here at the MRICs. We thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm sure that you enjoyed it as well. And then Aditya Ashok with his scoop shots. Couldn't really get going. But that was the end of the innings for New Zealand A. And they finished things off with 302 for the loss of 7 wickets, giving a target of 303 for Sri Lanka to chase things down here at Hambantota. There we go. That's the equation. 303 runs to get for Sri Lanka A in their 50 overs to clinch the series 3-0, or New Zealand will have to defend the 302 runs to finish the series on a high note. Right, so we'll take a short break and we'll be back after the lunch break. Right, so welcome back to MRICS Hambantota for the third and the final one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. And it was New Zealand A who won the toss earlier today. And after electing to bat first, they put up a total of 302 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. It was Abbas who was the pick of the batter for New Zealand A, scoring 110 of just 112 deliveries. So 302 for the loss of 7 wickets is what they got in their 50 overs. And in terms of bowling, Sri Lanka A was a collective effort. Couple of wickets for Vijaykanth Viyaskant, the only bowler to complete the 10-over spell. And then 1 wicket apiece for Dilshan, Shiraz, Travin and Milan Ratnayaka. So 302 for the loss of 7 wickets. And the target is set for Sri Lanka A, as they need 303 runs of their 50 overs. So New Zealanders walking out to the middle in hope of defending this total of 303 runs on a fairly good surface for batting. And Sri Lanka, they've been doing well with the bat in hand all throughout this tournament, all throughout this series. Will try to replicate the same sort of batting performance in terms of chasing as well. And they're chasing things down for the first time in this series. The first couple of games, they batted first in Galle. They batted first in the second game here at Hambantota as well. And now into the third game, they got to chase down a total of 303. And the two openers walking out to the middle as well. It'll be a really good competition between the two sides here. And I'm sure that we have a real good game in our hands. As I welcome Dhammika Hemantha. Dhammika, 303 runs to get in their 50 overs for Sri Lanka A. And given the fact that they've done well with the bat in hand, what do you think will be... Well, let me be bold and ask, what do you think will be the result?
I think Sri Lanka should get this done without any difficulties. Informed side, top order batters amongst runs. This man in particular scoring a century, facing just 76 deliveries. And on the other hand, Kamil Mishara is also in very good touch. Scored that magnificent half century at goal. So Sri Lanka, all in all, for the first time, this will be testing times for them. They've had everything to their comfort during the first 2 games. And today, New Zealand, they look determined. This is exactly the situation they want to be in. Right from the beginning of the tour itself. And today, they will be fighting hard for their pride. Kamil Mishara, left-handed batter. One of the best going around and represented the national team during the T20 World Cup. And it's time. It's a... You know, lots of people, when they speak about A-team cricket, they say it's the future. I'm saying it's the presence. This is a dress rehearsal for the national assignments when it comes to players like Kamil Mishara. Same goes with the New Zealanders, 9 players across 2 squads. So I mentioned 4 players will be joining. Here's the first delivery. First delivery down the leg side. Sri Lanka opening up the account without any troubles, courtesy of a wide.
Yeah, Lister coming in, one of those changes New Zealand have done coming into this third game. But he starts off with a wide delivery down the leg side. But as you correctly mentioned, Dhammika, obviously Kamil Mishara having been representing Sri Lanka for some time now, and at the same time it's a good opportunity on a really good surface to bat on for Kamil Mishara against a quality side like New Zealand A. That ball came in sharp. Lister getting that ball to come right on to the left-hander Kamil Mishara, and it looks as if it got hit on the elbow, is it?
Elbow of his backhand, the left hand. New Zealand bowlers, they got the height advantage. Almost all of them hitting the deck very hard. Lister, perfect seam position, gets hit hard on the surface. Rising delivery. Mishara plays a conventional shot and misses. Hits him on his right hand, left hand rather, and hopefully no serious damage. Talking about the prospect of Sri Lanka chasing it down, they are obviously top heavy. Yes, that delivery. Sharp in dipper. Must be painful. They'll be surely applying those magic sprays to cool things off. A little bit of bandage. Right now he's not feeling it, but I can tell you around 11:45 p.m. tonight.
That was very specific, 11:45 p.m. Talking by experience, I guess.
Absolutely. With the adrenaline rush, and at times, even though it's painful, you're not showing off. Playing school cricket, we've done that enough. So, hopefully, these days, obviously, ice and magic spray to ease off the pain. It's a good start for Ben Lister. Tall bowler, always that left arm's angle, making it tougher for batters like Kamal Mishara. Tall man, good reach, but someone hardly uses his reach when it comes to shot making. Someone who likes to be static at the crease, let the ball come on to him, and particularly you're looking at his wagon wheel, plenty of shots on the offside as well as on the onside square. Nicely played, straight to the gully, Peter, backward point rather. How they start always matters, and as long as they keep wickets in hand, I'm thinking Sri Lanka should get over the line quite comfortably.
That's what the history will say. The past record of the last two games, where they did well with the bat in hand, try to replicate the same scenario here as well, but cannot really underestimate the New Zealand as well, especially when it comes to chasing things down. It's always a pressure on the chasing side, especially when it comes to chasing a total of 300 plus. You're always feeling that pressure, and the New Zealanders, of course, I mean, what happens when you have a good total on the board is it just gives that extra bit of freedom for the bowlers to, you know, take their time to settle in, knowing that they have runs on the board. So I'm sure that the New Zealand bowlers will use that freedom to their advantage.
You said it right. They can explore opportunities to pick up wickets, eventually putting the opposition under pressure right from the beginning. That's the reason why I'm saying Sri Lanka top heavy, and today I'm looking forward to see someone like Pawan Ratnayaka scoring some runs during this series. Very lean period after scoring that sparkling double 100 at NSL match. So Sri Lanka's latest batting sensation, down the ground straight to the fielder. Very decent over. He's been getting a little bit of bounce, hitting the same length time and time again. You hardly deviated from that length right from the word go. Always a good sign. Way to go when you're bowling on a flat deck like the one here at MRICS Hambantota.
Right, so last ball of this over. Oh, there we go, carved away, but straight into the points fielder hands. And a quick single to finish things off. A couple of runs coming off from that over. First over done, 2 without loss.
You saw that last instance as he completes the run, as Cruz Pulle plunging his bat right before the crease. Should be interesting to have another look. I mean, he was not in trouble, but let the bat go. Would have been interesting. Very decent first over for the New Zealanders. Keane is into the action. Oh, excellent delivery to start off his spell. Keane, another tall bowler. I mean, New Zealanders, time and time again over the years, we see getting this perfect wrist position. Talking about Matt Henry's been listed just a moment ago. And this man, I like his energy at the crease. Toss it like that. He looks very keen today. Keen and his core. Chu leading the side, knowing given themselves an outstanding opportunity of registering first victory of the series. And after this, 2 4-day matches coming up right here at MRICS Hambantota. Nicely worked away. That'll do it. Gets it finer. Offline. Kamil Mishara, not the sort of a player who's gonna miss out. Really neatly done.
Just helped it on its way. Kamil Mishara is very strong through that onside, and just like that, down towards the fine leg, he gets a boundary. The first boundary for Sri Lanka A, and the first boundary for Kamil Mishara as well.
Good follow-up delivery after conceding a boundary. Always good to see. That's a quality you almost always expecting from a good fast bowler. Playing on this turf, margin for error minimal. You saw how well New Zealanders, Boyle in particular, work the angle of the delivery. It's just a matter of an inch or two offline. That sounded nice, but straight to the fielder at points region. Apart from that boundary, Keane off to a very good start. Mishara on 5. Chris Pulle scoring that sparkling half century. If you can remember, Chris Pulle, even during interclub season, fairly lean patch. So he got into runs that day. I expected him to go big. Lovely. Once again, straight to the fielder. Excellent over apart from that boundary. 2 overs done, 6 for no loss. Lasit Cruzfulle, aggressive player by nature, instinctively trying to get after the bowling right from the word go, at time paying the price, hefty price, far too many occasions, but a very, very talented young batsman. Excellent hand-eye coordination, someone who prefers to go downtown. You know, when you compare two batters looking at the wagon wheel, he play most of his shots front of the square, like wide long on region, mid-wicket region. Not too many runs, square off sides. That's a good start. Got the batsman little leafy. This is the best time for you to get a wicket. Hard crack, new ball, pronounced seam. So gives you an opportunity to move the ball if you want. You take all that into consideration. This is the period two openers got to be careful. They know for a fact they are chasing down a big target. 303 to win this match and looking for 3-0 whitewash. Oh, front of the square, gets it into the gap, gets the single. And Cruz Pulle off the mark. Looking forward to see another scintillating knock by Lasit Cruzpulle. And speaking about Kavi Jagamage, young, exciting batting talent, ideal opportunity.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Kawhi Jagamage out there in the middle. He's in a good form. Still a schoolboy cricketer and played for Sri Lanka under 19s, playing for Kingswood College. And he's one of those players who did well in the concluded under 19 World Cup as well. So giving that opportunity for the youngster, it's always good on the part of the selectors who have given a chance for the young Kavi Jagamage to excel under these conditions. And I would say, I mean, coming on to bat on this bigger stage, the A team on a track like this, just that confidence is required, isn't it, for a youngster to get going. And I'm sure that he will utilize this opportunity to the best of his abilities.
That's the important thing. Selectors have given the opportunities for few youngsters, in fact, few under 19ers. Now, quite clearly, New Zealand bowlers worked Kamil Mishra out. That's his favorite region. Square of the wicket, through deep point, through deep third man, through square cover. That's where he scored most of his runs. And on the onside, deep backward square leg region, square leg. In comparison to Lasit Cruzpulle, most of his runs through extra cover region, wide long off region, and wide long on region, and mid wicket region. So he wouldn't mind scoring few runs through deep point region. Bit of a weak point down the leg side, should be a wide.
That'll be wide list. As I mentioned earlier, coming into this the third game, just 3 runs so far in this over. Sri Lanka A will try to set things up here. A good opening stand is always crucial when it comes to chasing a target, a massive target like 303 runs. Nicely behind the ball that time, Cruzpulle.
Always good to see great deal of patience by batsmen like Cruzpulle. Instinctively someone who likes to go after the bowling, and just as I mentioned, paying the hefty price time and time again in the A cricket arena, missing out on so many opportunities. You saw how Abbas began. It's like 60 deliveries before scoring 20. Lovely. That's one of his favorite areas, straight to the fielder. Fairly good over, apart from bowling a wide, just 3 runs off. After 3, 9 for no loss. So a couple of days back, light came into equation. That's a nice delivery, played gently, soft hands, gets it into the gap, gets a single, and good to see Cruzpulle responding, no hiccups. I was about to say, a couple of days back, bad light came into the equation. You see any possibilities of light coming into the equation? Already we see few clouds hovering right above us. Sort of whitish, grayish cloud. Things all of a sudden gone very pleasant. You experience, stiff breeze blowing across the ground once you go down in the middle. Always comforting. That's his way of doing thing. Almost paid the price. That's the aggressive intent I've spoken about. Got to curb that urge to go for quick runs. once you get that sorted out, he's a class act.
Yeah, Lassit Kruspul is naturally an aggressive player. Actually, in that interview we did earlier, I actually asked this question whether it's your natural game or whether he was following a specific set of instructions. But what he said was that it was indeed his natural game to, Oh, there we go.
I saw that during the second game as well. Very, very interesting way of doing that. That's Lassit Kruspul's way of saying no.
Coming back to that, and he did mention that it was his natural game, and he's been quite aggressive. There we go. That's, as you correctly mentioned, that's his way of saying no. Now this time it goes up, and it goes up nicely, and it goes all the way for a 6. There we go. Playing it down the ground, down towards long on. He gets the first 6 of the Sri Lankan innings.
No shortage of skill. No shortage of talent. Just a matter of curbing your urge to overdo. That's a fantastic shot. One of his favorite shots. Over wide long on region for 6.
Yeah, this is good cricket all round, Kruspul. The opportunity is presented, and he plays it down the ground for a maximum. That's a good comeback there from Simon Keane.
Almost on a Yorker length. Excellent comeback, just as you mentioned. 9 runs already. And Sri Lankans, they shouldn't be hurried at all. Knowing how well, Boyle and Abbas constructed that outstanding partnership. You don't need to hurry things up. You wait there, things will happen for you. That you can see walking down, dancing down the track. He likes that. The sort of a player. This is over 9 runs off after 4:18 for no loss. When you speak about keeping things under control, Abbas, naturally a similar sort of a player who likes to go after the bowling. Later on, he demonstrated what he's capable of, scoring 110 runs. But, that's a nice shot. Gets it over the infield. Not going to go all the way, plunges inside. They will come back for the second.
Yeah, played it on the up that time. Kamil Mishara just trying to clear that boundary on the offside. A short pitch delivery there from Lister is testing Kamil Mishara. He's been quite enterprising right throughout this series, and even now he's trying to break free here, and Lister is testing him for sure. 9 of 16. Doesn't like to stay in that position for a long period of time. 9 of 16. So he will try to break free here, and that's where New Zealanders can really exploit the opportunity to get a breakthrough.
Kamil Vishara, not the classic sort of left-hander. Someone who likes a little bit of room outside the off stump, and almost always like to clear his front foot and get the bat through the line just like that. See where the front foot goes, creating enough room. Lovely bat swing through the line of the delivery straight to the fielder. They still manages to get a single. So very quiet start under the circumstances. 21 for no loss, but fantastic track. Boundaries will start into flow.
Yeah, the key thing is to take your time. Especially we saw when Sri Lanka was bowling, Sri Lanka A was bowling, the Dilshan Madhushank and Mohammad Shiraz did well with the new ball in hand. And the batters, the two openers, they were patient enough, and at the same time they took their time. And from the looks of it, these two openers for Sri Lanka A would try to replicate the same sort of a start here. There we go, nice delivery going away from Lasith Cruzpulde. Max Chu behind the stumps.
Did you mention a quiet start? Run rate above 6. Ideal. So without any efforts, they still managed to maintain a run rate close to 6 and over. That's one of his favorite shots. No worries whatsoever. Take a look at it where it lands. Just about 20 meters beyond the boundary line.
Yeah, just helped it on its way once again. Lister testing Cruzpulde with a short pitch delivery. And look at this execution. Just managing to get it down towards the deep fine leg. Almost over the head of the wicket keeper. But just enough power to get it all the way towards the maximum.
Well directed. Enough bounce. This day and age, you hardly see players playing that shot. Classic hook shot. Great Aravind, great exponent of that. There you go once again. Bit of a trademark now. Way of saying no. No mistakes. Now, the non-strike as well as rest of the players knows what exactly it means. Stop right there.
Yeah, steady start for Sri Lanka A. Lasith Cruzpulde and Kamil Vishara just doing his job nicely here, setting up a good opening partnership, which, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be the key for chasing down a total of 300 plus. It should be. Is it a wide? We'll wait for the confirmation from the umpire. Ah, there we go. Confirmation from the umpire, Kotachi.
You're already starting to notice that you don't need to do anything extravagant. Just play your normal game. Both the batters instinctively very aggressive. Like to play each deliveries on the up. When they are in the mood, it's very, very hard to keep them quiet. A bit of an awkward looking shot. That'll do it. Spanked it away towards mid-wicket region for 4. No stopping whatsoever. He likes it there. Short enough. Stood on the pitch. Just swatted away for another boundary.
Yeah, short pitch delivery. Right on top of that, Kamil Mishara. Brilliantly executed, and it goes all the way for a boundary. So the second boundary in this over, 1-6 and now a 4, belongs to Kamil Mishara.
Left hand round coming through. I think that way. Change your number 13, 1-3.
So it's a pretty decent start for Sri Lanka without, trying to do anything extravagant. They've already scored 30 plus. Here's another talented youngster. Done exceedingly well in the Plunket Shield tournament, earning his place. This is his maiden New Zealand A cap. Try to work the way into the gap, straight to the field for no runs. Important passage. It all depends on how well Sri Lankans handling New Zealand spinners. If they do that decently well, it'll be a straightforward chase. Otherwise, things will obviously become a little trickier. A full toss. Thank you so much, says Lasith Cruzpulde. A gift.
Yeah, that's asking for trouble. A full toss on the offside in the power play. Lasith Cruzpulde. He's not going to miss out on that. There we go, nicely carved through. He was more focused on bisecting the gap, and as soon as he did that, he knew it's gone all the way for a boundary. An interesting call to bring the spinner into the attack so early into the innings. We saw how good the fast bowling has been from Sri Lanka, and at the same time, so far the two fast bowlers from... Oh, there we go. I thought it has gone past the fielder and reaching to that boundary, but there is this fielder down in the deep. But interesting call, but I like this from the New Zealand A captain, Max Chu, opting to go with Rohit. Only the 6th over of the match, and we're seeing a spinner coming into play.
So you've seen Lasit Cruz-Pulle previously. He had that tendency of turning his bat inward. Now he must have worked very, very hard. But that's a good shot, equally well fielded. I was mentioning that just about a year and a half back, Lasit Cruz-Pulle, when he drive his shots down the ground, he had the tendency of closing his bat face, as a result not getting his timing right. But now today I'm starting to notice the difference. When he plays down the ground, played with straight bat and angle bat in towards the offside. It's about working on your techniques. Those subtle adjustments will obviously provide you results. That one struck firmly straight to the fielder. Gets a single to complete the 6th over. 6 runs off, 39 for no loss.
Please.
Kamal Mishara looking to make it big. I thought another player after scoring a sparkling half century, scoring around 73, missing out on scoring big. Your hunger for runs will be tested in a series like this. That's exactly what the selectors and team management looking from you to make it big. Tim Pringle is into the attack, had a decent outing with a bat in hand. Start up with a short pitch delivery, luckily straight to the fielder.
So all in spin attack now from New Zealand. Early into the game, still the 7th over in operation.
Lovely, Pringle, so good.
Flat and fast there from Pringle.
Please, Matthew.
We saw that from the Sri Lankan spinner, especially at the start, especially Kavi Jagamagi was bowling it flat. Was bowling fast and flat, darting it into the batter. But it'll be interesting to see how Tim Pringle would adjust himself on the surface, try to loop that ball in, giving a bit more air as well. It's important that you make those adjustments as the game goes on. You learn how to bowl on a surface like this, and at the same time, you got to mix things up. Try not to be predictable.
Right about that. Looking at his bowling action, lot similar to Daniel Vittori. Must have modelled himself watching the great left-arm spin bowler performing for New Zealand, youngster Pringle.
Try and get it yourself. Lovely
With his
bowling, mate.
height, he tend to get a little
Lovely
bit of bounce. Just as you mentioned, it's
Pringers.
about tossing it up a little bit and see
Lovely
whether
Pringer.
is there anything available on the surface. Fantastic surface. I mean, proper international standard wicket.
Pringle.
Let the ball come on to you,
Excellent,
played
that's Pring.
on the back foot.
Excellent, this Pring.
There you go. Instinctively, he already, contemplating. If it's there again, I'm going to go for that shot. On the left side, should be another wide. Must have, yes. I for a moment thought Kotachi taking a while, just maybe brushed something. Wasn't the case. Another run to the total, 41 for no loss. Excellent start.
Yeah, so far so good from Tim Pringle in this over. Just a couple of runs.
Pringle, so good this. So good this, Pring.
Chris Pulley, who's on 20 off 17, he's in a good
Lovely,
touch.
Pringo.
Scored a wonderful century in the previous game, and now coming into this third and the final
Pring.
game. That's what he wanted, to replicate the same sort of a performance in this third game.
Pringle,
But this is
Pringle,
good,
Pringle.
really good from Tim Pringle, enticing the batter to come to his front foot. And that's the end of the over. 7 overs done. 41 without a loss.
Here's that opportunity. On the back foot. Never got out of the crease. So, Chris Pulley had nothing to worry about. Sri Lanka off to a pretty decent start. Roscoe Tatil once again joining alongside me in the combox. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dhammika. And good afternoon to all the viewers joining us from all around the world.
Great moving,
This
Pat.
game being shown to all parts of the world, including New Zealand as well. It's a bit late night in New Zealand. Mishara looks to go big, getting the inner part of his bat, but still finds the boundary.
Lovely, Rowie. Great moving.
Straight away, pressure on the left arm spinner against the left-hander.
Lovely, Rowie.
That's a good shot. Didn't get hold of that one. His bat face closest touch early than he expected. Still made solid enough connection. Just like that.
Lovely, Rowie.
Importantly, got that one into the gap. That's what matters. Now the boundary, and Sri Lanka steadily approaching 50 runs. Hardly troubled, hardly tested. Both the batters on 20. Both of them looking so good.
No, like that, ball, Row.
Short and wide on 2 occasions, in fact, from Gulati, getting away with both of them. I like this from Chu, though. In the first couple of games, pace didn't really work in the power play, so they have gone to spin very early. 2 left-arm spinners in that.
That's nicely played. Got the placement. Superb shot.
Far away, Rowie.
That's one of his strong areas, just as we mentioned. And Gulati feeding him, needing no second invitation. Kamil Mushara picks up another boundary. Oh, that's so good to watch.
With the field he has set in this power play, he can't really give any width to Kamil Mishara. Goes again, clears mid off. And it goes all the way as well. Mishara taking the attack to Rohit Gulati. That's a big one over the long off boundary. 2 full this time, and Mishara didn't need a second invitation. 14 runs came off that over. Sri Lanka A now 45 without loss.
Tina, you want to go again? Yeah, from here. Catch it, Dale. Gear lines right, Dale, please. Yeah.
Good thing
Yeah,
about
Frank.
Kamil Mishara's last 6, he made it look so effortless. Into his arc, beautiful bat swing. Takes it a long way, Pringle.
Down, Blister.
To my liking, he's a little too quick to be able to get some purchase off the track. He needs to slow down a bit. You saw
I love these two. and I
Vijay
love
Kant
Dale there,
Vyaskanth
but
started
Bill
off
Ketchum
similar fashion, bowling little too quick.
there. Got it, Pring.
But later on, in his second spell,
Sweet drink here,
understanding
Frank.
the importance of taking some bite off the surface, slowing it down. That's a lovely piece of bowling.
So good.
Try to play that late cut. Almost found the inside edge.
Yes, I think this is a natural length that Pringle bowls. He's played a lot of T20 cricket growing up. Played a couple of T20 World Cups as well for Netherlands, with his mother being Dutch. But now he is focusing on playing for New Zealand into the wicket kind of bowler. Not something you usually see against spinners. This one a little bit of flight. That's his variation really. But if you looked at him throughout the series, he generally is very flat and into the pitch. And that slow ball is kind of his variation as well.
That one tucked away really nicely and gets a single. When you're facing a bowler like Tim Pringle, your footwork got to be precise. You can't have half measures because it's very quick. Got to pick up the line really quickly. Of course, not spinning too much either direction. But, you know, sort of a bowler, you got to get your footwork sorted out. Made some room outside the off stump, pierced the infield. No need to run. That was struck beautifully.
Wonder if the fielder could have done a little bit better there. Pringle wasn't too happy with the effort in the field, but a great stroke from Cruz Pulle, making room for himself, finding the offside boundary. It's a pet shot against left arm spin for Cruz Pulle, going through that extra cover region.
Hailing from Negombo, played for Maristella, now playing for CCC. One of the best, certainly in the domestic scene. Inner part of the bat gets another single. Excellent over, 7 runs off after 9.62 for no loss. Don't know if you agree with me, both the batters in a bit of a purple patch. Good batters always try their best to extend those purple patches. Far too many lean patches when it comes to Cruz Pulle. Ideal opportunity, excellent series so far. Another grand chance, another grand opportunity to make it big.
Yes, most certainly. Cruz Pulle has been known to throwing away starts, but in that last game, he certainly capitalized, went on to make a big, useful score, 100 in that, plenty of boundaries, entertained all of us here at Hambantota. Sure, he will look to bat deep into this innings. He's actually given himself a little bit of extra time today. I like that from Cruz Pulle. And he's swiftly moved on to 26 of 22 balls as Simon Keane has replaced Rohit Gulati. That experiment didn't really go to plan for New Zealand.
Straight away, pace dividends. Excellent bit of captaincy. Having batted so well, chasing one outside the off stump and once again throwing it away.
Well, talk about a commentator's curse again. I was praising him for the way he had given time and not throwing away his start. But that's exactly what he has done as we were talking about it. It was there to be probably hit. Unfortunately for him, finds that short third man fielder. His innings is cut short. Cruz Pulle departs for 26. Sri Lanka A now 62 for 1.
There you go. You ask for it. Youngster. Exciting young talent from Kandy. Kaviju Kamage, right-handed batsman, all-rounder. Straight away, coming in as number 3. Usually, your best batter walking in at number 3. I like this. Selectors, coaches, giving him ample opportunities. Go out there, enjoy yourself. That previous dismissal, I thought Kruspule sliced this little too much. Probably opening up the bat face to get the placement. Outer half of the bat, well taken. Here's the first delivery. Looks good, isn't it? Very precise with his foot movement. Gets a single, gets off the mark.
Yes, Sri Lanka Cricket named a 28-man squad, and it was very nice to see a few under-19 players included in it. Kavija Gamoge was certainly one of them. This was the Kruspule dismissal. I think he was looking to go over the top on the offside, getting the outer half of his bat. And yes, Kavija Gamoge was certainly one of those under-19 players in the squad. Another one was Charmika Heenatigala. Plays his club cricket for BRC. And also Vigneshwaran Akash, another prospect, a very good leg spinner who will feature in the red ball series.
Giving opportunities, identifying exciting young talent, nurturing them. Once again, outer half of the bat, in the gap, straight to the field in the deep, should only be a single. Sri Lankans should be careful. Now we saw the dismissal of Dasit Kruspule, a little careless to say the least. I mean, so much of talent, oozing with talent. He's a type of a player who can walk in, score a century in double quick time. So he's an asset. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka missing. Oh, lovely, isn't it? Always exciting to see youngsters performing outstandingly well. He feels good about himself already. Gets a single, moves to the other end.
Yes, not often when you watch cricket in the past that you will be batting or facing your first ball without a point fielder. Nowadays, that deep point is a very famous fielding position, and that's what the New Zealand bowlers, the fielding plan has been for most parts against Kavija Gamage, at least for those first 2 balls. There was a deep point instead of a deep third man. As we see the end of another over, Sri Lanka A 65 for 1. That's the end of the power play number 1.
Now Kavija Gamage, 2 of 2 deliveries. Meshara on 32. He's the senior partner. That's the end of the first power play. Beginning of the second power play. Experienced umpire Rohita Kottachi. We saw him in the international scene. First power play highlights. Plenty of boundaries. Kruspule into the act. Got that one over fine leg region. Driven through extra cover region. Gets another boundary. Mishara, that's his favorite region, through the point. That's a fabulous shot of the day so far for me. And that's the dismissal, unfortunately. Backline.
Lovely start, brother.
Youngster
Yeah, Keno, you're almost to
playing
me, eh?
for Colombo Coles, and
Lovely, bro.
a few weeks back, he won the game for his college after 50, 60 years. I mean, they've been finding it very, very tough against Dharmaraja, Kingswood, winning the 3-day encounter. Now, he scored 2 centuries, mainly a batting all-rounder. Lovely, precise footwork, get to the pitch of the delivery, played on the up, gets it into the deep and gets another single. So things moving along according to a plan for the Sri Lankans. But right now, Mishara his approach will be very, very interesting.
Yes, runner ball is what Sri Lanka needs from here on. As you can see, 237 runs needed of 237 balls.
Nice and tight for me, mate.
But key is going to be partnerships and wickets in hand towards the latter part of the innings.
Get it! Lovely
Nicely
escape.
struck
Rather
once
miss on
again
that
from
side,
Kamil
Frank.
Mishara. He's on his way. He made a good 71
First out.
that first game as well.
Strong player
Good yards, Tim.
on either side,
One more.
scoring
kick,
runs most of the time. Squarer.
Lovely Frank.
But I love to see from Mishara is to score more runs down the ground, playing straight, especially on a pitch like this where the ball comes on to bat really nicely. There was a scoring opportunity down the leg side. Had he get a faint tickle, would have been a boundary. Extra nevertheless. A wide Pringle, trying to make it tough for the youngster, getting it in towards the batter. That's a quicker delivery and given. Roscoe, I'm immediately starting to think he worked a plan. Quicker delivery. Just maybe brushing the leg stump. Touch unlucky.
Yes, certainly looked good from up here. Pringle bowled that one nicely, sliding on with the arm. Close call. Could be clipping leg stump, but Pringle strikes. Crucial breakthrough for New Zealand A. Kavijagamage departs for 3. Sri Lanka A now 68 for 2.
Newest batting sensation of Sri Lankan cricket, Pawan Ratnayaka, is in Sri Lanka against the run of play, losing another wicket, 68 for 2 now. During this series, not too many runs for Pawan Ratnayaka. This is the ideal opportunity, someone who's capable of pacing out his innings fantastically well. From Mahanama, playing for Colombo Cricket Club, done outstandingly well. Truckload of runs during this season as well, and coming into this series scored a double century. So it'll be his responsibility steering the ship.
Yes, center wicket, yes.
No middle wicket's fine. No middle wicket's fine. Let's see him turn one first card.
Certainly a great talent
love it.
is Pawan Ratnayaka.
Yeah.
From what we've seen initially from him, should be a great Sri Lanka player in the years to come. Full toss straight away from Pringle. Lucky to concede only a single, as that completes over number 11. Sri Lanka A 69 for 2.
Pawan Ratnayaka, he promises a lot. It's about time he delivers already. International century in front of his name. So he's a capable batter. There's no doubt whether he's talented or not. Outstanding young talent. It's about how well he settles down, cement his place, and meeting his true potential. See, very comfortable. Beat on the front foot, beat of the back foot. Outstanding techniques. Lot is spoken about his batting stance. It doesn't matter whichever way you stand, as long as your techniques are proper, that'll do it.
Nicely bowled from Keane. He's been one of the wicket takers so far. Yes, we saw Mohammad Abbas struggling with an injury towards the end of his innings. End of a great innings, I should say. And he has not really come out to field. So New Zealand A will be a bowler short if he doesn't come at all. We see Phillips on for him, doing fielding for those first 11 overs. So skipper Chu will have to turn to a new bowler to cover his overs. That's a nice stroke from Kamil Mishara.
And at the same time, there are 4 players leaving this tour to join Black Caps in Bangladesh. Mohammad Abbas, Aditya Ashok, Christian Clark and Ben Sears. Hopefully, there's no bigger damage. Otherwise, his chances of joining Black Caps under jeopardy. Oh, that's nicely played away. Perfect placement. That was sitting up really nicely. Ratnayaka swatted away. Gets his first boundary. Things looking up once again for the Sri Lankan A.
Quality stroke from Pawan Ratnayaka. He's a good puller of the ball. Found that gap between deep fine leg and deep square leg. Nicely rolled his wrists over the ball. Quality stroke from Ratnayaka. Yes, you spoke about the players going on tour to Bangladesh. One unfortunate incident was the injury to Christian Clark. That last game, he was among the tour party as well. And he was withdrawn. And he's been replaced by Ben Lister as well, who will also go to Bangladesh now. But yes, hopefully for Christian, he can recover fast. You might not see in your pictures, but we see Abbas slowly moving out of the ground only now. Seems like he's really struggling. I'm not sure if it's cramp or something else.
Looks like a muscle strain on his back. He's walking very gingerly and looking good. Meanwhile, very good over for the Sri Lankan A team. 6 runs off after 12, 75 for 2.
Sri Lanka A 75 for 2 as we see Abbas slowly striding off there. Seems to be in a lot of trouble. Could be a bit of cramp. Could be a bit of dehydration as well. Not easy conditions.
Lovely, Rob.
As I welcome Osha the back into the commentary box.
Yeah, Roscoe. Very hot and humid conditions out in the middle.
Sorry, Ed.
Can be a bit tricky if you're not used to it, but Abbas batted for a long, very long period of time out there in the middle. Can be a bit harsh. But all focus now on what exactly is happening out there in the middle. 76 for 2, Sri Lanka A losing a couple of wickets.
Rowie. Excellent, Rowie. So good, Rowie. Lovely there, Frank.
Yes, Gulati has got a role to play. He's replaced Pringle from this end now. His first 2 overs went for 20 runs. For New Zealand A to make a game of this, he needs to go well.
Rowie!
Started better from this end.
So good, Rowie.
Yeah, so far, a touch expensive. 2.3 overs, none for 21. And the Sri Lanka A cannot afford to lose another wicket here, but he's bowling in good areas, has a good control over Pawan Ratnayaka. Generally, the Sri Lankan batters fancy their chances against the spinners, coming fresh off a 3-day season. There's quite a lot of spinners all around the teams. Will try to fancy their chances against these New Zealand spinners on a surface, as we mentioned earlier as well, on a good batting surface. Not much spin on offer. We didn't really see the Sri Lankan spinners getting some good grip or purchase of the surface as well. Trying to play it late that time. Kamil Mishara, he's doing well out in the middle. 35 of 39 deliveries, and that's the end of the over. 13 done. 77 for 2.
Right-hander. Yes, please, Ro. 45, please, Ro. Thank you.
It will be Aditya Ashok. Double bowling change for the Kiwis. It's been very impressive in the first 2 games. Among the wickets as well. Got a good wrong on and has troubled the Sri Lankan batters in the first 2 games. So this is going to be key passage of play for Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. What New Zealand A will be looking for is wickets, while Sri Lanka A will look to rebuild after those strikes. Nicely punched to that deep cover boundary. A key feature of Pawan's initial international career was his use of feet. One, to get to the pitch of the ball, and then to go deep in the crease with his cut shots, pull shots. It's been very impressive to watch so far.
He's been a busy player all throughout this 3-match series, and even today as well. He's looking good for his 35 of 39. Punched on the ground, a low full toss there from Ashok.
Good service, Boyle. Love that. Love that, Shokar.
79 for 2. Yeah, that's a good looking shot there from Pawan Ratnayaka, and it'll reach the boundary. Effortless. Brilliant there from Pawan Ratnayaka. Came down the track, got to the pitch of the delivery, and it drives it up to the perfection.
Great use of his feet, made it a full toss, and found the gap with ease as well.
Follow the card, let's be reactive.
He had a good battle against Adil Rashid during that ODI series against England. Similar battle against Ashok, obviously not the same class as Rashid.
So good. Service. Excellent, Eddie.
Yeah, he's a good player of spin. I mean, most of the Sri Lankan batters have been regarded as good batters. They've all been good players of spin. So Pawan Ratnayaka
I like hands.
been batting on surfaces like this. Oh, there we go. Once again, this time it's Kamil Mishara out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, boys.
He
Come on.
collects another boundary.
Turn around, boys.
Even the previous one, and now it's Kamil Mishara has effortlessly played it down the ground, and it reaches the boundary with ease.
That's like a throwdown half volley there for Kamil Mishara.
Oh, Eddie.
This time towards long on. Mishara moves into the 40s. Sri Lanka A 89 for 2.
Oh, boys, coming, hey, Rain. Put the DLS up. Coming, Rowie. Hold on. We need one up.
Right, so Gulati to continue from the main pavilion end here at the MRICS
36
in
ball down.
Hambantota. Perfect conditions for cricket. No
Oh,
any
Rowie.
imminent threat of rain as at now, but it was the same scenario in the previous match as well. Out of nowhere, the clouds came in and the umpires decided to close the match. So let's hope that it won't be the case today as well.
10.
Once again, flat
Nice, Rowie.
and fast there from Rohit Gulati.
Lovely, Rowie.
Would collect a single. Bishara is off to another good start here. 42 of 44. It just he's in a really good form. Even in the concluded 3-day league, he was quite dominant
Right,
with the
happy
bat
with
in
10,
hand.
Daniel?
And in the first one-day game, the second, and now in the third one as well, Kamil Bishara stepping up to the occasion and just making sure that he's doing well as an opener. That's a good bit of fielding there. Robinson.
Great work, chum.
That's a kind of pressure you need to put on these batters, especially Pawan Ratnayaka, who will try to get off the strike as much as possible.
Rowie. Excellent, Row.
Gulati has been very good from this end. He's considered only 3 runs in his 1.4 overs from this end compared to the 20 he considered in his first 2 overs. That's a nice stroke from Pawan Ratnayaka. As I say that, Ratnayaka finds the boundary, he hangs back. He tried to use his feet in the previous ball, but this time goes deep in his crease and crashes it to the point boundary.
Nicely done, Gulati. Just bowling it touch to wide. Plenty of width on offer for Pawan Ratnayaka to work with. And he cut away nicely, beating that point region. And a single to finish things off. So 6 runs coming off from that over from Rohit Gulati. 15 done, 95 for 2.
Aditya Ashok, an expensive first over, conceding 12 runs. Very similar to what happened to him in that second one-day game as well. First 4 overs were very expensive, but then came back very well.
Eddie, so good.
Throws this one wide.
Hey, you're good there, Prang, just behind.
Ratnayaka has moved on swiftly to 19. Sri Lanka 96 for 2 in pursuit of 303.
Yeah, Pawan Ratnayaka is kind of a batter who would like to, always get those 1s and 2s. He's a very busy player, like to get the scoreboard ticking.
Bow. Yeah, well dealt with.
And this inning so far, 19 of 18, is just a good indication of how good Pawan has been right throughout in terms of, dealing with those 1s and 2s and getting the scoreboard ticking right throughout. Not a short pitch delivery, goes high up in there, and it's gone all the way, is it? Oh yes, there we go. Touch too short from Ashok, and Kamil Bishara needs no second invitations that time. He goes across through the mid-wicket, and he gets a maximum.
Good stroke from Mishara. More importantly, he found the gap there between deep mid-wicket and long on. It was dismissed in a similar fashion in that first game of the bowling of Ashok, caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Tim Robinson was the fielder there. He is hovering around that mid-wicket boundary today as well.
Well, Sid.
Right, so 7 runs coming off from this over as well. That could be a wide. Yes, it is. So runs coming in for Sri Lanka. A team, although they've lost a couple of wickets, we're into the 16th over and already 100 up for Sri Lanka A. You can see the current run rate, almost 6.5 runs per over. Another short pitch delivery, this time wide outside the off stump, but there's protection down in the deep. Tim Pringle will cut it down for just a single. So all in spin attack from New Zealand so far in this last couple of overs, and even starting off from the 6th or the 7th over, if I'm not mistaken, the spinners have taken the centre stage as the wrong one. Came right in, so 16 overs done, 104 for the loss of 2 wickets, and it's time for some drinks.
Sri Lanka A 104 for 2 wickets. 16 overs completed, and these are the 2 men to fall so far. Lasith Cruzpulle was the first batter to fall, looking to go big over that offside. He was caught at short third man just when we were talking about him throwing away starts. And then Kavi Jagamage, the youngster, been trapped in front by Pringle. 2 good strikes for the Kiwis. that has kept them in the game, though Sri Lanka have raced on to 104 for 2 after 16 overs.
Timely wickets for New Zealand A. Another wicket here will definitely set the game onto a nice balance between the two sides. Of course, New Zealand A would fancy a wicket here to break this partnership, which is 36 at the moment of just 31 deliveries. The two batters really very much in control. And there we go. That's the half century for Kamil Mishara. 50 of 49. A wonderful innings from the opening batter. And he continues his good form on this third one-day game as well.
Second half century of the series for Mishara. Look to capitalize and make this a big one. Still a long way to go in this run chase. Almost 200 runs needed. So a lot of work to be done by Mishara and Pawan Ratnaik as well. Nicely tossed up from Gulati. Good use of the feet from Pawan Ratnaik. Rotating the strike and limiting those dot balls in this middle phase is going to be the key for Sri Lanka A.
It's important that this partnership continues for Sri Lanka. Pawan Ratnaik, more importantly for him as a player, hasn't been the best of the series for Pawan Ratnaik with the bat in hand, but now is the opportunity here. He got off to a good start on multiple occasions in this series, and today as well 20 of 20 deliveries. So it's important that he continues this to put up a good score and to help Sri Lanka to chase things down here at the MRICS. And as for the New Zealand, it's quite simple. The runs are coming in for Sri Lanka. You've got to put the pressure on. You've got to force the batters to make a mistake here, because at the moment these two batters are getting those singles quite easily. Oh, that's a good shot. That's up in there. Has that gone all the way for a maximum? Yes, it has. Kamil Mishara down on one knee and played it across the line of the delivery, and he gets it all the way for a maximum.
Good strike from Mishara. Loves that boundary down at deep mid-wicket. And with the left-arm spinner, bowling very gentle left-arm spin, he accepts the challenge and puts it over the boundary. Tries to go hard again, probably a bit too hard to complete over number 17, Sri Lanka A. 114 for 2.
Kamil Mishara has been quite outstanding. 57 or 52, played some really good shots all around the park. There's his highlights. He started off the proceedings, that was his first boundary, and from there onwards against the pace bowlers who bowled that first 6 overs, he was very good, especially on the onside. Whenever width was on offer, he was not afraid to go around and to play those shots onto the offside and onside as well against the spinners. And so far has done a really good job here, setting the base for the run chase. They need 303 runs, and that needs some batting, and that is exactly what Kamil Mishara has done. They've given him a good platform. 57 of 52 deliveries, 5 fours and 3 sixes, and a strike rate of in excess of 100, which is exactly what the doctor ordered for Sri Lanka A at this stage. Right, so a change in bowling. Then comes Boyle. Another spinner coming in from the media box end. Oh, that's a poor delivery to start off with. Slapped away from Pawan Ratnaik. There's protection down in the deep. It's a couple of runs to start this over.
Yes, with Mohammad Abbas being out of the field, skipper Chu trying to cover up for some overs. Boyle is going to be one of those part-timers used. Bowled a couple of overs in the previous game as well. That's a lot better, but a brilliant shot from Pawan Ratnaik. No chance whatsoever for the fielder this time. And that was a quality stroke through the offside.
Once again, this time, he finds the gap and he drives it nicely onto the offside once again. That's asking for trouble. Not much pace on offer from Boyle, just gentle off spin. Full on the offside. Just the perfect recipe for Pawan Ratnayaka to collect a boundary there. And there we go. Once again, very neatly done. Won't go all the way for a boundary, but at least a couple on offer. Played it late, down towards the deep third man. In fact, the third man was up inside the circle. So that enticed Pawan Ratnayaka to play that shot. So he collects another couple. So now 8 runs already from this over.
Yes, Ratnayaka playing with the field in this over against Boyle. First one to the right of the deep cover fielder. Then a boundary as well to follow, and then nicely using the pace through short third man. So putting the pressure back on Boyle straight away. That's what you should do against part-time spin. Goes big, a hard slash, but no damage done for Ratnayaka. It's a tricky period for him in this series. He's got out a couple of times after getting to those 20s. Would like to capitalize and make this a big one. His last ODI innings being a brilliant 100 against England as well. So not a man who's not used to big scores.
Yeah, this is a perfect opportunity. As I mentioned earlier, good batting surface. And Pawan Ratnayaka has got off to a good start as well. 18 done, 123 for 2.
That's what Sri Lanka A need. 180 runs from 192 balls. As we see a change in the bowling. Gulati has been taken out of the attack. And it will be Ben Lister, who has got a call up for that tour to Bangladesh as well, replacing Christian Clark, who injured himself trying to catch a ball in that second one-day game. Lister going for 20 in his first 3 overs.
That's been given as a wide. Very wide down the leg side. In fact, Ben Lister's first ball of this innings was wide as well. That was against Kamil Mishra, and now Pawan Ratnayaka. The right-hander. Ben Lister has been bowled well. I mean, his figures 3 overs, 1 for 21 suggests otherwise, but he's been hitting the deck hard. He's been troubling the batters, losing his height, and makes it difficult for the batters to play it on the up, to get under the ball properly.
Lovely, Skinner. Now, plus, I'm happy if you want to use the long arm, but you're cool.
But the current run rate almost touching that 7 runs per over, which is very healthy at this stage for Sri Lanka. It just tells you how good of a surface this is and how good Sri Lanka's batting has been right throughout this series.
Yes, Ben Lister's last ODI game has come in 2023. So it's a good break for him to join that Bangladesh tour party. Good delivery against the left-handed Mishra.
That's a good delivery. There we go. Once again, Kamil Mishra trying to play it on the up, but couldn't really capitalize on that one. Just went with the arm. No real sea movement or anything whatsoever for Ben Lister that time. Just went with the arm. Once again, neatly done there from Kamil Mishra. Trying to look for that single, but sent right back from Pawan Ratnayaka. It was his call not to take that single, which is the right thing to do, I feel. 57 off 55 for Kamil Mishara. He's been quite outstanding. As I mentioned earlier, right throughout this series, he's been able to get to his second half century today in this series.
Yes, Sri Lanka A are missing a couple of their key players in this game. Obviously, they have been rested. Sahan Arachige has been one of them. He was impressive in those first two games. He held the middle order together. So these two today have a big responsibility, being among the national setup for a while now, Mishara and Pawan Ratnayaka. They've already put on 57, but they will be expected to do a lot more. Nicely struck by Mishara, but finds the fielder on that occasion. Sri Lanka still do have some good batting left to come. Sunal Dinusha obviously made 93 in that previous game, and then Ahan Wickramasinghe, who's got an opportunity, and then it's a bit of a long tail. Yes, Milan Ratnayaka plays as the bowling all-rounder, but they've got V.S. Khan, Travin Mathiv, Mohammad Shiraz and Dilshan Madhusankar, so it's a bit of a long tail that they're playing with today.
Yeah, one of the strengths that Sri Lanka had right throughout this series is the fact that they bat deep. We'll talk about this in the next over. 125 for 2. Pawan on 31 of 27 and Mishara on 57. The two batters, set batters out there in the middle for Sri Lanka. Now that's a poor delivery once again from Boyle. Lucky that he has protection down in the deep. Will cut it down for just a single. It was slapped hard. Now coming back to the point of talking about the tail of Sri Lanka. Obviously, the first two games they had a good deep batting lineup, but today they made some changes. In fact, 5 changes heading into this third and the final one-day game. It's a bit of a risk, but at the same time, it's all about giving an opportunity for the youngsters so they can chip in and to get that much needed exposure at the highest level.
Boys, keep squeezing in here.
And with the lead already belongs to Sri Lanka in this series, third and the final list day game. The team management, the captain, decided to give that chance to the youngsters. Is a really good decision. Cut away by Pawan Ratnayaka once again, but will be just a single. I really like this approach from Pawan Ratnayaka. He's not stalling, he's just making sure that he's getting those ones and twos really well. 33 off 30. It doesn't matter whether he's getting boundaries or not, because he's doing his job right now for his team. And the same goes to Kamil Mishara as well. Collectively, these two batters have put up a really good partnership here, put in the pressure on New Zealand A. At one point, when those 2 wickets fell down, New Zealand A crept back into this game, but now Sri Lanka A has once again taken their seat on the driving seat, and there we go. That'll run away for another boundary. Pawan Ratnayaka, not sure whether it was intentional, but it came off the edge. But it runs down towards the boundary, and that'll spoil the good over from Boyle. So 8 runs coming off from that over. 20 done, 133 for 2. Got a crowd in. Not fair to say that it's a crowd, but got some people in. Joining in to enjoy this third and the final one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. But it was a good series, a good exposure for all these players. And obviously, we talked about how New Zealand would go on to play their series in Bangladesh, so it's a good exposure for those players as well. I'm sure they've utilized this opportunity to get used to the conditions in the subcontinent. And for Sri Lanka as well, for the players to come in and to get a good exposure into this almost international level.
That's the New Zealand camp, looking for their first win on tour. Comprehensively beaten in those first two games. Second one was by Duckworth Lewis. First one in Gaul was a poor effort with the bat especially. It's been a good second spell from Lister. It's been very economical, as the partnership has now moved on to 66 as well. Ratnayaka on 37, Mishara on 60. Required run rate well within their grasp. Wickets is going to be the key for New Zealand, as we spoke about before. Bit of a long tail for Sri Lanka A as well. He's varying his pace very nicely, is Lister. Ratnayaka trying to break free, trying to pierce that offside field.
Well, just a one run so far in this over. Lister has been quite good in his second spell, even in the previous over, and now just giving away only one run in this over. Off the edge, and there's protection down in the deep. A bit of a fumble, but no harm done, just a single.
The edge, but well done in the end by Gulati, making sure it doesn't go across the rope. New Zealand desperate for a wicket here, will make things very interesting. At the moment, it's cruise control for Sri Lanka A.
Last ball of this over, and there we go. Goes high up in there, and it's gone all the way for a maximum. What a way to finish things off. A 6 to wrap things up in this over. And that 6 belongs to Kamil Mishara. 21 overs down, 141 for 2.
As you all know, to constitute a game, there has to be at least 20 overs. And at the end of 21st over, DL power score is 117. Sri Lanka well ahead at the moment, which means all they need is to keep that going. From time to time, we see this. Not too far away from Matala Airport. Boyle. An all-rounder, batting all-rounder into his second over. So far conceded 7. Pringle, I beg your pardon. And so far conceded 13 and picked up a wicket. Ratnayaka looks so good. Without any efforts, already moved up to 38 of 36 deliveries. Meshara looks good for another big one. 66 of 63. I like the conscious effort by both the batters to keep up the run rate. Mishara in particular, in international cricket, often spoken about dot ball count when it comes to Sri Lankans with their bats.
Nice and light.
Always good to see they are making a conscious effort. Last 30 deliveries, they picked up 32 runs. That's the way to do it. You don't need to do, you don't need to make things tougher than it should be. Right now, Pringle is in the middle of a very, very decent over.
4 consecutive dot deliveries in this over. Comes down the track. Pavan Ratnayaka. Yeah, there has been something of a commendable effort there from these two batters, trying to, get the scoreboard taking right from the set go. The opening part, or rather, when the wickets fell down, those 2 wickets fell down, and Pavan Ratnayaka came in, and from there onwards, these two batters have really done a good job in terms of reversing their pressure right on to the fielding team. And they're doing it at a good rate as well.
Love that, Pringle. Great line to him. Great line to him.
So just a single coming off from that over from Pringle. 22 done, 142 for 2.
Get him off 4, eh? Happy, Manu? You in a rundle? In a rundle?
Right now, Sri Lanka well on track. Left-right combination in the middle. Rotating strike, picking up boundaries from time to time. Aditya Ashok being brought into the attack. Very expensive, 2 overs, 21 runs. Another short one down the leg side. Touch nothing. So it's another wide. And earlier, Roscoe spoken about Sri Lanka little thin on after omission. Once again,
Nice heads.
there was absolutely nothing in it. Way down the leg side.
Well said, Pring.
Scoring opportunity nevertheless. Pavan Ratnayaka probably little disappointed.
Heady, beautiful.
Lovely
length of him,
hands, isn't it? Getting underneath the ball. Let the ball come on to you.
Excellent heads.
You
Excellent
have
heads.
such good hand-eye coordination. You pick the ball really well. Ashok, quickish shot of a leg spin bowler.
Down.
Slapped away, gets it past the infield. Field in the deep, had no business. 4 more runs to the total. There was a quiet period, both the batters not scoring a boundary. Break the silence. Pavan Ratnayaka threads it through the gap.
Heads, what about his two in there?
That's one of his stronger areas. Likes it. Driving. Good old slap
You could just have
through extra cover region. Another boundary. Serious momentum.
Okay.
He's been trying to play that shot
Give yourself.
too many times in the overs leading up to this one. But this time he gets it right. He gets it all the way towards the boundary. Touch too wide and full there from Ashok. That's asking for trouble. And Pavan, out of nowhere, has moved into 43 off just 41.
Lovely heads.
That's lovely to see.
Lovely heads.
A wide, a boundary. He gets a single.
Service.
Now you've got what you're required in an over. After the omission of Manoj Sahanara Chige, he was the savior for Sri Lanka during the first 2 games, calming influence, and Nuvanithu Fernando.
Catch it out there, Pringo.
So additional responsibility on the shoulders of Kamil Mishara and
boys.
Pavan Ratnayaka. I like to see them taking Sri Lanka on the verge.
Lovely
That's
heads.
lovely. Superb track. That's why you can play shots like that, trusting the bounce, trusting the pace of the wicket. Play it through the line of the delivery, and Mishara, he looks good. This is his day.
They'll go with
Got
it,
to
please,
make
Dale.
it big. At this stage, New Zealanders were just 105 for 3. They were tottering a bit. Coming down the track, made it a full toss, slapped down the ground, just a single.
Yeah, we mentioned this earlier as well. Pawan Ratnayaka, whenever he feels stuck in his crease, he would like to come down the track and to break the shackles and to, you know, get some quick runs on the board. He would always use that option of coming down the track, just like he did there in that previous delivery. And 150 is up for Sri Lanka at the end of over number 23. 151 for 2.
To be successful at the international arena, you need all the qualities. To build an innings, when it requires to be defensive, you need proper techniques. To accumulate, you should be equipped with proper techniques of picking up singles, rotating strike, just like that. And when required to accelerate, you need to have scoring shots. Fortunately for Sri Lanka, both the batters got them in plenty. Pawan Ratnayaka in particular. If he needs to be defensive, he got the proper techniques. He can spend all day in the middle. He's that sort of a batter. And Mishara played for Royal, now playing for NCC. Batter of a highest pedigree. Slapped that one straight to the field at point region. So Sri Lanka fast discovering the talent that they can take them once again back at the top in the world arena. Lately, Sri Lanka been, losing the ground a little bit. They haven't been able to reach a semi-final of a World ICC tournament for 10, maybe even more than 10 years or even more than that. Slapped away once again, straight to the field.
Lovely Pringy! Pringo!
So these are the tournaments giving you that opportunity to brush up your skills. Nothing compares to match practice. You can do hours inside the nets. You can score truckload of runs in club matches, domestic scene. This is the proper test. Good score on the board. Sort of a score testing your mettle.
Yeah, indeed. These are good opportunities for all these players to utilize before heading into this national setup. Oh, the last ball of this over. Cut away, but straight into the hands of the fielder. So pressure is slowly but steadily getting into the Sri Lankan side as the runs are not coming in nicely for them, just like it did over the last couple of overs. So 24 done, 152 for 2.
Go two here, Kina.
What's good about Sri Lanka's approach today, they kept the required run rate manageable. Oh, that's a nice shot. Fielder is inside 30-yard circle at mid-off. So it's just a matter of getting it past the fielder. Kamil Mishara knew exactly how to do that. Coming down the track, made it a full toss. Didn't try to hit it too hard. He knew placement will be the key, and Pawan Ratnayaka jumping up and down, made room for that boundary. Once again, Sri Lanka gaining the momentum back, keeping the required run rate to manageable proportions. Under 6 and over now.
Yeah, the required run rate just 5.73, which is manageable at this stage of the game with only 2 wickets down. And there we go, more runs on offer. A couple of runs, in fact.
Nice, Sporty.
Yeah, there we go. Aditya Ashok has been giving away a touch too many runs at this stage. He's bowling his 4th over, already given away 36 runs. He was quite outstanding in that first one-day game at Galle International Stadium. Obviously, the surface helped a bit as well. It was slow and it was turning. Ideal for the spinners, and it was the Sri Lankan spinners took control of the game. But coming into this 3rd game, Aditya Ashok has not been able to generate much spin on off, and that's been the case for the Sri Lankan spinners as well.
When things aren't going in your favor, leg spinners are the ones you are relying on. But unfortunately for Ashok, things didn't go according to a plan. That one straight to the fielder, a dot ball. Ashok not spinning the ball too much. He needs condition to be in his favor a little more than what he's been getting today. It's a perfect batting track. Right at the beginning I mentioned the sort of a pitch batters would be dreaming to carry it everywhere they go. And his outfield obviously provides value for your shots. Coming down the track, gets it really nicely down the round and gets another single. Makes it a fantastic over 8 runs off without any efforts. After 25, midway mark, Sri Lanka 160 for 2, looking good.
So Pringle off. Pringle off. And no name, but Michael Ray on. No name. Sorry? Yeah, restroom. Yeah.
We are looking at Sri Lanka's batting. 2 batters out there in control. Ratnayaka 46, 4 short of half century. Meshwara batted superbly, 76 of 71. And Cruz Pulle was looking good, but unfortunately once again throw it away. 9 extras. New Zealand bowlers have been disciplined. And wicket takers. Keane 1 for 22. Fairly economical. Pringle 1 for 15. He's the main bowler so far. Rest of the bowlers trying hard. Unfortunately, Ashok, one of their key bowlers, proven very, very expensive. So it was around the same time light started to dip the other day. Right now, things looking very bright. How about that? Swatted across the line at the delivery for another boundary. Superb shot. Another fine half century for a fine young man, Pawan Ratnayaka.
Yeah, a wonderful half century for the young man, Pawan Ratnayaka. Gulati had to fetch that from outside the off stump, and he played it nicely, and he played it right into the gap. And a wonderful half century for Pawan Ratnayaka in this 3rd list day game between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. Slapped hard once again, but there's protection. Oh my goodness. For a moment I thought he was in control to stop that boundary, but back-to-back boundaries for Sri Lanka and for Pathum, or rather Pawan Ratnayaka. Down on the off, one on the leg side and this one down on the offside. Let's have a look at this effort from the fielder. Yeah, a diving effort, a valiant effort.
Oh, Ro, that's you
Couldn't
there,
really
Ro.
stop the boundary.
That's you there, Ro. Love that. Love that, Rowie.
Take a look at the partnership.
Ro.
100 runs, just 88 deliveries. We hardly noticed. Runs coming along really swiftly. Both of them picking up boundaries at will
Rowie, so good.
and
Rowie,
singles.
so good there, yeah.
Always there.
So good, Rowie.
Pawan Ratnayaka in particular, very keen on picking up singles, rotating strike. Things looking outstandingly good for the Sri Lankans, needing 303. They are well placed, have enough wickets in hand, but their job still only halfway done. Ratnayaka on 55. Looks great. Partnership 101 runs. And Pawan Ratnayaka contributing major portion. How about that?
Hello, Ro. Hello, Ro.
Rank long hop. You still need to put that one away. In this mood, Mishara not gonna miss out. Oh, he plays that shot particularly well.
Yeah, not that short from Gulat. It's just that very sudden movement there from Kamil Mishara. And he gets it across nicely.
Rowie.
And picks up a 6. So 3 boundaries in this over.
Here we are, boys. Come on in.
And that seems to be the end of it as well. So 175 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Two experienced campaigners doing an outstanding job, and Pawan Ratnayaka batted so well from the moment he came in, picking up boundaries just like that. Whenever slight bit of room is provided, he got the sort of techniques to adjust accordingly. That's one of his favorite shots. Good old slap down the ground.
Nice and tight.
That's fabulous.
Pringle back on the field.
In no time, just 54
11 back on the
deliveries. Well on track. Just a matter of batting deep. Ratnayaka,
Come on,
not
Ed.
too many runs during the series. At the beginning of his innings, we mentioned that he's not the sort of a player you can keep quiet for a long period. I really like that quality.
Come on, Ed.
Ashok, meanwhile, into his 5th over, already given away 38. Another full toss. Just bounce inside the boundary. Pawan Ratnayaka just motoring along.
Mane. End of the set. Come here.
Yeah, this is not good bowling from New Zealand A and from Aditya Ashok. It's a full toss again onto the leg stump, and just easy pickings for Pawan Ratnayaka, just helping it on its way. Just one bounce before it reaches the boundary. So a boundary to start off this over as well. Just
Come
pick,
on, boys.
starting
One
off
bat, boys,
from
one bat.
where they finished in the previous over. 179 for 2 now. The partnership 111. And again, this time, much better. Oh, is it? My goodness, that was a good effort from Robinson.
Down that way.
It's been signaled as a 6. Well, that was a really good effort there from the fielder down in the deep. Tim Robinson. Let's have a look at that again. Powerfully struck across the line once again. Touch to full there from the bowler. But look at this. Tim Robinson. Yeah, no chance, no chance. But it was a good effort. I thought he was much closer than that.
One up, Boyle.
Oh, there we go.
I like it. I like
Cut away, and it reaches the boundary again. This is just easy pickings for Pawan Ratnayaka.
When he's in the mood, ball just flying out of the blade. Take a look at it. Knew exactly what he's doing. Knew exactly where the fielder is. Got it finer, field in the deep. Had hope, but never really a realistic one. Already 14 runs without any effort. He plays that slap down the ground over mid-wicket region as good as anybody. So much power
We are, Ed.
in club cricket, in NSL, in international cricket.
Eddie. So good.
There you go.
So good, Ed.
Proper batsman
Great work, Tom.
who can shift gears when required. Gets another single, gets to the other end. Over to you, Mishara, says Pawan Ratnayaka.
Yeah, that's an important aspect, especially in this modern format of the game. The ability to shift gears whenever there's a need, a requirement.
Eddie, not
Both these
picking it
batters
one
have shown us that they have
Nice
that
there.
ability.
Nice
And
there,
it's
Ed.
such an underrated
Eddie.
ability, especially if you are a player who plays all three formats of the game. You need to have that ability to shift gears whenever there's a requirement of the team. Last ball of this over. 15 runs from it.
Keno, nice, mate.
So dot ball to
Ed.
finish things off. Another good over for Sri Lanka A. 190 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of over number 27.
Nice, Robbie.
Here's the equation. 113 of 138 deliveries. Simple enough. It's just a matter of keeping enough wickets in hand. You and I didn't have the opportunity of being here the other day when Sri Lanka won the game by 44 runs, scoring 368 runs. It was around the same period. I thought innings ended while New Zealanders facing the 29th over. But right now, bright and sunny, which is excellent.
Beautiful, Rowie. Beautiful, Rowie.
Pushed down the ground straight to the fielder,
Lovely
Rohit
there, Ro.
Gulati.
Lovely there, Ro.
Can see the required run rate. Just below 5 runs per over. My goodness, that's a really good shot. Pawan Ratnayaka is in a rush, it seems, to finish things off quickly. Down on one knee. And he gets it through that mid-wicket region for another maximum.
That slap down the ground. He likes it. I have no doubts. Got to be his favorite shot,
Come on here,
scoring
Rowie. Come on.
so many
One straight
runs.
up, boys.
Now he's almost overtaking his
Rowie, down.
opening partner. Another single down the ground,
Oh, well.
looking
Lovely, Manu.
glorious, isn't
Good
it?
moving, Manu.
6.
Good.
Gets a single,
Oh, good, Manu.
gets to the other end.
Keep firing it in here,
He's
Ro.
on 77, just 61 deliveries.
Hold on, Rowie. Oh, Rowie, let's get these angles right. Yeah, Kurt. Yep, Kurt.
Meanwhile, Rohit Gulati conceding 10 and over. Under huge pressure. Out here, spinners expected to do the job. But unfortunately, both the spinners
Well, Rowie.
taken a serious slap.
Rowie, good speed.
Dot balls are rarity. I like the approach by Mishara, seeing how well Pawan Ratnayaka bats.
Rowie, nice there. Good lens.
He's
good
playing
lens,
calm.
Ro.
It's a different scenario when both the batters trying to go after the bowlings. Quite often paved way for dismissals. We've seen that time and time again.
Bang.
Maturity.
Last ball of this over.
Rowie, so good.
But around the
Great
pads
first
this time. We'll get a single. Another good over for Sri Lanka comes to an end. 8 runs from that over. 28 done, 198 for 2.
They moved along really nicely. 130 runs already. Excellent partnership. Early in the day we had one between Boyle and Abbas. This is even better. Both of them aggression mixed with caution. Outstanding. Whichever way you look at it. Mishara, fair share of boundaries. When you're required to be enterprising, aggressive,
Next break.
got all the right attributes. And Ratnayaka, to start with, goes along the ground, plenty of boundaries. Then he started to take the aerial route. First, Kamil Mishara, Ratnayaka joined the party later on. Now he moving along really swiftly, 77 of 61 deliveries. Things looking bright as we are looking at bright, sun-shining outfield.
Yeah, wonderful partnership all around the park. Kamil Mishara and Pawan Ratnaik. Pawan Ratnaik especially over the last few overs, he's been real aggressive. Simon Keane comes in. He opted to go with pace here. The captain Max Chu just making sure that he's making those slight adjustments to put a stop to this run flow. So 2 back-to-back dot deliveries for Simon Keane.
There's no other options. Right here, they got to pick up a wicket if they are to stay alive. How about that? We've spoken about picking up a wicket. Outstanding tactical change by Max Chu, bringing in Keane into the attack. Not the best shot selection, got to say that.
Well. Have a look at that catch. Simon Keane bowling it short, and the bowling change working out neatly for New Zealand. They didn't really try to hit it. It was just more of a slap there from Kamil Mishara. But look at this effort from Boyle. That's a superb effort to take the catch, and it needed a good effort like that. So Kamil Mishara 83 off 81, and Simon Keane picks up the wicket.
Another very bright young talent, Ahan Wickramasinghe, a royalist playing for NCC, truckload of runs during the domestic season. Now he's featuring in the NSL, gets an opportunity to represent Sri Lanka A on a good track. Sri Lanka well placed, Pawan Ratnaik going great guns. All you need to do is to bat sensibly, build another partnership to take Sri Lanka over the line. Keane against the run-off play now picked up a wicket. This is the opportunity they were searching for a long period after that outstanding partnership between Pawan Ratnaik and Kamil Mishara. Unfortunately, once again missing out on triple figures. Kamil Mishara, something to think about. He gets them quite easily, quite briskly, get past the 50 runs, looking good for a bigger one. And all of a sudden, wrong shot selection, lack of intent, sacrificing his wicket. You and I were talking about, had he gone for a full-blown flick shot over mid-wicket region, would have gotten the boundary. But that's cricket.
Yeah, another young talent walks out to the middle, Ahan Wickramasinghe. He's been quite outstanding in the concluded 3-day tournament. This was that last wicket we talked about. Didn't really try to hit it that hard. Kamil Mishara ended up playing it into Boyle, who did an amazing job to take that catch. But the bowling change worked well for New Zealand. Simon Keane came in. He's picked up a wicket as well. A quick single.
Ahan Wickramasinghe, built like a fast bowler. Well over 6 foot and crossing over quite easily with his long limbs. Gets off the mark, really nice to see. Now all that matters, Pawan Ratnaik taking up the leader role, controlling things out there in the middle, looking at the DL pass score, Sri Lanka well ahead. So no worries on that count. Just keep enough wickets in hand. That's the mantra. Oh my goodness. As they say, one follows the other. After that outstanding partnership, skipper brought Keane into the attack and takes 2 wickets. Complexion changed within a matter of a minute.
Oh yes, 2 wickets in the same over. Simon Keane, what a bowling change from Max Chu. But look at this, 2 outstanding catches to get rid of the 2 set batters. And this time it's Aditya Ashok who has done a tremendous job to get the breakthrough. So no century for Pawan Ratnayake. He's gone for 77 and Simon Keane picks up his 2nd wicket.
New batsman in the skipper, Sonal Dinusha. Gritty performer, street smart cricketer from Mahanawa, now plays for CCC. Had an outstanding season overall in T20s, in 3-day cricket. And now, walking into the middle with some responsibility. Can't really blame Pawan Ratnayake for playing that shot that was there to be hit, but unfortunately straight to the field at fine leg region. 2 outstanding catches, 2 wickets being taken. Excellent over for Keane. They are back. They were badly searching for that breakthrough. Keane provided a double breakthrough. Roscoe once again joining alongside me.
Yes, New Zealand are right back in it as the 200 comes up for Sri Lanka A. Still a lot of work to be done in this run chase. Pawan Ratnayake was the last man to be dismissed. Tried to help it on its way, but nicely held in the deep as well from Aditya Ashok. New Zealand right back in it. As we spoke earlier, Sri Lanka A today have a bit of a long tail. It's only Milan Ratnayake in the all-rounder list left to bat. And then it's a very long tail from number 8 onwards.
The track is playing really nicely. Left-hander Sonal Dinusha scoring truckload of runs. Led the side this season. If I'm not mistaken, led the side for major clubs 50 overs victory. So brushing up his leadership skills. Another one. The administrators, the selectors on the lookout. Very young, played outstandingly well while he was playing school cricket. Very smart performer. How about that? Not taking any long. That was short enough. Swift footwork off to the back foot. Lifted over mid-wicket region. Starting up the account with a huge 6.
No second thoughts from Dinusha whatsoever. Pringle dragging that one short. And Dinusha putting it over the mid-wicket boundary. Interestingly, Pringle bowling with just 2 men on the deep. In the deep rather, on the leg side. It's having 1 extra man in to stop a single. This time nicely played once again. Fine shot, 3rd man. Gulati does the work.
Interestingly, the previous delivery spun a bit. We haven't seen Pringle spinning the ball all that much, but that previous delivery spun sharply. So despite losing 2 wickets. They've been moving along really swiftly. Last 30 deliveries, yielding 48 runs, 4 boundaries and 4 sixes. How about that? And very talented batsman, of course, Ahan Wickramasinghe. Off the back foot, gentle push. Excellent over, 8 runs off after 30, 207 for 4. This shouldn't be a problem for Sri Lankans. They have 6 wickets in hand. But just as you mentioned, after Milan Ratnayaka, not too many players with batting pedigree. Yes, Yaskant capable of scoring useful runs, but not a mainstream batter. He's a strong onside player. Let the ball come on to him. Worked away really nicely. You've seen from time to time he crossed over to the off stump and whipped away on the onside. So he'll do that all day. Starting up the account with a huge 6 over mid-wicket region, ideal way. Confidence. He's a player oozing with confidence. Street smart cricketer. And he's a fighter. That's the quality I like about him.
Short ball and no hesitation from Ahan either. It's running down to the mid-wicket boundary and it goes over the boundary. Heafy with a diving effort, but not able to rather pull that one back in.
That was nicely done. Keen going for a short pitch delivery once again with the hope of picking up a wicket. Ahan Wickramasinghe, very tall man, lean back, just slapped away on the onside, field in the deep, diving over it, yet another boundary. Needing less than 100 runs. Once you get that under 100 runs, eventually pressure eases off. But still, Sri Lanka just cannot afford to lose another wicket or 2. That's the interesting part. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. So both the batters, Ahan Wickramasinghe and Sonal Dinusha, will need to dig deep till the end.
Yes, the short ball has worked for Keane in this game. But against Ahan Sanchita, I think that fuller ball on the stumps is always just right there. Is always a bit of a tough one to face for him. The in-dipper in club cricket has got him in trouble a few times. This time, though, he's very watchful behind it.
You're absolutely right. He had this tendency of getting his front foot across the line of the delivery and try to whip that one on the onside mid-wicket region instead of wide long on region. Short enough. Went for it. Unfortunately, there was no touch.
Better height on that bouncer compared to the first one that he bowled just above the waist. Line was better as well. Ahan Wickramasinghe looking to go through the leg side. Offside would have been a better option with that short ball.
That's the one you mentioned. In line with the stumps time and time again. Still a very decent over, 5 runs off after 31. 2-1-2 for 4. Looking at the required run rate, under 5 runs and over shouldn't be a problem for Sri Lankans. So they know for a fact it's just a matter of keeping enough wickets in hand. Pringle. Down the leg side. Another wide. Sri Lankans certainly wouldn't mind. Now it's up to the New Zealanders. They got to bring in few close-in fielders. Got to bring in few economical overs. Goes for it quite easily. Gentle dab on the offside. And the call by Hanvi Kromasinger was precise. We've seen often enough two batters, gotten into tangle. Sri Lanka head and shoulders above the New Zealander at this stage. Lost an extra wicket. This is the stage where New Zealand duo Boyle and Abbas building up. Oh, nice shot. You probably argue too much of a risk for a single, but he'll do that. It's just a matter of executing it perfectly. We've seen quite a few during New Zealanders batting as well.
Both feet in. Great length.
Yes, required rate, not an issue for Sri Lanka A. It's going to be wickets that New Zealand A need to get back in this game. Couple of wickets on this. They're into the tail as well. 88 runs away are Sri Lanka A now. Sunal Dinusha caught in two minds there initially, looking to sweep the ball and then adjusting to play it through the offside. No damage done in the end.
Very interesting, you rightly spotted. Shaping up for a big sweep shot on the offside front of the square. Realizing that was too fuller and too far outside the off stump, made subtle adjustment. By then, he was too late. That'll do it. He's quite capable, strong onside player. Worked it away really nicely, gets another single. Decent over under the circumstances by Pringle. Conceded just 4 runs so far, including that wide. To build pressure, to make batters do something out of the ordinary, you've got to bring in few economical overs. That doesn't seem to be happening for the New Zealanders. Dot ball to complete the 32nd, 216 for 4. .87 of 108. Simple enough, keeping up wickets in hand. And I got a question for you, Roscoe. You think Sri Lanka will go in for different combination when it comes to 4-day? The likes of Nishan Madhushka is in the squad. Lahiru Udara. And also Lahiru Kumara is in the mix.
Yes, for sure. I think a few extra players coming into the squad. There will be a number of changes. I think 5 players are leaving the squad, so they will be forced to make a couple of changes. Lahiru Udara and Nishan Madhushka, definitely 2 contenders in that batting lineup. And yes, Lahiru Kumara with the red ball will be something interesting to watch as well.
Haven't seen him action for a long period. Injury worries, fitness issues. That's a good piece of bowling. Sharp end swinger. Well negotiated at the end by Sunal Dinusha. Yeah, without even noticing the partnership, 17 runs and 10 came off Sunal Dinusha's bat. Another player instinctively aggressive, who likes to get on with things. He's not a huge man, but certainly got some power. Lovely. Much fuller, in line with the stumps, and given the respect it deserves.
Yes, we spoke about a couple of youngsters as well who will join that red ball squad. Charmika Heenatigala and Vigneshwara Nakash as well. Tuvindu Ranatunga, Dulaj Samudita, some new names who will come into the squad. Tilum Sudhira, left arm spinner as well. Here's a chance. Did Robinson get a hand on it? Not too sure. It runs away to the boundary anyway. Another boundary for Sonal Dinusha.
Good thing about that shot, he holds nothing back. Given an almighty slap, just like that. No half measures, full Monty, goes all the way for 4. Now Sri Lanka inching towards the target, now needing less than 80 if I'm not mistaken.
Once again, Robinson doing the fielding. Another name I missed there, I think we missed there, was Ramesh Mendis as well, who's been playing Test cricket for a few years and has fallen out of favour in the recent past. He's making a comeback into this squad as well.
Absolutely right about that. He's, very keen on making an impression. He was a regular figure in the Test squad, especially when you're playing in Gaul. Excellent fielding. New Zealanders set such high standards. Fallen off the radar on few occasions. Other than that, pretty decent. Fairly decent over, just a boundary. 33 overs done, 220 for 4. And umpires says it's time for drinks. It's time to look at how the wickets have fallen for the Sri Lankans. They've lost 4 wickets for 220. First to go was Losit Cruzpulli, having batted so well. Kavija didn't last long, just 3 runs, plumb in front. And bit of a nothing shot, having batted so well. Had he gone for a full-blown shot there, could have picked up a boundary. That was well taken down in the deep. Last scalp, Pawan Ratnayaka. After that, Ahan Wickramasinghe and Sonal Dinusha steadily settling down in the middle. Here's how batting looks like for the Sri Lankans. 220 for 4. Ahan and Sonal steadying the ship once again. Right now, the favourites, and they are steadily getting closer towards a whitewash.
Keane has been the pick of the bowlers. He's picked up 3 for 28. Pringle being the other wicket taker. Rohit and Ashok have been a bit of a disappointment today. Rohit Gulati conceding 61 of his 7 overs. Ashok conceding 53 as well in his 5 overs. Sure, Ashok might get a second spell since he's been one of their leading bowlers. He's come back well in that previous game as well after a bad first spell. And Boyle filling in with a couple of overs as well. Mohammad Abbas still out of the field. He's been out with what we assume is a bit of dehydration and cramps as well. And that's the equation for Sri Lanka A. 83 runs off 102 balls.
You mentioned about Abbas, he doesn't look good, isn't it? Severe dehydration and at the same time a muscle strain on his back by the looks of things. So bowler short, Sri Lanka benefited. Wickramasinghe on 7, looks patient. I like that. 10 extras, 34th over just about to start. Pringle knows that he need to pick up a wicket or two right here. Oh, that's nicely played. They will definitely come back for the second. Excellent effort down in the deep. 10 out of 10.
Yes, good work from the fielder. Moved swiftly to his right, covered the distance very early, got down low and completed that act with a nice dive as well. Ahan Sanchita, plenty of talent behind him. He's got all the shots in the book, but sometimes gives it away unnecessarily. We've seen that happen in the past.
You said it right. They all come down to their approach once again. Feeding the deep, covering the ground, double quick time, sends in a good return. New Zealanders set such high standards when it comes to their fielding. Take great pride. And in the international scene, if I'm not mistaken, always been there among the top 3 best fielding units. The likes of Glenn Phillips came off the pad. They will anyway exchange ends to get another leg by. Came off his boot.
He's got his leg outside the line, so no damage there. He's good with his sweeps and reverse sweeps. He's Ahan Wickramasinghe, represents NCC in club cricket.
He's a good player, outstanding season. NCC finished up as the runners-up, if I'm not mistaken, and the winners, Coles. Anyway, they did really well. Plenty of players scoring runs, and Sahana Rachige is definitely one of them. Ahan Wickramasinghe, truckload of runs, couple of centuries. So all good. Nice hands. Don't you notice he had the same issue of, pushing everything down towards the leg side. That's a completion of another decent over the Sri Lankans. 34 done, 226 for 4.
So that's the mandatory ball change, where the fielding team gets to pick one ball out of the 2 balls they've been using. That's how we spoke of reverse swing coming into play into this era once again. It used to be just 1 ball being used for all 50 overs in olden days one-day cricket. Then it turned to 2 new balls and 25 overs each of 1 ball, and now it's 34 overs of 2 new balls and then 16 overs of the same ball.
I still think it's not all enough. Altogether, the ball will be used for 33 overs. That's not much. Good old days when great Wasi Bakrams, Wakai Unises were operating, after 35th over. That's when they start their business, swinging it like bananas.
Yes, I was reading an article from David Malan. He was asking for ball tampering to be legalized, which is an interesting point that he makes. He's talking about bringing back that reverse swing factor back into the game. It was very nice to watch the likes of Waka Yunis, Wasim Akram bowling those reverse swinging deliveries back in the day.
Back of a length. Absolutely. It adds to the color of the game and something for the faster bowlers. And these days, faster bowlers pleading. I mean, they were like throwdown specialists in a game, especially in India. Such small boundaries, fast outfields, tracks like Broadway. You're like up there for embarrassment. Well bowled, bit of in swing.
Yes, the Kiwis are after a wicket here. They know 1 wicket from here can open this game up still. Sri Lanka A 77 runs away. Overs and required rate not really a factor. As you can see, it's at 4.97 at the moment. Lister is yet to get on the wickets column. He would love a wicket here. Ideally, the wicket of Sonal Dinusha. He's been in good form. Made 93 in the last game as well.
Right now, the only way for New Zealand A to win the game is by picking up wickets. They're not going to need just 1 or 2. They need 3 more wickets to come back into this game. Knowing that Sonal Dinusha and Ahan Wickramasinghe playing it safe, not taking any undue risk. That I like. It's about playing the situation right, understanding your job role, understanding the gravity of the situation. Right now, they are not very keen on picking up boundaries. It's just a matter of playing each delivery on its merit. Found the edge, but fortunately, there are no slip fielders. Now the boundary, not exactly where he intended, but boundary nevertheless. Sonal Dinusha moves up to 19.
Skipper Chu needs to realize the only way they're going to win this is wickets. And he has to have a slip fielder. They don't have any other option. That would have easily have carried to a slip fielder, I must say. Lister has been very good in this over. 4 dots, drawing the edge. Unfortunately for him, there was no slip fielder.
I thought Lister bowled better than those figures are suggesting. Early in the day, with a new ball, few sharp in-swingers. So that's the opportunity. Worked away. He'll do that all day. Such a strong onside player. They will definitely come back for the second. So excellent end to the 35th over. Sri Lanka looking good. After 35, 232 for 4.
Changes up his feet lots, yeah? Watch his feet.
Gulati comes back into the attack. Skipper Chu has no option but to continue with the bowlers he has. He's clearly short of a few overs with Mohammad Abbas not being available.
Beautiful, Rowie.
Boyle managed to bowl a couple of overs.
Rowie.
Nicely bowled. Gulati has done that a few times, but the issue with him has been the consistency in his line and length. Every now and again, he tends to drop 1 shot or 1-2 full and just releases the pressure that he builds.
Get it. Great dots, Row.
3 dots once again.
Excellent, Rowie.
Yes, I have Oshada with me again. How do you see this game going, Oshada?
Well, at the moment, it's Sri Lanka well within their rights to call that, they're in control of this game. 232 for the loss of 4 wickets. Plenty of overs remaining after this over. 14 overs remaining for them to get whatever the score that they need to get past this 303 runs. But in the case of Rohit Gulati, as you correctly mentioned, consistency has been a problem. You look at his figures. Bowling his 8th over, have given away 61 runs and yet to pick up a wicket as well. And that has been the case for most of the New Zealand bowlers today. Consistency has been a real issue for them.
So good.
Right, so a single to finish things off in this over. Just a 1 run from that over from Rohit Gulati. 36 done, 233 for 4.
Right, sit, row. Come on here, Bluster. Heavy, Bluster. You got 6 there. Thanks, man. Come on here, Bluster. Don't be afraid to use them here, Bluster. Heavy. Rowie. Beautiful, Rowie. Crack off, mate.
Change in the bowling. Lister. In fact, it is Lister continuing. Beg your pardon. He's gone round the wicket with his left arm seam. Off the hips, nicely tucked to the leg side. Ahan Wickramasinghe, very watchful. He's on 13 of 23 balls. Sonal Dinusha started off well. He's moved on to 21 very swiftly. 234 for 4 now. Sri Lanka A 69 runs away from a series whitewash.
It's been a wonderful effort there from Sri Lanka A team. Right from the start of this series, they've taken the control. Oh, there we go. That's a good delivery there from Lister, right outside that off stump. We've seen a couple of occasions where Sonal Dinusha was beaten and a few wedges going down the third man region as well. But this time around, it's a good comeback there from Lister. There we go.
Looks like it doesn't do much, but with the angle that Lister is creating, he's going very wide off the crease, and the ball straightening, it's making it very hard for the left-hander. There was an edge that went through the slip region in the previous over, but no slip fielder yet being placed by skipper Chu. Great lines and great lengths so far from Lister in the second spell. Struggled Sonal Dinusha a bit, but importantly for Sri Lanka A, he's still out there.
Yeah, played well in the second game as well, scored 93 runs, and now just continuing his good form into this third and the final game as well. He's on 22. And Ahan Wickramasinghe got his chance for the first time in this series. Has done well as well. But these two batters need to make sure that they're finishing things off properly here. 60 odd more runs required for Sri Lanka A. And it's important that these two batters stay on the partnership 36.
Yes, Ahan Wickramasinghe didn't play in the first 2 games. It's always tricky when you get an opportunity like this. There's always a bit of pressure, you know, representing your country in any level. Wickramasinghe generally a free-flowing batter in domestic cricket. He's gone into a bit of a shell here, but there's no pressure with the required rate, so he just needs to make sure that he will get the job done. Only 68 runs needed. All he needs to do is just be out there. Required rate is never going to be an issue.
Last ball of this over from Lister. Oh, that'll do. That'll go all the way for a boundary. Ahan Wickramasinghe just helping it on its way. And that'll spoil the good over from Ben Lister. Another short pitch delivery. And Ahan Wickramasinghe just managing to get the bat on it. And it goes all the way for a boundary. 37 done, 239 for 4.
Gulati will continue. I'm surprised Simon Keane hasn't been introduced yet. He's picked up 3 for 28 in his 6 overs, the most successful Kiwi bowler of the day. Not a lot of runs to play with either. Skipper Chu needs to make the call soon. The only way back into this game is wickets. If you can add 2 wickets to this score, make it 240 for 6. You never know.
Yeah, that would make things very interesting for New Zealand. They can get a couple of wickets here to put the pressure right on Sri Lanka A side.
Rowie, so good. So good, boys. Great moving, Reese. Come on, boys. One bit changes. Yeah, come on.
Gulati
One
to go
bit.
his 9th over, 62 runs given away. Touch expensive.
Real Rowie, really good.
Just covering his
Let him
bat that
out.
time.
No. Bowler! Curtis, so good.
Vikram Singh not interested in getting back.
Curdy, well done.
Yes, the throw as well, almost hitting the mid-wicket fielder. He had to take evasive action at short mid-wicket. Not sure who that was. Ahan
Oh, Eddie.
looks to go through the offside, but finds the short extra fielder.
Tim, that line, Tim. One square.
Yeah, just a 1 run in this over from Rohit Gulati. And a boundary in the last delivery of this over as well. That was the case in the previous over as well, and this one, Ahan Wickramasinghe, it's again swept away and swept away up to the perfection. 38 done, 244 for 4. And here's a replay of that wonderful shot there from Ahan Wickramasinghe. Knew exactly where the fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it away from him. He was uppish, but gets the job done. The weather has been really good so far. We've got 12 more overs to go in this match, and it's holding up nicely. During the last game, at this time around, it was gloomy and the umpires had concerns, but now, today, although there's a bit of gloominess creeping in, there's no such imminent threat at this stage of the game. Simon Keane, 3 wickets for 28. Pick up the bowlers for New Zealand. Oh, that's a cracking shot there. Won't go all the way for a boundary, but Sonal will like the sound that came when the ball hit the willow.
Last throw of the dice, you would think, for New Zealand. 58 runs needed. Keane, their key bowler, with 3 for 29. They'd love for him to pick up a couple of wickets and get them back in this game. Ahan walks down the track, takes on that pull shot, clears the fine leg boundary with ease. And the Sri Lanka A score goes past the 250 run mark.
Yeah, wonderful shot there once again. Short pitch delivery, Ahan Wickramasinghe. He has this tendency of bashing those short pitch deliveries. And this time around as well, he gets it nicely and he gets it to go all the way for a maximum. And the partnership is now 50 between these two batters, the captain and Ahan Wickramasinghe. There we go, a quick single.
These two doing it very nicely. That 6 also brought up the 50-run partnership between these two. They put on 53 now. got together at a crucial juncture of this game. A wicket or two there would have made things interesting, but they have put that to bed. Once again, hit to deep cover, just like how we did earlier in the over.
Yeah, 9 runs from this over from Simon Keane. That's what they need in heading into this last 10 overs. After this one, 11 overs remaining in this game. That's a good delivery there from Simon Keane. A quick single to finish things off. So 10 runs from that over from Simon Keane. 39 done, 254 for 4. Tim Pringle to continue. Been economical so far. Bowling his 9th over. Picked up 1 wicket for 32 runs. He's been a consistent performer. Did well with the bat today as well. Look at that. Last 30 deliveries, 28 runs. Another good indication as to how they've been rotating those singles and picking up those boundaries as well. That's Ahan's 3rd boundary in the last 3 overs. And once again, that sweep shot coming into play. He's a tall lad, so he has that reach. And even if it's slightly overpitched, Ahan Wickramasinghe can reach to that delivery, reach to the pitch of the delivery, and sweep it across for a boundary. Now 258 for 4. This time through the offside, couldn't get it past the mid-off fielder. Aditya Ashok cuts it down. But I like this intent from Mahan. He's trying to get the runs quickly here. Ah, there we go. Oh, nothing there from the umpire.
Got outside the line, did Ahan Wickramasinghe. That was the only saving grace for him. Made sure he got that foot planted outside the off stump. Optimistic appeal from the New Zealanders. Nicely played. Bit of confusion between the two batters. Good work from Keane, stopping that single. Other than that boundary early in the over, it's been good from Pringle. Seems to be a very canny operator. In all 3 games, he has impressed. Slight change in the field from skipper Chu, pushing the mid-wicket back to the circle for the last delivery.
And that sweep shot once again. Not sure whether it will run away for a boundary. Oh yes, it does go all the way for a boundary. It's been a very effective area for Ahan Wickramasinghe. And that's a 2nd boundary in this over. And Ahan Wickramasinghe just making it look so easy. He was trying for that reverse sweep. But this time goes towards a more conventional sweep shot down towards the final leg region. And no chance for Rohit Gulati, who gives up on his chase.
By court touch, he signals the 3rd power play, where an extra fielder goes out, making it 5 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. 2 boundaries came in that last over of Pringle. Here's Keane once again. Nicely struck from Dinusha towards 3rd man. Aditya Ashok doing the fielding.
Yeah, the partnership now 64 between these two batters, Zahan and Sonal, the captain. Just giving that strike to Ahan, who's striking the ball well, especially against the spinners. He's been utilizing that behind the squalic region quite well. And a short pitch delivery once again. Couldn't get hold of that delivery there, Ahan. But Simon Keane has been the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand, picking up 3 wickets, 2 in the same over to put New Zealand A right back into the game. But from there onwards, these two batters have contributed nicely with the bat in hand to push Sri Lanka A back into the game. Off the edge. Oh, is it taken? Yes, it is. Max Chu behind the stumps has taken an absolute stunner to get rid of the opposition captain, Sonal Dinusha.
I was asking for a slip fielder, but Max Chu says I'll do it myself. Covers a lot of distance to his left and hangs on to a brilliant chance there. These are the catches that can change the course of games, and that's what Max Chu will hope for. Keane has his 4th as well. Skipper Sonal Dinusha departs for 26. Sri Lanka A now 264 for 5. Milan Ratnayaka is the new batter. He's had a good series as well, especially with the bat in that first game. He put on a useful stand with the skipper in that game, Sahana Rachige. He's got a job to do. Sri Lanka still need 39 runs with 5 wickets in hand, but as we keep pointing out, it's a long tail today, starting from number 8. Vyaskant is decent with the bat, but not known too much for his batting in the international arena. And then it's the 3 bowlers to follow. But as of now, it's up to Milan Ratnayaka to get the job done with Ahan Wickramasinghe. And this catch was what we spoke about. What a take that was. Moved swiftly to the left side and held on to a timely breakthrough for New Zealand A. Keane has 4. They need a few more strikes from him.
A short pitch delivery to greet the new batter in. Out to the middle. Kotachi says 1 for the over. Yeah, just 39 more runs required. Milan Ratnayaka is more than handy with the bat in hand. The light slowly starting to dip as well. 264 for 5.
Yes, Sri Lanka need to be at 231 at the end of the 41st over. If Duckworth Lewis does come into play, so they are well ahead. They just need to make sure they don't lose wickets. Not sure if the bouncers are going to help if the light is fading. The umpires might opt to go off. That's what happened in that second game. Sri Lanka decided to go with pace, and the umpires said we can't have fast bowlers with the light that was standing at the moment. Once again a short ball, nicely played from Ratnayaka to get off the mark. Sri Lanka A now 265 for 5. So that's the equation. 38 runs needed, 54 balls remaining. And that would be a series whitewash if Sri Lanka A do get there. There's been a bit of weather interruptions the last few days. Second ODI had bad light and a little bit of rain, and we've seen a little bit of rain in the build-up to this game as well in the evenings. I wonder, during times like that, if there is an effort to start the game a little bit early, maybe a 9:45 start to save a few minutes at the end.
Yeah, fair enough. Tim Pringle now to bowl his last over.
I like this. There's a slip in place. That's the only way New Zealand A can come back into this game.
They're coming down the track. An easy single there for Milan Ratnayaka. As I mentioned earlier, he's more than handy with the bat in hand. And with 30 odd runs more required to win this game. And with the hunt out there in the middle, who's on 38 of 38 deliveries. Sri Lanka try to wrap things up quickly here without letting that tail to walk out to the middle. Tim Pringle, 41 runs given away. It's been an economical effort there from him. But being economical is not what you want at this stage of the game. They need wickets.
These kind of games can change very quickly. Another wicket or two will have those nerves up in the Sri Lankan dressing room. Nicely bowled from Pringle, almost creeping through that gap between bat and pad. 1 for 42 into the last 3 balls of his spell. Another good day for Pringle. There you go, that's the chance. That's what we were talking about. Max Chu this time has the slip fielder for that. Nicely bowled from Pringle.
Oh yes, 6 down now, Sri Lanka A. Milan Ratnayaka has to depart, and now that tail is exposed. What a delivery from Pringle. And that decision to bring in the slip fielder has worked out dramatically well for New Zealand. Let's have a look at that again. Nicely floated outside the off stump. Milan Ratnayaka onto his front foot, dragging himself forward, pushing himself forward, and a good take from the slip fielder. And the 6th wicket goes down for Sri Lanka A. It's Mario who has picked up an absolute good catch. So Milan Ratnayaka is gone for 2. It's 267 for 6 now, Sri Lanka.
Vijaykant Vyaskanth is the new batter. Another timely breakthrough for New Zealand A. They're just about hanging in this game. It's Keane and Pringle who have been the wicket takers so far. 4 for Keane and 2 for Pringle. Those two have kept New Zealand in the game. 2 wickets in quick succession. This was nicely bowled from Tim Pringle, drawing Milan Ratnayaka wide, and a nicely held catch in the slips as well from Reece Mariu. Made it look very easy.
Yeah, he's been toiling hard. Tim Pringle trying to get a breakthrough, and he's finally got one. And now that tail is exposed. 2 for 42. He got 2 more deliveries to go in this over and in his spell. darted it in towards Viaskant that time.
Excellent break.
Now it's going to be interesting to see how Ahan Wickramasinghe plays this. He's been very aggressive the last few overs, but now he's got a job to do. Nicely bowled, a very good spell from Pringle. 2 for 42 in his 10 overs. Sri Lanka A 267 for 6. Equation is fairly simple in terms of runs and balls. 36 needed of 48 balls, but wickets is going to be the key. 4 wickets in hand now for Sri Lanka A. And New Zealand A skipper Max Chu introduces Lister back into the attack. There is no slip fielder, interestingly, once again.
Yeah, Ahan, who's on 39. As you correctly mentioned, Roscoe, it'll be interesting to see how Ahan would operate in these next 8 overs to get Sri Lanka through, to get whatever the runs remaining in this game for Sri Lanka A to get, and can see the last 12 deliveries. Not much runs coming in, just a 4 runs, but then a couple of wickets. As we mentioned at the start, the only way New Zealand A can win this game is by picking up wickets. And that'll go all the way for a boundary. Nope, cut down short. So just a couple there. Good bit of fielding. Not much power behind that shot there from Ahan Wickramasinghe, just helping it on its way. Aditya Ashok, good job there, stopping a certain boundary. .269 for 6. This game is getting interested. And once again, this time, let's see whether... Oh yes, easily done there from Aditya Ashok down in the deep.
Yes, if this game does go the distance, Aditya Ashok will be forced into the attack again. He's bowled only 5. Matthew Ball has bowled 2. New Zealand A bowl a shot as well, so shouldn't be too far away before Ashok is reintroduced. Not a bad option either, with New Zealand A going into the tail now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because, yes, he was touch expensive, but then again, now with the tail exposed, he'll be a handy option. And given the fact that Ahan Wickramasinghe haven't really faced Aditya Ashok as well so far. Another short pitch delivery. Lister, in his second spell, has been really, really good. In fact, his third spell, if I'm not mistaken, coming into bowl, has been really good in terms of putting that pressure right on the bowlers, or rather the batters.
Yes, there's a leg gully in place as well. Clearly, they're putting that short ball in Viaskant's mind. Only 4 men on the offside. Just a wide mid-off, a point, a deep third man and a deep cover. So more of those short stuff coming up. There you go. Nicely fielded at that leg gully position. Quite deep leg gully.
Yeah, quite fine as well. Yeah, 3 runs so far from this over from Lister. As long as Viaskant is on strike, New Zealand A would fancy their chances to pick up another wicket here. And at the same time, then can put the pressure on Sri Lanka A if they keep on Ahan Wickramasinghe out of the strike.
Great service, Eddie.
So single to finish things off. 43 done, 271 for 6. Yeah, 32 more runs required of the last 42 deliveries for Sri Lanka A. With 6 down and the tail now exposed. Here's Rohit Gulati.
Rowie, great line. Great line, Rowie, so good.
That'll do it. Vyas Khan picking up a single. That's his job. Getting a single, get to the other end, and Ahan Wickramasinghe more than capable of taking them over the line. Just a while ago, complexion of the game completely different. Right now, it has changed. New Zealand, by picking up couple of wickets, made serious inroads. So is the light. Has dipped. Oh, beautifully played the angle of the delivery. Gets it into the deep. Will they come back for the second? No, they won't. Fielder was little finer. So had absolutely no opportunities for Vyas Khan to come back for the second. Ahan on 43. Steadily getting closer towards another fine half century. Very talented young man. That's nice. Vyas Khan. Little shimmy down the track. Push it down the track and gets another single. 3 singles. So Sri Lankans sticking to a task. We went on to mention Vijay Vyas Khan was a top order batter for Jaffna Central College. So he's capable, pretty decent with the bat. It's about how you are applying yourself. This time, gets it into the deep. Oh, there are no protection. Fielder in the deep at sweeper cover region was little too squarer. So had absolutely no opportunities. That's a fine shot under pressure.
Yeah, cut away nicely there from Mahan Wickramasinghe. Just enough to beat that fielder down in the deep. As you correctly mentioned, the fielder was much more squarer. And it just gives an open space for Mahan Wickramasinghe to cut that ball and to get that boundary. Much needed boundaries for Sri Lanka, and that'll ease off the pressure a bit.
And also make this over a very good one for the Sri Lankans. Oh, that's perfect inside-out shot. Another boundary. Makes it even bigger now. Ahan Wickramasinghe certainly got the talent. It's just a matter of applying himself, and what a fine half century when Sri Lanka needed the most. Coming into this game, showing his class. There you go. Nice high elbow. Inside out. He knew from the moment he got it over the infield, boundary to be taken. Serious impetus to the run rate with that Sri Lanka. Getting ever so close. Drag that one from the stumps. Gets a single. Outstanding over. 12 runs off after 44. Sri Lanka cruising along. 283 for 6. Here's the equation, just 20 runs, 36 deliveries remaining. More importantly, they have 4 wickets in hand. Right now, Vyas Khan keeping Ahan Wickramasinghe a company. It's smart betting by Ahan Wickramasinghe, realizing the importance of scoring bulk of the runs. If you leave it too much for Vyas Khan, things could get out of hand. Roscoe once again joining alongside me.
Interesting field set here. 3 men on the boundary on the leg side. Couple more in the circle as well. So short might be the option. But I think Lister struggling with a bit of cramp there, clearly. Pulling up on his run up. Cramp in the calf, that is, I would think.
New Zealanders already suffered from a casualty. Mohammad Abbas having batted so well, spending time in the middle, maybe heat stroke, maybe a muscle strain. There you go. Tricky, isn't it? Cough. Stop responding. Never a right feeling. Lister done so well. Given away 50 runs. He deserves at least a wicket or 2. I mentioned that earlier. Keen on into the action, searching for his fifth, deservedly so. Into his ninth over. These 2 overs will tell us a story. Ahan Wickramasinghe will have to take up the responsibility of scoring bulk of the runs.
Here's something interesting. Since Lister started running, it's going to count as an over. We saw this happen in one of the games recently as well. Since he started running for that over, it's going to count as an over if he doesn't bowl this over. So that's what the umpires are telling the New Zealand players now. So interesting to see if Lister will continue his over. I think that's what Chu will have to decide. There you go, umpire Kottachi instructing him on that.
Very interesting. Keen not looking too keen on coming back. Injuries, very tricky to handle. Once again, having a little bit of a discussion with the skipper. Looks like he's ready. I don't mind whichever way he goes. Never really enjoys players getting injured.
Yes, I think Lister was keen to bowl, but skipper Chu asking him not to risk an injury, especially with that Bangladesh tour coming up. He's just got a call up as well for that series, so I think he's walking off the field here. We will probably not see more of Lister. Keane will bowl this over, and I think that's a over gone for Lister anyway.
They've already suffered from a casualty. Abbas, his chances of joining. Oh, that's pulled away really nicely, but there is protection. I was about to say, Abbas's chances of joining Black Caps in New Zealand in jeopardy. They are hoping that he recovers well enough and gets that opportunity of representing wearing black cap. Keane, on the other hand, bowled superbly well. Knew how to pick up wickets, try out different tactics. Short pitch delivery obviously worked for him. That wicket, Sonal Dinusha, that's the opening for them.
Once again, more of that short stuff. When will Keane take the bite? When will he throw that Yorker in? Double bluff Viaskant. He's hanging back. He knows the short stuff is coming at him. The field is set for that. Will Keane take a risk?
On your picture, it looks much brighter than actual. Light gone down pretty rapidly. 19 needed of 34 balls. Nicely played, kept it down, gets a single. Valuable runs. Oh, direct hit would have been interesting. New Zealanders set such high standards. Brice Mariu comes around, picks it really nicely. Certainly wouldn't mind having another look from a different angle. Of course, Ahan Wickramasinghe went for it interestingly.
Yes, he was looking to get back on strike. Responded did Viaskant to Ahan Wickramasinghe's call. No damage done in the end. Wickramasinghe nicely tucks it towards deep mid-wicket. Sri Lanka needs 17 runs now.
All in the hands of Ahan Wickramasinghe. This is the exciting finish we were hoping for right throughout the series. First 2 games, Sri Lanka winning it very, very comfortably. For a change, it's always nice to see the visitors coming back strong and made a fight of it. 17 required of 32 balls. Nicely played away. He's a proper batter.
Yes, he certainly can bat, and some good signs. We see Mohammad Abbas walking back to the field, not to the playing field, but he's still on the ground. Seems like it's a bit of a leg injury that he has suffered as well. A lot of injuries in this series, in this short series for New Zealand A. Max Chu, skipper himself, Mohammad Abbas, Ben Lister, everyone struggling with injuries.
All part of the learning curve, playing in different conditions, so much of heat, humidity. For a moment thought he got it in the gap, but straight to the field, another single. Sri Lanka needing just 15. They have 4 wickets in hand, 45 down, 288 for 6. Starting to wonder if New Zealanders taking longer than it should be. Taken a while for them to make that bowling change. Ashok coming back into the attack. Had a torrid day. Good to see youngster smiling. Was not looking good at all on his way back to the pavilion. Right now, must have taken some massages and hydration. Looks good. Sri Lanka meanwhile. The hopes lies in the hands of Ahan Wickramasinghe. Superb half century. It's not easy coming into a series straight away, put yourself under pressure. Sri Lanka was cruising along while Sonal Dinusha and Ahan Wickramasinghe building up that fabulous partnership in the middle period. After Sonal Dinusha's dismissal.
Eddie, go.
That's lovely. Gentle hands pushed away. Yaskant had a collision with Ashok. No harm done.
Yes, with Lister not being available to bowl and Keane having just one over up his sleeve, New Zealand are almost run out of options here. So Sri Lanka just needs to take this game deep. They don't need to take too many risks. Yaskant can play out an over if he wants. Just make sure not to lose any wickets for the next couple of overs, and they should be home.
And you also know DL Pasco, how quickly with a fall of wicket it goes up. Right now, Sri Lanka pretty safely in front. Just a matter of continue to do the same.
Come on, boys. Come on, Eddie.
This young man, Vijaykanth Vyaskant, demonstrating his batting prowess.
Take it deep, boys.
Solid enough techniques, especially while facing the faster bowlers. He handled that short pitch delivery really well, kept it down.
Down.
That's a nice shot off the outside edge. They will definitely come back for the second. Will they go for the third? No, they won't. Valuable runs.
Late in the day, good effort from Pringle as well. Never easy. After a long day of cricket, to chase behind that ball, keep it down to 2 as well, to keep Vyaskant on strike. They've got a slip field as well. Not much of hope now. They've got the field in, 6 fielders inside that 30-yard ring.
Oh, very nicely negotiated. You should be proud of that. Scored some useful runs and given that assurance to Ahan Wickramasinghe. No worries, buddy. I'm here and I'll play safe. Just 12 runs. Oh, played well. Got straight to the fielder. No is the call by non-striker Ahan Wickramasinghe. Just about remaining on strike for just a single delivery. So Ahan Wickramasinghe gets the opportunity of facing the next over. So Sri Lanka will close the gap even. Nicely played away in the gap. There is a field in the deep. Absolutely no stopping. For a moment thought there's a field in the deep. They had a catching fielder. Therefore, they compromised the field in the deep. And this young man, Vijaykanth Vyaskant, sticking to a task, picking up a vital boundary, decisive boundary.
Good stroke from Vyaskant, indeed, giving the support that Ahan Wickramasinghe needs. Sri Lanka A now 295 for 6, 8 runs away from victory.
Aditya Ashok went for 10 and over. But unfortunately, with the absence of Abbas, skipper Chu had absolutely no options left. Yes, Keane. He deserves a 5 wicket. That will make things even tougher for the Sri Lankans. Lift it up. Goes a long, long way. That's a huge 6. Let the ball come on to you. Played it superbly well.
Tell you what, that's quite a big hit from Ahan Vikramasinghe helped it on its way. We've been saying that quite a lot throughout the day. That's a shot the Sri Lankan players have played well right throughout the day. And Vikramasinghe is almost there, taking Sri Lanka home.
When you have the skills, when you have the right attitude, and certainly with those type of hand-eye coordination, oh, lovely. Worked it away. Will they come back for the second? Quite easily does it. That'll do it. Right at the beginning of the day, I mentioned it'll be done inside 48 overs. 46.1 overs it took for the Sri Lankans to wrap up the series. A whitewash, a convincing one. Third game was very, very interesting. Kept us, little hesitant for a while. A wicket or two here and there. The favor could have swung in favor of the New Zealanders. But all in all, very interesting, exciting game of cricket. Youngster Vijaykanth Vyaskanth deserves a great deal of credit for hanging around together with Ahan Vikramasinghe, who did the job. Fantastic half century under pressure. Sri Lanka, the top order, did the job. Kamil Mishra batted superbly well. Half century. Pawan Ratnayaka, magnificent knock. Had they stayed a little longer, things would have been even easier. But at the end, with large number of deliveries remaining, with as many as 4 wickets in hand, Sri Lanka cruising ahead, winning it by 3-0. Very, very convincing series, and the cricket fans around the country, the administration, selectors, everyone should be proud about that.
Yes, a good effort from the Kiwis as well, especially in this last game. They were very competitive, put up a good score, fought till the end. But these two batters, Ahan Vikramasinghe and Vijaykanth Vyaskanth, getting the job done in the end as Sri Lanka A win by 4 wickets to take that series 3-0.
Sri Lanka won the first game by a huge margin, 140 runs. The second game, by virtue of DLS, winning the game by 43 runs. And this one, though the actual score line suggested otherwise, it was a very, very close game. Things would have been different had they taken another wicket or two. This man, Keane, bowled his heart out. Picked up 4 wickets. Things would have been much easier for the Sri Lankans, if not for Keane. Unfortunately, the omission of Mohammad Abbas owing to an injury certainly didn't make their cause any easier. As we are looking at the formalities, Sri Lanka, even with 5 changes, even with 5 new faces playing in this game, done outstandingly well. Right at the beginning, we saw Sri Lanka bringing in Ahan Vikramasinghe, top order batter, batted superbly well. Does the trick for Sri Lankans. Kavi Jagamage, not too many runs. Vijaykanth Vyaskanth, excellent day. Picked up a couple of wickets, and Shiraz, I thought, bowled well up front. The rest of the players pretty much been a part of the squad. Sri Lanka done everything right. Had the upper hand, held the upper hand, tight grip on the series. As a result, winning convincingly, a whitewash against a very solid team. Plenty of international experienced players. Here's the batting for the Sri Lankans. Sonal Dinusha, 26, after his dismissal, given an entry for the New Zealanders. But Ahan Vikramasinghe batted superbly well, putting the finishing touches, 64 of 52. Useful contributions down the line by Vijaykanth Vyaskanth. Sri Lanka getting over the line safely with more than 3 overs remaining. As many as 4 wickets in hand, convincing all the way through, right throughout the series.
It was a spirited effort from the Kiwis. Keane and Pringle, the key wicket takers. Keane, 54 for 4, 9.2 overs he bowled. Pringle was very economical as well, 2 for 42 in his 10 overs. Unfortunately, the other bowlers were not effective enough to support the Kiwis and get a win in this final white ball game of the series. 11 extras as well. Wickets fell in twos, you can say. Couple of wickets early on, then 2 wickets in the middle together, then 2 wickets towards the end as well. Kept New Zealand in the game right throughout, but unfortunately for them, it was not enough.
These are the highlights of Sri Lanka's innings. Pulle and Kamil Vishara were cruising along. Plenty of boundaries, early stages. Pulle striking better than a runner ball. Kamil Vishara picking up boundaries at will. Anything loose, he'll pounce on it, and from time to time go over the top and searching for boundaries. Just the dismissal of Kavi Jagamage, youngster, not too many runs, but he's a young talent. And thereafter, Pawan Ratnayaka and Kamil Vishara steadying the ship for the Sri Lankans. There was a fine half century by Kamil Vishara. After that, he was cutting loose. So is Pawan Ratnayaka. Few scintillating boundaries, few big hits, and Sri Lankans make sure that they are not gonna leave it to the tail. Pawan Ratnayaka, had he stayed, things would have been even easier. Kamil Vishara missing out on triple figures once again, but excellent series. Ratnayaka plays that shot as good as anybody in the world. And here's the dismissal of Kamil Vishara. Peculiar shot, and Ratnayaka went for a pull shot, finds a fielder at fine leg region. And thereafter, Sri Lanka was searching for a partnership. Ahan Wickramasinghe did outstandingly well. Very tall young man. How about that for a catch? Like a true goalkeeper. Excellent tactical change. Pringle picks up another wicket. But Vijaykanth Vyaskanth not leaving to anyone else. Staying out there, keeping Ahan Wickramasinghe company, winning it convincingly at the end. Another fantastic game of cricket, winning the series quite convincingly by 3-0 as we are looking at the match summary. Winning the toss, New Zealanders had no hesitation in deciding to bat first. Abbas batted superbly, pacing out his innings superbly well. Boyle 85 looking good for big, not to be. Marayu useful 28 and Pringle 20. With the ball, pick of the bowlers, Vijaykanth Vyaskanth 2 for 46. Travin Matthews was a little expensive, picked up a wicket. Dilshan and Shiraz chipping in with a wicket. In reply, Sri Lanka, Kamil Vishara, the opener, left-hander, batted superbly well, plenty of boundaries, just 81 deliveries, better than a runner ball. Pawan Ratnayaka controlling things out there in the middle really nicely, better than a runner ball once again, plenty of scintillating boundaries. Ahan Wickramasinghe, under pressure, responsible knock coming into this game, did outstanding well. Pulle with another useful 26. Keane, the pick of the bowler, 4 for 54 of 9.2 overs. Wasn't good enough. Pringle at the end picking up 2 for 42 of his 10 overs. With the bowler losing a bowler, Abbas, not the right effort, wasn't good enough. Sri Lanka winning by 4 wickets. Things will be in readiness for the post-match presentation. As soon as things are ready, we'll get back. We'll take a small break. Until then. was a fantastic day of cricket. Sri Lanka A proven their mettle, whitewashing New Zealand A 3-0. We've enjoyed every bit of it. And post-match presentation just about to get underway. It's time for us to cross over and join Osanda Bandara.
Right, so we're all set for the post-match presentation of this third one-day game between Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A. So before we start off the proceedings, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Sri Lanka Cricket for their planning and efforts in organizing this tour. And at the same time, would like to thank ThinkCube, the events rights partner, for their support as well. And our broadcast partners, Talent TV, TV Supreme, Fancode, and Sporty.lk for bringing the action to the fans worldwide. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our presentation party for this presentation party of the third one-day game, and it's the chairman of the National Selection Committee and also an executive committee member of Sri Lanka Cricket, Mr. Pramodya Wickramasinghe. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to present the award for the player of the match, and for his wonderful half-century, the player of the match award goes to Ahan Wickramasinghe. Ahan, if you can have a quick chat now, tell us how was the pressure walking out to the middle at a time where the wickets started to fall down?
No, I am playing my normal game. Just why I success until finish it off. That's it.
And at the same time, tell us about the support you got from Viaskant out there in the middle.
No, we are sent me playing until 50 overs. That's why we win this match.
Right, so thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Right, so now for a quick chat, can we please have the captain of the New Zealand team, Max Chu, joining us for a quick conversation? Max, tough luck today, but you reckon you were, what, 20 to 25 runs short?
Yeah, I think that sums it up really well. Credit to the Sri Lankan boys. I thought that was a fantastic chase.
And at the same time, the efforts with the bat was quite good out there in the middle. And I think most of the players, especially that century from Mohammad Abbas, was quite special. Tell us about Mohammad Abbas and his innings.
Yeah, I thought Mo batted fantastically, but also the support that Boyle gave him through the middle, obviously scoring really, really freely. And, you know, it was a shame to not have Mo for the bowling innings, but we thought there was enough runs.
Yeah, and at the same time, now the exposure you got from this series coming to Sri Lanka, the one-day series is now finished, and we got the four-day series coming in. So how's the preparation for that four-day series?
Yeah, the preparation's been awesome. I think we've learned something every game, and we're really looking forward to the four-day stuff.
Right, so thank you and good luck for the four-day series.
Thanks.
Right, so now can we please have the captain of the Sri Lankan A side, Sonal Dinusha, joining us. Of course, he'll be presented with the award as well, the Champions Award for winning the trophy 3-0, beating New Zealand A in the one-day series. And also we can have Sahan Arachige as well, who is the captain for the first two games, and Sonal Dinusha captaining the side for the third game. Both of the captains can come in and collect the trophy. And I think, Sonal, it'll be fitting to have a quick chat with you now. Obviously, a good performance with the bat and the ball, and you reckon 303 runs. How was the mindset when you walked out of the field when New Zealand had 303 runs? How was the plan coming into bat?
Yeah, to be honest, boys' mindset was very good. So because we win last two games, so that mindset definitely we did for same as well.
And were you happy at the time of the innings break, 303 runs? You felt that it was a bit too much, or were you comfortable walking off the field?
To be honest, I don't think so, because we got a too good start. So we know our batters did well whole the series. So that's it.
And tell us about the batting performances. Zahan Wickramasinghe was quite outstanding, and at the same time, some notable performances from Kamil Mishara as well. Tell us about that batting performance.
Got a 2 starts, Pawan and Kamil Mishara. It was a good partnership. Then finished well, Ahan Sanchit, yeah.
Right, so thank you and good luck for the coming matches. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, that's a wrap of the presentation ceremony for the third and the final one day of the Sri Lanka A and New Zealand A, and it's Sri Lanka A winning the series 3-0.
Fantastic day of cricket. Sri Lanka whitewashing New Zealand A quite convincingly. Ahan Wickramasinghe deservedly so, grabbing the man of the match award. It's been a fantastic live coverage from MRICS Hambantota. As we are looking at the match summary, winning the toss, batting first, 302 for 7. Abbas, magnificent half century. Boyle contributing with 85 for Sri Lanka. Piers Khan 2 for 46. Matthews 1 for 47. Dilshan 1 for 49. Shiraz 1 for 48. The chief contributors. In reply, Mishara got off to a flyer. Pawan controlled things out there in the middle, 77. Ahan Wickramasinghe, man of the match, 64 of 52. Took Sri Lanka over the line, registering a whitewash. Keane, 4 for 54. Excellent effort with the ball in hand. Pringle, 2 for 42. And with the absence of Abbas, they were short of bowlers. At the end, Sri Lanka winning by 4 wickets. Whichever the case, very interesting game of cricket. We take the opportunity of thanking each and every one of you for joining us with this live coverage. This live coverage being to you courtesy of Talent TV, with the hope of bringing you more exciting cricketing action. It's time to say goodbye from Hambantota.